welcome, one and all. Well, happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday indeed. And may we all prosper today. Here we go. In one way or the other. In one way or the other, may we all prosper together today. Let's go see who all we got here. Jeffy Guru, good morning. I can't believe the action on JIHL after I logged off yesterday. Now, are you sure you don't mean JLHL? I think you do. Yeah, I think it is JLHL. Yeah. Well, let's take a look at it. Let's have a look at the chart on it. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this stock was priced yesterday morning in the pre-market in the $3 range. It went up to $32.77 in after hours. Right now, it's sitting at 19 bucks. Shares of the Beijing-based technology engineering firm soared 64% to 21 after the bell on Thursday. No immediate catalyst can be identified behind the stock move, though short interest remains modest at only 1.67%. Volume for the day surged to 80.85 million shares, approximately 214 times the stock's average. Yes. All right. Wow. That's heavy duty. That's heavy duty, people. And JLHL is what we're looking at. First one called out this morning. Jeffy Guru. All right. Well, here it is on the chart. There she sits right there. Now, as you all know, what I like to do is do a little history searching here. Why did they stop this price? The 5-day blue line. Why did they stop it right here? Now, before I go too far, let me make clear, I am not a financial advisor, and I make no guarantees whatsoever. How this channel works is we have a bunch of people here that are together, and they all have scanners and screeners, and a lot of them are using sophisticated software to pinpoint stocks that are in the highlights and on the run. And they can often be very, very volatile. They can be achieving all-time highs and then suddenly do a public share offering and drop like a rock. So one thing I have to make very clear at the very beginning, I'm going to be trading with the Charles Schwab account using Thinkorswim, their Thinkorswim platform. and you just watch what I do and you can decide what you want to do. Now, I have several other real accounts that I trade on, and I do hold stocks long, and I do hold many dividend paying stocks, and I have lists of those that you can obtain if you become a member of this channel at the Goliath level. And I also have a what I call my buy sell sheet, and I have a buy sell scanner, and so that's created specifically here at this channel. And I have some very nice candlesticks for Thinkorswim. All of those things are available to anyone that wants to become a member of the channel. And it's easy to do that just by going to the chat and clicking down below there. The chat, there's a dollar bill sign, and you can just click on membership. And then once you get there, you can find the level you want to join. And if you join at the top level, you're going to get a lot of top-notch stuff. As a matter of fact, this channel would not be in existence today if it wasn't for monthly memberships. And oh, I saw that right there. I saw that just come across there. A happy poop this morning. All right, Jayhawk. Thank you, my friend. Happy poops are always welcome. You know I support your Catfish. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Well, from when I started 2.5 years ago on this channel with about SoFi, many of my members have done very, very well on SoFi, and so they keep me going, man. They're still members, and they still drop in. I still see people like yesterday. We saw the redneck come in here, and he hasn't been around for a long time. His other name used to be N. Clark, and he is in the money, folks. I know, and when I first started out, he showed me what he had going on, and he was very heavily invested in SoFi. And I know that he didn't day trade when he first met me. He'd never done it before, but he gave it a shot. And one day I told him, man, you need to sell this right now and wait for a pullback. And so he sold it when I said you should sell it at that number. And then from that number, he sold, it went, well, he didn't sell all of it. He sold a good share, though. He sold a good portion of what he had. And he had as much as I had. He had a little more than I had, even. So I know he did very well, because here's what was funny. After he sold where I told him to get out, that thing went beyond that, and he was mad. He said, oh, man, I missed out on a price. I said, okay, we'll see. And sure enough, within 3 or 4 days, it had dropped down again below where he sold. And so he got to go back in on it again and pick those up. And then it went right on up to $32, folks. And I think he had sold it somewhere around I can't remember where he sold it. I think he sold it around 18 or so, or I might be wrong. And it went all the way up to 20, and then it came down again into the lower. You know where it was. It was just 16, 14 to 15 a little bit ago, just SOFI. And so many of my members that are Goliath members for years now is because of the dividend sheets that I sent them and the long sheets that I sent them. And they've just made so much money on the dividends and long sheets that, they just keep monthly payments just keep coming from them. And I'm very grateful to you. Thank you very much, those of you that do that. And then the daily gifters that are often here, like Jayhawk and many, many others that are constantly and daily sending in things. I appreciate it very, very much. People like Wee Vessers and Khalid Al-Hajri and Pat Yeager and Mike Lawson. I appreciate it very much, guys. Thank you. Net5, Talent to Great. Thank you so much, guys. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here right now. And right now, because also my channel, I'm a member and I gift you every day. Yes, Jayhawk. Yes. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Uh, J JLHL. I have that on here. JLHL. Jeffy Guru also called it out. And by the way, that huge move that you're seeing on that, there is no known catalyst for it. I've already researched it. There's no known catalyst for JLHL. All right, just so you know. All right. Now, there are some other stocks that I want to look at this morning, obviously. So let me go down here, first of all, and make sure I account for everyone. So good morning, Jeffy Guru. Yep. I was happy with my winning, but I could have taken the rest of the summer off. LOL. Yep, Jayhawk, good morning. Good morning, everyone. May we all have a blessed day. That was an awesome pick you had yesterday. My brother's so upset I didn't play it. And you called that thing out the first thing in the morning, too. Uh, it's interesting because this is my sheet from yesterday, and I don't see JLHL on here anywhere. I just missed it, folks. I did not see that call out for JLHL. I missed it. This is all the call outs for yesterday, right here. All the stocks that were called out yesterday. And JLHL is not on here. So, doggone it. Oh, well. Doesn't mean you can't still make some money on it, but we have to be very cautious right now with it. That's for sure. It's traded 217 times more than exists, the shares that exist. So, they're just synthetic shares, circular shares, we like to call it. I'm pissy. I called it a day early. Hey there. Good morning. JP Panett, good morning. I made it. All right. Revenge trading is on the plate for today. Good morning. Good morning, JP. You got in here early today. Yes, I was under the weather, Jeffy Guru says. And I got some sleep, 4-hour afternoon nap, saying I needed it. Oh, man, yeah. Early rides could win the prize. Yes. Oh, yeah. Stupid talk to text. I told you, Jeff. I needed a good one today. Well, let's see if we can find one, JP. Yes. Yeah, talk to text. I need to try one of those. Slowly moving on scanners today. I ran into a hiccup. How about HAO? All right. All right. I was just about to say that, JP. It's 186 right now. 186 at 8:03 a.m. All right. Good morning, Catfish Tyler. Thank you, JP. HAO tanked from 90 to 10 in April, has been decreasing ever since. Good morning, Catfish. May we all have a blessed day. Yes, I was looking for your Cash App info, and it isn't in the info in your video. Oh, well, here's my Cash App right here. It should be in the description of my video. Uh, and in the Cash App donations, if you don't mind, when you send to Cash App here, make sure you send in the message thing for money owed. And I'd appreciate it if you would do that, okay? And thank you for gifting through Cash App. I don't always see Cash App gifts when they come in, so I need to be alerted. If you do, just say, "Hey, Catfish, check your Cash App," and then I will, and then I'll make sure and give you credit for it. Thank you very much, Marsh. Jeffy Guru, good morning, Tyler. WRAP, okay? Wrap it up, Jayhawk. Good morning, we investors. Said hi, good morning. Jayhawk made 250 yesterday, Cat, trading that gap. Oh, yeah, I showed you that gap on that one early in the morning. What stock was that on? Which one was that on? I can't remember which one it was. But I showed you that big gap on it early in the morning. I said, "Hey, Jayhawk, here you go, man. Check it out. Look at this huge gap." It was like $1.50 gap on it. Yeah. Oh, someone might have just come in with a Venmo donation. I see. I'm a member and I gift you every day. Yes. Good morning, Matthew. Hello there. I don't want to see you go nowhere, Kev. I'm not. Oh, I got you, man. Thank you for that. I'm not sure I'd trade GLHL today. Spiked in the 10 after hours. People are going to dump today. Yeah, be very careful on that one. Yes. What do I think about VRAX today? I think we should leave it behind. If it gets to a definitive low, and what I mean by that is I'll take a look right now. And though, be very careful about JLHL, everyone. Please, please. It would be one thing on JLHL if, and I'm going to come over here and show you what I mean here. Okay. All right. So here's the deal. The shares outstanding on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, is only 11.45 million. 11.45 million shares outstanding. And shares, look at this, folks. Shares held by insiders. Percentage of the shares held by insiders. Look at this. This makes it even more mysterious. 87%. 87% of the shares are held by insiders. Shares short of the 11.45 million is shares short is only 1.67%. 1.67% of the stock is shorted. So that is not a short squeeze, folks. No way. So, wow. 11.45 million shares outstanding. And the float is only 1.45 million. Golly. Well, that's the reason the price can go up so quickly, folks, in the after hours when it's not contained by the market makers that can halt it when it can't be halted. See, that's what can happen to a stock that has such a low float and so few shares in volume. But then all of a sudden, the thing's trading 100 million shares. Does anybody know how many shares have already traded this morning on JLHL? Now, let's go take a look at VRAX on the chart. All right, there it is, VRAX. A huge freaking woody woodpecker right now. That's right. VRAX. The news that I believe shot this up was something about the founder of the company converting 8 million in indebtedness into restricted shares. That's what made this thing make its move. I believe this is the one. VRAX. Let me make sure I'm right. It was on. All right, so the VRAX, folks, VRAX Lab shares are trading lower this morning after the company announced it's signing an agreement for, or it signed an agreement for the immediate exercise of 548,000 shares at $6 per share. All right, so it's done a public share offering basically at $6 per share. The company expects the gross proceeds, hold on, from the exercise to be approximately $3.3 million. Well, so there you go. They do a public share offering. They fall from $13 to currently $5.17 is the bid. And to be honest with you, I would start there and I would buy a nibble on that, but just a very small nibble at 517 because anything around 513 is usually a fairly good buy. And the thing I like about it, ladies and gentlemen, is that both of those numbers are green, okay? And the 517 just went to 518, so the bid just rose a little bit. So this is what I'm looking at, VRAX, and I wish I could buy it right now on my paper money account. But if I could, I would buy it, and I would try and buy it. I'd put a buy in, of course, at 497, and I'd also try 488 and 472.77. Yep, yep. Here it is on the charts, VRAX, and take a look at the 1 day. Now, again, one of the things that you should ask yourself when you look at this chart like this, when you look at this stock, VRAX, when you look at it and you see where this line is right now, go and put yourself, if you're using Charles Schwab, come over here, click down here on this thing right here. It's a dollar bill line. And then come up here and get on this stock where the line is right there and figure out why did they stop it there? Why is it right there? Why is the 200 day at that line? Go back and look at history and see if you can see this as a point of resistance. All right, then you'll know why that this could be a good point. It could have been a previous point of major resistance. So go out to a 10-day chart. And no, I don't see that over the last 10 days. So let's stretch it out even longer now. Just hold on a moment. I got to go back to my tab and click the arrow. Now I'm going to come over here. And that price is at $5 and, well, it's at $5 basically. 504. All right, let's move it out here and let's figure out what that number means to them on the 90-day chart. Or let's go to the 20-day. Aha, there's the 20-day chart. And now we're going to have to absolutely go to the 90-day chart here. So they don't give 90 as a thing. So I've got to come up here and click on the time frame and then come over here and click on 90 days. Right here, 90 days. And then click OK. Now, let's look at that line now. Okay. All right. Well, well, well. 504. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, shoot. And it didn't leave it there. Hold on a minute. All right. There we go. And goodness gracious, it has been over this number so much, folks. It has been at this number before. It has certainly been at this number in the past as a low. Once, twice, resistance to the top, resistance to the top, resistance, top resistance, top resistance, top resistance. And then they run it down to that number. What convenience. Oh, yeah. Now you know why. Now you know why it went down to that number. Look, it's done it before. Up to here, down to that number. Then it went up to there, then down to that number. Then it went up to there, then down to that number. Then it went up to there. Then, wow, always this number right here. A very familiar number to drop it to, okay? Because you can see they did the same thing, exactly the same thing. Now, here's the point I want to make. The stock only surged up to this price, which was $8.66, Savannah. Look at that. $8.66, folks. 866. 866. And after it was at 866, it dropped to that line where it is now. Well, look at this price. This price is 13.16. And if you didn't know to sell at 13.13, folks, I'm sorry, you just don't know the stock market very well. Is this 13.13 where that is right there? What number is that? 12.95. Well, this is where you would have started selling 12.96, 12.97, 12.98, 12.99, and $13. You would have sold there if you had intelligence. And then after it hit 13, look at them bring it to this same line that they've been to before when they ran it up. And again, here's the thing I want you to be aware of. This time here, they only ran it up to $8.66 and to take it down to this line, okay? This time, they ran the price up to $13.13, basically. 866 to 13 something, and they took it down to the same line. You get it? Up here, 866, down to this line. Here, it goes to 1313 and then down to the same line. Folks, I like this right here, VRAX. I'm just going to tell you. Because of that, because of what I see right there, seeing this go up into the eights and come to that line, and then this time go all the way up to the 13s and come to the same line again. And by the way, take notice of something. When they took it down to this line, look what the 50 and 45 were doing. They were dropping, of course, because this was being attacked down so hard, so they started falling right here. But prior to that attack, they were rising in an angle of this much. See that angle before the attack back down? Look at the angle of it rising. Come over here. There you go, folks. Look at the pitch angle of this rising. I mean, it was almost straight up compared to over here. Look over here. See the pitch angle of the 50-day? I want you to pay attention, folks. That's less aggressive, and that's why the price only went to 866. Man, this is very aggressive rising. And man, what a fast drop to here. Listen, folks, when a price jumps from here to here, or a price jumps from here to here, it's because there's no resistance there. And then when it comes back from here down to here, it's because there's no resistance. This is like the thinnest atmosphere, folks, the stratosphere, okay? It's very thin up here, and it can move easy through this. It's very fluid through this area. See? Right through it again, just nothing, because there's a huge gap here. There's a gap from here to there, and there to here, and there to here, and here now to there. And then they pull it back to this line. And notice, over here, man, that 45 and 50, they just fell and fell and fell, okay? Right here now, does it fall and fall, or does enough volume stay behind this to push it right on up? There's a lot of volume yesterday in the pre-market. VRAX. And boy, I tell you what, this is freaking consolidated and converged. This is convergent. And I like this 200 still rising steadily, moving up over this little dotted line here. And I like the 50-day crossing this lower level of previous resistance, that's for sure. So anyway, I like the 50-day rising here. And I like the fact that they've taken it down to the same line where they took it back to some time ago. And by the way, if you look at the 180-day chart, look at that line. Let's extend it on out. Oh, man. Oh, goodness gracious. Yes, let's run this all the way across here at the price of $5. And it's really 508, folks. See here? And the stock I'm looking at is VRAX, everyone. All right. Well. So this is the line that they've pulled this back down to right here. $506. Isn't that interesting? And I'm showing you this because look where they ran it from. Here, it's the same high. Look over here. It was an even a little higher high here. And they're doing it again. And I want you to notice something, folks. Look over here. Look where the high was, $25. Look at it drop through the 200 and fall from $25 all the way down to 777. That line is $7.77, folks. And I'm going to put a mark right there because that line comes over to here too, by the way, right there. Right there. A line of resistance to the rise, a line of resistance to the drop, and it came up. Then a line of resistance to the rise, a line of resistance to the rise, a line of resistance to the rise. So oh man, when it gets up there, you got to be selling. And especially at this number as well, you should be selling right there. And that price is a sell at, come on, 1313, of course. 1313, Savannah. And I bet you this number is 1308. No, it's 1274. Oh, that's also a cell number. 1272.73. All right. Well, so now you know all about VRAX. You can see that this line that they just drove the price back down to has been a very solid previous line. You can see that very, very common line right there. Very common. They're all over this line, folks. Look at that. Look at them just all over that line. So don't be surprised when you see this thing spike up to come right back to that line. And when you look at the one-day chart, go back and look at the history of that number. Look at how many times they've been on this number. Look how many times they've been on this line. So, of course, that's their comfort zone. Run it right back down to that one more time. But this time with a rising 45 and 50 crossing the 200, man. I like it. I'll tell you right now, I like it here. VRAX. And I wish I would have sold all the shares of it. I'm holding 600 shares of it right now, but I got a boatload of cash this morning to put in. So I'm ready to rumble if you guys are ready to rumble. And but I wish I had sold all of the VRAX yesterday. I tried to, and I had 600 shares left. And I don't want you guys to hold any of these day trade stocks. You understand? These are not like the stocks that are on my long list or the ones that I have on my dividend list. These stocks, we day trade them. We get in and we get out. If we happen to lose money on it, we lost money on it. But most of the times, you know how we do because we're good working together here, guys, picking out hot stocks. All right. So I want to thank you all for spending time with me here and hopefully learning how to day trade. We do not hold these stocks, folks. We don't do it. And you saw me try to dump every single share of VRAX yesterday before the market closed. You saw me try to get out of every one of them. But now that I got a chance to diagnose this and look it over a little bit more, man, I find it interesting that they've driven it down to this line, which they've so frequently enjoyed running up to and down and then up and then down to and then up and then down to and up and down to and up again and then down to the same damn line. Man, after a while, you get to look at this stuff, folks, and you figure out, okay, now I know why. It's not just an arbitrary line where the price is right now. It's not just some random line. It's not. It's not a random line, folks. This price that they've run it down to right now on the 5-day, that's no random line. Let me look at the 1-day now. Hold on. Yeah, there it is. This is certainly not some random number at $5.13. Okay? 513. Look at it right there. 513. And then step back and look at the 180-day chart. Here's the number they just ran it up to and down to 513. But look, you got a 50 crossing the 200 here, and the 200 is rising. All the long-term averages are rising, and they drove it down to this familiar line. Here they had it there. Look right here. Look over here, the resistance at it, the resistance, the resistance, the resistance, the resistance, the resistance, the resistance, resistance. Look at that line, folks. It's an extremely common resistance line. 513, folks. They've been at this line over and over. And you might want to be aware of something from this line, man. This thing's made some good moves up. This is why they're fighting this line so hard. In fact, is my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so, folks. That line right there, man, that's a place they've been to so many times in the past. And they visited it over and over and over, folks. Just like they're doing right now again. It's a love number for them, folks. They love the number. They love it a lot. They tapped it once, tapped it twice, tapped it 3, tapped it 4, tapped it 5, tapped it 6, 7, 8 times, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 times, 15, 16, 17. I mean, look at that number, folks. And here they are dropping it to this number, 513. What a surprise. What a surprise, folks. And what a surprise that it would bounce off that number. Huh. Isn't that a surprise? What do you know? What do you know? That they would take it down to the old buddy of theirs, 513. What a surprise that they would go to there again just now here in the pre-market. And now the bid is 515, folks. And this is VRAX. Apparently, yesterday, VRAX made an announcement after market, all right? And it was moving down. I believe they did a public share offering. Yesterday, the company announced it signed a $3.3 million agreement for the immediate exercise of 548,000 shares. Now, VRAX, give me a second here. VRAX only has 796,000 shares outstanding. Okay. So now they're going to have like 1 point something million shares outstanding, VRAX. All right. Well, there's your answer, Matthew, on VRAX. And Jayhawk says, and I called out WRAP yesterday. All right. Well, something happened weird yesterday, very early. I didn't get everybody's comments. I was looking for them. I said, I don't think that's the first chat. And you said, oh, no, by far, it's not the first chat. Someone said that. So I didn't see the very first chats that had come in. I don't know why, but I did not see them. And I apologize for those of you that I missed your call outs on those. And I'm sorry I did miss them. I'm sorry that they weren't in the chat. But anyway, all right. HAO, yeah, Port Bear also called, JP Panic called that out too. In regards to that stock, Port Bear, be aware that in April it was $90 a share and it dropped to $10. Okay? HAO. It was $90 a share, dropped to $10. And this morning it was at $1.86 at 8:03 a.m. All right? That is HAO. There it is on the chart right now. HAO. It already capped this morning, 216 high. All right. Haugsy Health is called. 805. 708 this morning. HAO shares were up 28%, adding 1.9% gain in the earlier session. But there's no reason why. It doesn't say why. Hold on. Average volume is 807,000 shares a day. Shares outstanding is 1.9 million. The float is 395,000. Shares held by insiders is virtually none, 0.18. So they have no vested interest in the company at all, the insiders. Book value per share is 34.36. HAO, we'll have to look at this one, folks. Called out by JP Panic. It was at 186 at 8:03 a.m., folks. It has fallen now to 149. HAO. And I like the look of that, HAO. By the way, the S&P futures is slightly down, but about to go green. The Dow futures have just gone green. They were down red early this morning. The Nasdaq futures look like they're about to go green. They were indeed deeply red, and the Russell has just gone green. By the way, the VIX is lowering. By the way, the volatility index. Okay. Now, looking at JLHL, 1666 almost, folks. 1690. I'm going to write this down. 1690. And just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, In regards to this JLHL, I want you to see something here that I noticed this morning. I looked into it. I wanted to know, in regards to JLHL, what was the news? And it says right here, JLHL shares are trending Thursday night. Shares of the Beijing technology and engineering firm soared 64% to $21 after the bell on Thursday, adding a massive regular session. According to Benzinga, the stock closed the regular session at 1279. But listen, no immediate catalyst can be identified behind the stock move. And short interest on the stock is very low, very low. I already looked at it. It's almost non existent. It's like 0.18 or something. So there's no short interest on this, no heavy short position. So it's not a short squeeze that's causing this run up, but there is no known catalyst that can be identified with it. So be very careful on JLHL. All right. Several people have called it out, but be careful, folks. Be very careful. Did I say GMM? GMM, good morning. Or is that a stock? Let's go see if that's a stock. Oh, yeah, that is a stock. Yep, got it. Good call out there. Port Bear. Man, what is going on with that? Well, first thing I'm going to do is come over here and put in GMM here and find out shares outstanding is 1.79 million. And the float is 525,000. That's good. Held by insiders, 3%. Held by institutions, virtually none. Shares short is 409,000. That is a heavy short position, folks. Yep, 20% of the shares outstanding are shorted, 20.94. Okay, that helps it. Their EBITDA is positive at 14.9, and their gross profit is 22.51 million. They've got operating cash, total cash, 1.21 million. Book value per share is 105.05. Operating cash flow is 22 million in the plus. I'm surprised there's not any more institutions on this, but there are none, virtually none. But wow, 563, 564, 566. Well, listen, folks, I'm going to call this out. Right here, that's a sell. 572 is a sell. Okay, 572 is a sell. And 77, 588 is a sell here. 588 is a sell. And the buyback will be 569, 566, 588 is a sell. Minimum 572 buyback. Watch this, folks. I'm going to call this out. 572 minimum. 588 is a sell, though. And also, the next will be 593, 596, 97, 98, 99, and $6 are all sells. The buyback here is 572, 566. Watch. Here comes the 572 buyback. Here it comes. There it is. Ding, ding. You just got it. Now 566. Now the next sell is going to be at 588 again. Sell it again at 588. 588, 89, 90. Sell right there. And it's coming to you. It's coming. unless they're going to keep pulling it down. If they're going to keep pulling it down all day, the next number is 583. Right there, you should sell again right there. Yep, and they're going to keep pulling it down, it looks like. Right there's another sell, 583. And now we're going to buy back 566. Here it comes. Watch it fall. Oh, there's the 93 I told you to put in an order at, 93. There you go. Now jump out. Okay, here we go. It's flying, folks. You're going to sell 630. 630. And if this is a number to sell too, 620 is a sell. 620 is a sell, buy back 597. That's a sell right there. 620 is a sell, folks. Buy back 597, buy back 593, 589. Here it comes. 597 minimum buyback off a 620 sell, folks. Here it comes. 608 is the minimum buyback off a 620 sell. 608. Here it comes. 608 off the 620 sell. Here it comes, folks. You might get 611, might be it. That might be the low right there. That might be the low. Oh, man, now to 650. It was the low. 611 was the low. Look at him come. Oh, 594. I told you. I told you. Oh, yeah, there's the pullback. I called it. 620 the sell. Buyback. 577. Sweet. That's beautiful. You're coming in here. 566. Nice. Oh, I told you so. Look at him pull that thing down. We might even see a 555 here. 566, 555 is the next number for the low. 555 is the next low. Maybe even 549, 552. Wow. Look at him pull that back to the 570s, folks. Wow, from the 620s. See why you always sell the 620? This stock is GMM, folks. Man, we're going to have some fun day trading this thing today. Goodness gracious, using my buy-sell sheet. Holy crap. Nice. Next sell, by the way, is at 592, 593 as they whittle us down all day long. All right, they're going to run this thing down the rest of the day, folks. Probably run it down to $4.88 by the end of the day or lower, 466 or 408. But you can still make a lot of money on it, trading it, day trading it, folks. So there's the 572, folks, 73. Your buys at 5. There it is, 567. Wow, nice. They almost got the 566. Off a 620, folks. All right, here we go, folks. 566 is going to be where they're going to go, and below they're going to make it go to 555 here, folks, probably. Maybe lower. GMM. This is the stock I'm on. And I'm going to have fun with this one today. This is going to be my day trader today, right here. This is the one I'm going to day trade today. We will not hold it long. We will sell it at the end of the day no matter what. But the buy right now is 572, and the sell is going to be at 588, 593, 597, 98, 99. Okay? 572. There's your go. Here comes your 588 sell. Yep. Oops, I'm sorry. Oops, I don't know what just happened there. And I will be buying VRAX at 508 a share if I can. Some of it at 508 for sure. And be careful of JLHL, ladies and gentlemen. That stock was at I had it at 1690. So it is on the rise. I had it at 1690 about 20 minutes ago. JLHL. No reason for the move up. All right, and But we're going to look back here again at GMM. All right. And the high on it this morning, it says 613, but we know better than that. We saw it over 620. All right. All right. So let's move these in alphabetical order. So we got over here BATL, then we got GMM, then we got HAO, and then we've got JLHL, VRAX, and ladies and gentlemen, the reason I like this stock and GMM, if they stop it here, why are they going to stop it at this number here? So here's what I want to do with this stock GMM. First, I want to put a line right here. Okay, so I'm going to come here and I'm going to put a line right there. Right there. And then oh, come on, put a line here. Okay? And then I want to put a line where they stopped it right there. The 5-day stopped right there, and I want to put a line there. And then I want to put a line here where the 5-day stopped here. And then I want to put one here. And then I want to put one right here. And I want to know, why did the 5-day stop there? Why did it stop there rising? Why did it go there and fall to here? Why did it go there? Let's go look at the 5-day chart. Oh, no previous reason in the last 5 days. Let's go to the 10-day chart. No previous reason in the 10-day. Let's go to the 20-day. Aha! Now we start to get some relativeness. What do these numbers relate to? That's what I want to know. In the past. And this number here was $4.13. Golly, another one. 413, folks. Can you believe that? Can you believe that they would run it up here and stop it right there at $4.13? And right here, they would stop it at 413. And right there, they would stop it at 413, Savannah. And now that is the lowest where they stopped. The 5-day is at 413. Now I want to look at this line. And this price is at 466, of course, Savannah. 466. Right there. Well, look at that. They stopped it over here at that number. 466. It says 465, but I assure you it's 466. Then this number, they've never stopped it at that before. So I don't know why they decided to stop it there. And this number here at the top where they stopped it, I don't really see much relativeness to that number either. So I'm looking back in the past, folks, way back. We're talking a month ago, 20 days ago. And I'm trying to see right there, I see a 5-day stop there. And so I know why they had the line here. So now let's move this line here over to that price is at 481, and we're going to move it over to here. There. Okay. 481. So let's go back over here now to the 1-day chart. And there are the lines of resistance right there. You can see the 5 days stopped right there. The 5 days stopped dropping there. The 5 days stopped right there. The 5 days stopped down here. And now you know why. Now you know why they stopped at those numbers. Because you can go back and look at the history of it, folks. See that line? Go back and look. And now look, it's going over this top line of resistance. So I'm going to go back here again now to the 20-day chart. And I actually want to go out even further. Time frame, 90 days. Let's take this up to 90 days. Okay. There you go, folks. The 90-day chart. Goodness gracious, ladies and gentlemen. Now you get a big picture at this thing, don't you? It's nice to do it this way. Well, that number there is $4, so you know why they're trying to hold it there. $4.06, folks. And you might as well just call it 406 once. Call it 406 as the high twice. 406 3 times as the high. And now the 5-day has just crossed over that number, 406. This is GMM, folks. It looks good. Look at the 45.50 crossing the 200. Folks, it's a golden cross on the 20-day chart. GMM, it's a golden cross on the 20-day chart. Now, here's one more thing I want to look at. Why did they decide to stop the price just now up there at the very top? Why? Why did they decide this number to make it a point of resistance right here? GMM. Let's go look and see what's relative to that to the past. Hold on. Let's go look at this. Why did they make this line right here? What's the relevance to the past of that number, which was a price of 662, folks? 662. Okay? Why? Let's go look at the 180-day chart. Well, I've never seen that number before. Well, actually, they have. 669 was the highest it ever has been. All right? Now, let me tell you something. This is a 6-month chart. I want to go to the 1 year. Okay, let me tell you something, folks. This stock has been a falling knife. And it's been a falling knife for the last year. Okay? And then right now, look at the drop before the pop. Listen, folks, somebody got the Trading Places orange juice. They got the orange juice futures, okay? They knew what was coming. See, they pay for information like this to get this ahead of everyone else. This is almost as good as working in the Senate or the Congress where you're voting on companies' approvals and things happening and you're able to invest. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what's going on here. Someone got the tip off. They went and met in the garage and they got the briefcase and it had the orange juice futures. And look at them, make the move before the major run up. See, folks, I often tell you when we're sitting on a stock and all of a sudden the price just collapses and then they start to accumulate down here without taking it a penny lower. And I tell you, why? What's the news? Why did they collapse it? Because I tell you guys, and I've warned you, listen, this can be the best thing that could ever happen to you, because before these major spikes, there's almost always a major drop. So there you go. There's the major drop and then the frickin' pop, everyone. And look where they ran it down to 6 cents. So I'm showing you this, folks, so you're aware of it, all right? And now, where do they bring it back down to off the high, the exuberant high of $4.75? They bring it right back down to the 200-day average, folks. This is the 1-year chart, the 1-year chart I'm on. Now, here's the 1-day chart, the 1-day chart. And listen, folks, this thing is breaking over this line of resistance that was from the past. Now, one thing I like about owning a stock like this is that, listen to me, most retailers are not going to hold on to a stock that they bought at 329 and hold on to it until it hits 6 cents. Okay? So listen, they've all sold out. All of the retail has sold out of this. All right? And at this point, there's no one that owns it for more holding the bag that wants to finally sell it. So there'll be no, I mean, zero resistance. There's going to be zero resistance on this stock from people that are bag holders, because no one still owns it at a price higher than it is right now, folks. I don't believe that. So that is what I like about a stock like this, is when you're getting it and it's at a high like this where it hasn't been in over a year, well, there's no resistance from bag holders. Let's go to the 3-year chart and look at the 3-year. Now, yeah, there's a lot of people that own this stock for way more. And by the way, this price of $232 they're showing, that's because of reverse splits, most likely. Let's go to the reverse split history thing and see what they've done for reverse splits. So hold on here. Let me go up here to my favorite, stock split history. Let's put this in, GMM. Oh, yeah. In November 26, 2024, and then June the 11th, folks, just 1 month ago, exactly almost to the day, 1 month ago, they did a 1-for-50 reverse split. See, that's why the price is so skewed out, okay? A 1-for-50 reverse split on June 11th of 2026. All right, so they're probably not going to be doing the reverse split anytime soon, and that's a good thing, okay? And they're over $5. GMM, folks, the market is going to open up here in 27 minutes, and I'd like you to do me a favor if you would, and in 6 minutes, let's hit the like button together. So I'm going to turn my alarm on. And let's try and hit the like button together. Just give me a moment here. View your channel. Okay. All right, let me get on up here because I missed a lot of people's comments here in the recent. Oh, and thank you, JP Panett sent 5 Catfish Tyler gift memberships. Oh, wow. JP, thank you. Woo! JP Panic. Nice. So your name is going on the drawing list 5 times. Wow, thank you very, very much. Jayhawk says, I got a couple of different people I watch every day. Support my man Catfish on here all day, and then I go watch some of their videos. I bought a momentum scanner. It is amazing. All right, Port Bear. I'm going to add that to tools that people are using. And hold on a second here. For some reason, all my trading tools by tank members, there we go. And Port Bear, man, I don't have you I don't have you down here, Port Bear. Man, I missed a lot of chat. Golly, Port Bear. I'm going to add you onto my list now. Port Bear. Port Bear. All right. And momentum scanner. All right. Thank you for sharing that with me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the time is 9:07, almost 9:07. So in 1 minute at 9:08 and 8 seconds, I would like for you to help me out with this channel and hit the like button, please. And until then, I would appreciate it if you would show a little love here on the channel. And I'll try to get a chance to look at everybody, all your call outs today. And I want to thank you for showing some love to the tank. And I appreciate every one of you who puts a heart on the screen. And I will definitely recuperate with another heart. And I want to thank you all very much for being here with me. And thank you for the hearts. And there's a heart on for you, and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for every 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button there. Thank you. There you go. Nice. That was very well done, everyone. Thank you very much. And there's a heart on for you. We have to make sure and enunciate the words. Thank you for sharing all the love, everyone. I really do appreciate it. Let me run back up here real quick because I missed some call outs by people, I'm sure. Okay. Okay, golly, a lot of chat I'm missing. And Port Bear, if you want to tell me about any other scanner stuff, I'd appreciate letting me know what other stuff you might be using. What do you mean you bought it? Which one? One-time fee forever, or every year you get to pay for it? It's $147 a month. Port Bear says it is a trading stock scanner. Port Bear, yeah. You know, he just had a deal for that on Father's Day. I think you could have got it for $290 something for the whole year. Yep. That's awesome, brother. I was thinking about getting it myself. It's got the squawk box and all that, right? Where it talks to you and tells you the stocks that are popping off, gives you all the news. Let me know the news is most relevant and more important. It looks like an awesome scanner, brother. I've checked it out there multiple times. Yep, exactly that. Okay. He actually trades live on Monday mornings and Friday mornings. You can see a 7-day trial with a prepaid card. Okay. You can do a 7-day trial with a prepaid card. Good morning. GMM keeps hitting higher highs. Yep. 4:20 a.m. here in Alaska, JP says. Wow. Yeah, I should have jumped in on that when it was like 250. I knew you was going to have to get up early, JP. Yep. God cheers, my brother. Yep. Jayhawk, I used to get up at 4 o'clock a.m. and start looking at the stocks. I stopped doing that. I was up for 3 or 4 hours before Cat was coming on. Jeez. Now they start letting us trade at 4 a.m. I'll probably start getting back up at 4 a.m. That would be 1 a.m. your time, sir. Yeah. Yep. HAO, I've got it, Port Bear. Yep. For sure. Dang. Yep. No, I'm sorry. That would be 12 a.m. your time. Good morning. GMM new ATH 530, all-time high 530. Yep, I'm going to be trading that one today. I've already got it down. GMM for sure. I'm going to be day trading that today. It's one of my top ones. Port Bear called it out early this morning. Jeffy Guru. Yep. I got it. Got it on my radar. Going to be day trading it today. VRAX looks good. Matthew. Yep, I agree. Well, I can see one thing's for sure. With VRAX, they've taken it down now this morning to a new low. They broke it below this level of resistance right there, right there, right there, right there. And here they're taking it below. So they're taking it to the lowest right now, 505 bid. Now 504 bid. Yep. Oh, I'm going to be getting some more of this. It's got a nice potential for a move. CHSN popping up 87. Port Bear, CHSN. All right. It's actually dropped and it's at a very nice spot right there. CHSN right there underneath that 200. A nice little catch right there. 128. I like that. It already hit 176 in pre-market. 176 high pre-market. How many shares of this stock? What's making it move? CHSM. Oh, CHSN. I'm sorry. Chances International appoints Gang Luis as CFO, succeeding Ji Hong Kai, effective immediately. That's the news that was on July the 1st. There's no news on this stock, folks, so be careful. CHSN closed at 104. The bid is 126. The ask is 127, and both of those numbers are red right now. Both of them are red. The bid and ask are the same. 126 bid now, 127 ask. CHSN. The 5-day chart. Oh, okay. Let's put some lines of resistance in. One is right there. One is right there. One is right here. Why did they stop it right there just now at that 5-day? Why did they stop it right there? I want to know. Let's go to the 5-day chart, the 20-day. Aha. Now you start to see these familiar lines of resistance and how they line up with previous lines of resistance. So this low line of resistance, which was at right here, that number was at 111. 111. Oh, man, how many times have they been there? 111, the lowest line, 111. And look how many times it was a bottom. It was a bottom. It was a bottom. It was, holy crap, 111. All right. And then the next line here is resistance was at 119. Well, of course, there's resistance at 120, folks. That's a given. That's no doubter. $119. Oh, gosh, doggone it. I hate it when it does that. I want it at 119, please. 119. Right there. Oh, yeah. 119 has been visited many times. Right over here. You can clearly see it. 119. Just look at that line. It's been massacred. 119. That line of resistance there. And then here, the line now. What is important about this line now? And that line is at 141. 141. Let's go back. Oh, it goes all the way back to here. 141. Right there. There it is. So now you know by looking at the 20-day chart. Let's take it out now to the 90-day chart. Go to the time frame and change the time frame custom to 90 days. There you go. Aha. Oh, let's see how this number comes into play. Golly, man. This stock has basically been sitting for a long time. Going back to, wow, look where we were here, folks. Oh, again, this is because they've probably done so many reverse splits. We got to look at CHSN because it says here $242. But let's go look at reverse splits on this one. We've already looked at GMM, and they just did a reverse split, folks, so they're not going to do a new one anytime soon. GMM looks clear for no reverse splits today on GMM. And GMM right now, ladies and gentlemen, is trading at $5.25 a share and still falling. They could keep making it fall all day. Now, HAO is at $170 a share, up 58%. JLHL up 19% this morning after being up 317% yesterday. There's no news on this stock, GLHL. No news. No known catalyst. Shares outstanding 11.45 million. JLHL. There is no known catalyst for why this is rising. VRAX now at 404, 504. I like it there. Okay, hold on. We got others to look at here, folks. I'm going to look at CHSN. No news on this stock. No breaking news this morning on CHSN. But I do want to see how many shares are outstanding. $2.32 million shares outstanding. The float is 387,000. That is really low float. Short shares, 16,000. It's only 0.69% of the shares are shorted. Company has operating cash flow of 2.86 million, and their levered free cash flow is 4.03 million. And their profit margin is 1.03%. Revenue of 18.27 million. Revenue per share 340.25. That's good. EBITDA is slightly negative at negative 1.07. Gross profit 8.22 million in the last year. And this company has 497 employees. All right, CHSN. But I can't find any news about it. Let's see if there's something over here. But CHSN, folks, over the last 90-day chart, folks, look at that absolute collapse. CHSN, let's go see if they've done any reverse splits, which I'm sure they have. There they are. And they just did one in May, folks. Oh my gosh. There's why it's so skewed to 200 a share. 1-for-100 reverse split on May the 7th, folks. 1-for-100 reverse split. And they're barely over $1, folks. Oh, man. Let's go look at their historical data. Oh, May the 7th, 1-for-100 split. And they were at $1.71 a share. Now they're just barely staying over $1, just barely over $1. They were down below $1 at 95 cents and even 99 cents once, twice. Well, the latest news was July the 1st on this company. They had appointed got them a new CFO. They got a new chief financial officer. And that's the only news, folks, about this stock. So just be aware, it's made these kind of spikes before and never stood up. Spiked and didn't stand, spiked and didn't stand, spiked, didn't stay, spiked and probably won't stay. Okay? Just going by the history of it, probably won't stay up long. All right? And I want to look at the chart one day right now, CHSN. Well, it surely is consolidating right below the 200-day, which has been rising here lately. But man, there's a lot of red down there. There's a lot of red, a whole sea of red down here of selling. But they're herking and jerking it right below a 200, and the 50 is up here too, above. Both the long range averages are above the current price. That usually will pull it up. We'll see what happens with it. CHSN. No guarantees. All right. And trying to catch up with everybody. Beam Saucer, hello. JG, hello. Jeffy Guru, nice call. PB. Good mover. CMM, another new at the high. Do you mean GMM? I think you meant GMM there, not CMM. Jeffy Guru. Thank you, looks good. Hold on, folks. And I'm not done yet by any means. CHSN has a Momo score of 98. All right, ELPW just announced public offering. Thank you, JR Monreal. Thank you, JR Monreal. Let's take a look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, the stock market is going to open here in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. I'm trying to get everybody's ELPW. Let's take a look at it. Public share offering, folks, just made. Dropped it to 30 cents. Next, they'll do a reverse split to get their price over $1 to get NASDAQ compliance. I wouldn't touch that stock with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, I like CHSN. Good call. I seen it had a red hammer at 150 and just hit 170. CHSN looks good. JP Panek. CHSN, folks, looks to me like right now it's certainly compressing here, but let's look at this 20-day chart on it. Yeah. Well, right here, the 5-day average has stopped before. I'm going to show it to you right now. CHSN, right here, this is a line of resistance. Right here, folks. So look back over here, guys and gals, okay? And please, I want you to look at right now, this line right now that they just established as a line of resistance, okay? Right there. You can see this line where the 5-day is, okay? Now come over here and look where the 5-day resistance is that's just achieved, and you'll see the resistance right there on the 5-day, the resistance on the 5-day, resistance right there on the 5-day. Look at it. It was a resistance to the drop right there. And this price is at 126. $126, folks. That is a major line of previous resistance, 126. You can see it stopped right there. You can see it stopped right there. And you can see they dropped it to right there once before it popped. Okay, and this is on the 20-day chart. Let's change this chart and go over to the time frame and click on this and click 90 days. And yes, I am using Charles Schwab Think or Swim platform. And now, looking at the 90-day, golly, man, this thing has just been trading in this range for so long. Wow. With the 200 just falling and falling and falling and falling and falling and falling and flat and flat, flat. And then all of a sudden, every once in a while with this stock, because it has probably so few shares, 2.32 million shares outstanding and only a 387,000 share float. Every once in a while, you get this spike like there and there. You get a spike like here. You get a spike right there. You get a spike. You get a spike. And you get a spike. Okay? And by the way, this spike is like twice as high as the previous spike. All right, here we go, folks. Trade CHSN. And 128, I'll buy it. I'm going to buy it right here. And I just bought 20 shares. I'm going to buy it again right now at market. CHSN. And there's already 17,000 shares here at 128. And I also want to put in an order here. Let's take a look at VRAX. 490. Okay, I'll buy here 487. Trying to buy 487, and I'll try to buy 486. And they're holding out. We're coming down to 477. I just got 2 orders at 483. And I just bought CHSN at 129. And now I want to try to come down here and get some VRAX at 472. And it's already back up to 490. I could not get any of the 472s. Here we go. 466 now. All right. I just picked up 473. And 473 again. I got 2 at 473 on VRAX. And now I'm going to try for 455. And I just got a 470 on VRAX. I had an order sitting here at 465 and 66, and I didn't get them, even though they say the price hit 462. I did not get a 465 and 66 order that I had sitting there. And the stock I'm on here is VRAX. Very volatile yesterday. Very, very volatile. And I look for it to be the same kind of volatility today. VRAX. Now I'm coming over to my monitor right now. And BATL, I'm up $159 on it. Let's get over here to BATL and take a look at it. My dollar cost average is $1.40, and it's at 143 right now. I've got a boatload of shares of this already. I've got about $7,000 in this already. And look at them trying to hold it here at 143 again, ladies and gentlemen. This is like yesterday. They kept this price at 143 for virtually forever, folks. It was just like there was just 100 million shares at $1.43 yesterday. So, and now I'm just going to sit and tap at it at 143 and try to buy 142 and just see how long they hold it here today. 142 and 143, down 4.69%. Now down 4.68%. And I just bought VRAX at 463. Here we go. And I'm just going to try to get 455 now. VRAX. There we go. I just picked it up at 458 and 464. Finally filled. And I'm trying to buy it at 457 and 455. VRAX. And there she's starting to move now. All right, there she goes, folks. She's on her way back up. And I just got it at 468. VRAX. Here's the chart on it right now. I'll show it to you. Hold on. And I just bought it at 471. VRAX. There's the chart on it right there. And they just tried to attack it down right there. They just got the bottom right there. VRAX, you can see the wick on that thing. It's already starting to rise. They just hit the bottom right there. Good for them. Here's the one-day chart on it. There's the bottom right there. They just hit. And I'm trying to buy it here now. 60 shares. 470. I just got it at 470 and 469. Good morning, sweetie Petey. Wow. Oh.
Which milk is it that I'm supposed to take? This closest one? Are we done? This one says July 17th and this one says July 13th. So this one. Daisy said this morning, you're almost out of milk.
Well.
I said, there's more in the basement.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I just bought at 466 and 460. And the stock I'm buying is VRAX. Already seen how much they can manipulate it down. And I'm just trying to buy at market right now. Yep, 466 I just picked up again. Now, I want you to be aware of something, ladies and gentlemen. There has been no volume here to sell. This is only 800 shares at 466, folks. 800. Okay, so just be aware what they're using here to sell this down is just minuscule amounts of shares, folks. There's nothing huge going on here. At the low of the day, there was only 1,183 shares available. That's $5,000, folks. That's just a $5,000 wage. I could have bought those all myself. Market makers playing their games with very, very few shares here, folks. Just be aware of the little few shares they're using to try to take this down with, folks. They're using virtually nothing here. Usually you see hundreds of thousands. Like up here, 523,000 at 492. That's what you see. Not these measly little amounts like here, 1,800, 5,000, 6,000. There's nothing here, folks. There's no volume down here to hold this and retain it at these lows. It's just a grab, man. It's just a grab. It's a quick, early, out-of-the-gate grab and lasting until 9:40. Then it's going to be over, folks. And then you watch how fast this thing rises, folks. And there she goes now, right back up. There's nothing here. They only had 700 shares at 477, 800 at 478. There are no shares at 479 at all, folks. No shares sold at 479. So you're aware of that. None. There was none sold all through this region. As a matter of fact, here there was only 4,000, 1,000, that's 5,000, 5,400, 9,500, 17,000, that's 23,000. None there, 1,200, 24,000. 100 there at 484. I'm telling you, 30, 36,000, 38,000, 40,000, 45,000. None at 479. 800 at 478. Folks, you're talking about 75,000 shares right in here, folks. I'm telling you, there's nothing to hold it down here. Nothing's going to hold it down. Not for long, it's not. Not, I don't believe it is. I could be wrong, folks, but I don't think so. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming in on this stock and I'm buying it here at 475. I've got my orders in at 472, 73. I see how few shares have actually been sold down here. And I know that they're not going to keep it here, folks, all day. They just don't have enough shares to keep selling here, folks. I don't believe they do. And so the stock I'm buying is VRAX. Now let's go take a look at JLHL right now. Oh, the low, 1233. And I bet you they've halted it. I bet you they halted it. I think it's been halted. I warned you guys about this stock. There's no news on it at all, so be careful. JLHL. Next, HAO. Let's look at HAO. Oh, it's at the bottom of a wall. I'm going to buy 20 shares here right now. And I want to try to buy 166, 167, 168. I want to try to buy 165, 164, 163, 162. I want to buy below this big wall of buyers here. And a lot of times they'll run a thin area here and then another big wall down here at the 155, 156. So be aware of that. And I'm buying again now. There it goes. It's back up through the middle of this. But I want to buy below this wall, if I can. That's HAO. Now we're going to look at WRAP. WRAP. And WRAP is right in the middle here, folks. And there's already been a lot of activity around 220 and 221. They like the 220, 221 a lot here. WRAP. I'm going to pick up a couple shares right here because it's been very thin from here up to there. And this was called out by Jayhawk this morning. Now I want to look at GMM. Goodness gracious, look at all these bought down here at 472, 73. GMM, folks. All right. This stock is up 160%. All right. I just bought HAO at 163. Watch this now. We're going to try to buy right in here. I'm going to buy 20 shares of this right here. And I'm buying GMM. I just bought GMM, folks. And there she rises right back up. She's about to go back up over $5, it looks like. I'm buying GMM. I just got it at $4.92. And I'd really like to get it down here at 4. There we go. There she goes. Nice. All right. I'm buying GMM here, folks, as the stock I'm trading. GMM. And trying to buy at the bottom of this wall, the lowest wall. And there we go. She just took off. There she goes. She's done. GMM, ladies and gentlemen. I'm up 16 on the position now. And that's it for the lows. There, it's back over 5 now. And folks, listen, I want to day trade this with you. I want to sell here at 507, 508 right now. These are numbers on my day trade buy sell sheet here, folks. 506, 7, and 8. Raise up your bids now to 486 and 487. And I'm going to sell right now 506, 7, and 8. I also want to sell 20 at 511 and 513. There we go. I just sold 506 and 507. And my buyback's going to be 493 here or 495. Okay, I just sold 506 and 507. My buyback's going to be 493 to 495. And I told you this was this morning when this was called out, GMM. I said that's going to be my stock, Port Bear and Jeffy Guru. It was at one. It has 1.79 million shares outstanding, 525,000 share float. It was at 20.94% of the shares outstanding are shorted. It's got a heavy short position. It's got a very heavy short position. And I just bought back at 494. Nice. Now we're going to sell it 508, 511, 513. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Just sold 508, and here comes 511. And the stock I'm trading is GMM, and I just sold 511. And now your buyback should be at 4. Oh, yeah, there they are coming down to me. Look at that. I just filled it. 486. 486. Nice. Sold 511 and bought back 486, folks. Oh, man, using my dollar cost average sheet, my buy sell sheet right there. Come on out at 507 again. 508. I just bought at 492. Now you're going to sell 499, folks, and $5, okay? And 501. All right, I'm going to teach you how to day trade this stock today, ladies and gentlemen. The stock I'm trading right now is GMM. GMM. And there we go. I just sold 499 and 5. I should have just sold 499. There it goes, $5. Just sold 502. Just sold 504. Just sold 505. Nice. There we go. Just sold 506. And I'm up $51 on this position right now. Now I'm up 56 on it. Just sold 507. Oh yeah, now we're gonna sell 519. Oh yeah, just sold 521. All right, up $62 on this GMM. Man, what a great call out. Raise your buy to 499 now. Coming to 498 and 497, okay? You still may even get a 482 buy, 483 here. Believe you me, okay? And the minimum buy will be here at right at $5, 501, 502 right now. And you're going to sell here 525, ladies and gentlemen, if you can. Right? And what you're doing is you're playing in this range that they're playing in this trench. And man, what a great buy on those right there. My dollar cost average is 492 a share. Your buyback should come down here now, or should be able to get in the 499 again still, or the low fives. A minimum of 507 buyback here. There we go. There's the 497s. There they are. There they are. There's the 497s. Here they come. Oh yeah, take it on down. Take it down. Take it down. Take it down. Oh, right to 497s, folks. Beautiful. Now come on back up and sell 507, 508. Sell the 511, the 513. This is gorgeous. GMM. The stock is up 168%. Here they come, right down to my buy orders again at the bottom of this big wall. I just picked it up there. And I'm sorry I can't keep up with all of you guys. Cat BATL is up 145. Okay, thank you. BATL. And I just bought GM at 487, 482, 482. All right, I just bought GMM at 482, folks. All right, I see BATL up there. Yep, I see it. BATL. Thank you for keeping me informed on that. Wow, SoFi, huh? All right. All right, SoFi. Woo-hoo. Oh, nice. Let's look at CHSN now. Oh, they've taken it to the bottom, folks. 115 trade, CHSN. Oh, I'm coming in there. CHSN. And thank you for letting me know about CHSN. There has been a whole lot of buying going on here, ladies and gentlemen, at this price. And right now, they're sitting 1 penny over my dollar cost average, CHSN. Because I just bought 400 shares there, right there. When I saw it at 415, I bought them. And now I'm up $5 on the position. CHSN, it was called out by Port Bear. In the pre-market, the high was 176, folks. 176 pre-market high. All right? And I just bought a lot of shares at 115 and 116, and she's at 121 now. The pre-market high was 176, folks. CHSN. Good call, Port Bear. Thank you. Now I'm going to go back over and look at VRAX again. Ah, nice. Okay. 466. Yeah, baby. And they haven't had any shares down here at 466, folks. 466, they've only gotten 55,000 shares. No, sorry. Yeah, 55,000 shares here, folks, is all. 55,000. And I'm buying it at 462 now and 457. And by the way, the desire at 460 has been 98,000 at 460 to buy it at 460, where I just bought it. And right now I'm buying it at 459. And I'm down on this big time, but I've got a lot of cash to put in at this low right here, so I'm buying up the low right here. And I just bought it at 459 again. And I'm grateful to those that have the shares, the few that they're throwing out here to get this low. And I'm grateful to them because I'm just going to sit here and buy where they're buying right now at 458.5 and 455, folks. And I'm going to keep buying it here. And I just picked up 455, one of my favorite numbers to buy in. And I'm just picking up 20 shares at a time, but at 455, I'm going to come in heavier. And now I'm at 456. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And at this low right now of 450, they had 7,000 shares is what they had at the low. 7,000. $7,000 is what they just had at the low of $4.50. And guess where they're going to take it back up to? 513. Okay? That's what they're going to take it back up to from here. $5.13 is what it's going to go back up to. I already showed you this morning how much that line means to them. 513. And I'm just buying here, ladies and gentlemen, at $5.51 a share. I'm ready to buy here. I'm ready to load the boat. And I'm not the only one buying here, folks. Seems to me like the only number I can get here, though, is 455. And that doesn't surprise me at all. Because that is a number they love to accumulate. And at 455, they've only had 12,000 shares here now, 12,548. Folks, we saw 900,000 and a million on this stock at some candlesticks yesterday. And now we're filling it 457. So the 455s have indeed run out. Yep, the 455s are gone, and I'm filling now at 457s. 457 a share. And I'm rapidly dropping my dollar cost average by buying these shares here right now. It's really helping my DCA a lot. And the stock I'm buying here, ladies and gentlemen, is VRAX. VRAX. And again, I show you that they're using very, very, very small amounts of volume to sustain or get these prices. They're using just over here 2,000 shares, folks, 2,200 here. It's such little amount, folks, $8,000 worth of investment here. They're using so little amounts. And this stock can move quickly, folks. VRAX. It can move very rapidly, folks. I wonder who's decided to plant it at 454 a share and 455 and stop it there at that number. I already know why they stopped it at $5.13, but I wonder who's decided to pick this number to the accumulation point, because somebody sure as heck has. And all I can do is tell you that I'm grateful for them doing it, because if I couldn't get 452s right here, my dollar cost average would be way higher. And so I'm just sitting here buying right now at 452 a share. I've got plenty of cash from selling all the VRAX I did yesterday at the highs in the $6 range, folks. So I've got plenty of cash to keep buying here as long as they want to keep selling it here at 452 until they run out. And there they go, folks. Adios, 452s, and we're back to the 455s. And we're back to 455s. Plenty of dumpers here. Plenty of cell phone farms working here, folks. Look at that. Look at that. At 10 o'clock and 42nd, at the same time, at the same exact time, look at all the one share orders they're trying to use on these cell phone farms to hold this down with. One share, folks, all at the same second. See, that's why you're not seeing any accumulating candlesticks here over here at these low at this low. They're just using onesie twosies, folks, to get here. I hear several mice in the house. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Well, that stinks.
Yeah, you're downstairs. Go say hi to Grandpa or play with your toys down here. It's up to you, whichever you want to do. I'm not playing my toys down here. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, it's nice and cool down here.
Yes, it is.
Well, this is the bottom, folks. This is where I'm buying 451 a share, 450, just sitting here tapping away. And if they break it below 450, I'll be buying it there too, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to lower my dollar cost average right now. And so I'm just going to keep buying it right here, tapping it right here, buying it up, 450 a share.
Tea time? Yeah. Okay, you're almost done.
Yep. Tea time.
Okay, we got
Oh, there they go. Now we got 449 once.
okay. Okay.
Oh, that's hot.
That's very hot.
Very, 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 very hot. The tea is very, 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 very hot.
And we just need to wait a little bit.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be aware at this lowest price on VRAX right now of 450 a share, at that price, there were only 9,600 shares available at 450. Okay? What?
Would you like
Oh.
You ready for tea?
Oh, yes. I've got my cup over here ready. Oh, well, you can pour some in here when you get some for me, all right? All right, thank
Lower
you.
your voice over there a little bit, honey. Just a little.
Lower my voice.
Thank you. I'm overstimulated.
JP Panic is calling SCNX. What? Okay, thank you. Oh, look, I got my own cup of tea, everyone. Yay, thank you, Maisie.
Amy's got some too.
All right, here you go, folks. You want to try some?
Some too.
There you go. Ooh, yeah.
Very
Mm.
good tea. That one's you for you?
Let me try mine.
You want some of mine?
Oh, that's nice. It's perfect hot. It's not too hot.
It's not too hot. It's too cold.
Thank you, Maisie.
Okay, Grandma's gonna leave you down here with Grandpa for just a second while I go get my coffee and I go get that thing that I can hear Nora. Okay, that I put in my bedroom. You hearing me? I'm gonna go get the speaker so I can hear Nora if she cries. Okay.
Yeah, that'll be perfect. The boss is in the building. Time for tea. Yes. Oh, that goes in the tea? Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on, Megan. Hold on. Hold on, Maisie. Let me get that. Here's my teacup. You put it in my tea for me. Maisie, I thought you were going to put it in my tea. Oh, you are doing it? I got the teacup right here. You already gave me a cup of tea. I just want you to put some of that in it for me. Oh, you can't find your teapot lid? Oh, does it have to have the teapot lid to pour it? It just disappeared. Where did it go to? Maybe Grandma has it. She'll probably bring it back down. Okay?
What do I have?
The lid to her teapot.
I don't know if I have it, honey.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there are no more shares apparently of this stock at $4.50. And right now I'm filling at 455 again. And right now I'm going to fill at 457. So I guess they just ran out of all the shares at 450, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, it looks like they've run completely out of all those shares in the 450s and 452s, 453s. And ladies and gentlemen, my dollar cost average on this stock is 470 a share, okay? 470. And I'm just going to buy here at market now.
Oh, I know you didn't take it. I'm just saying, where did it fall off to? Because, I think it's right here. Here it is. I found it.
Yay, we found the lid to the teapot, everybody. Hello there, Wendy. Hello, welcome. Look at OWL for a longer term, okay, Blue? OWL. Blue says, look at the long term on that.
Put it in my coffee cup? Could you put the tea?
All right, well, let me go over here to my long sheet and let me add it, okay? And let's see what it looks like, how it adds up to my other stocks. All right, BLUE. SCHD. Hold on. SCHD. And now we want to look at BLOWL.
Did you know that
What, honey?
Monton. I think the tea is Monton.
Oh,
I think. Is that right, Macy? No Monton?
there we go. Okay. Well, let me show you something about this as a long position, okay? OWL. First of all, over the last 5 days, the stock has gone up 0.7. Over the last 10, it's gone up 11.6. Over the last 30 days, it's down 7%. And over the last year, it's down 52%. That's not good. That's not good. Okay. So that one definitely would not qualify for my long sheet. Okay. That's not good. So that one unfortunately doesn't work out. And I'm going to hit clear cells. So sorry. I appreciate the tip on it, but that's not going to get it for me on a long sheet. Not down that much. No.
Not on a short sheet.
All right, so let's go over and take a look at some other ones. But I appreciate you calling it out. But for me, that's not a long play.
Would it work for a short play?
Yeah, it could work for a short play if it because it is up during the last week 10%. But for the long play, it isn't. It's trending down on the long sheet. Okay, but thanks for calling it out, Blue. Let's take a look at the ones that were called out this morning. In case you're joining me late. Yep. I don't care if it has a dividend. If it's down 54%, that isn't going to cover dividends, aren't going to cover 54% loss over a year. Sorry. So we're going to look now at the one that was the hot one this morning with no news on it at all. And I just bought VRAX at 452 and 449. There we go. And I'm trying to buy VRAX at 444 a share, 445.
Get out to your house too, the teapot and the dishes. Probably go in your house really well.
I am not scared. Where other people get scared out, I buy. And I've got a lot of cash here still to work with.
You like it down here better? Yeah.
All right. Let's take a look now at JLHL, which everyone was shouting about this morning. It was up. Oh, CHSN, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. CHSN.
It's ready. I'm ready.
CHSN. Oh, yeah. Nice call on that CHSN. I'm up $75 on that, folks. And I've got 460 shares, so I'm going to sell it here, here, and here. You sell the 136, 37, 38, folks. Always sell those numbers. All right, and here goes 143 and 144. I'm going to try to get out at 142, 43, and 44. And I just sold right there, 136, 37, 38. And the next numbers I'm going to sell is 142, 143, and 144 on this stock. CHSN. CHSN, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for calling that out this morning. Port Bear. Nice call out. Very nice. CHSN. Nice. 138 to sell. There we go. Here we go. We're going to be getting out right here. There we go. Nice. There's a 142 sell. There's a 142, and I'm up 95. There's a 143 waiting and 144 right here, folks. Those are sell numbers on my buy-sell sheet. You guys know to sell these numbers here. Don't even hesitate. Don't even think about it. Sell the 142, 143, 144 right here. There you go. I just sold 144 and 145, and now we're going to go out at 148 and 149. All right, we're going out at 148 and 149 now. I'm up $100 on this position, and this is CHSN, and I just bought VRAX at 445. I just sold this one at 148 and 149, and now I have no positions left, and I made $101 on it. CHSN. Thank you very much, Port Bear. Nice. Nice. Now your buybacks are going to be here at. Okay. All right. Well, your buybacks here, folks, should be 133, 130, 131. This is CHSN. I just bought VRAX at 444. VRAX. Oh, man, look at that takedown. Look at that takedown. Look at that fleece out. Look at all the red right there. Look at all the red.
What, sweetheart?
I watched the red face. It was dark right here, but it
Yeah.
Is it that right there? Is it that?
no.
Look at all the selling. Look what they're selling, folks. One share at a time. One share at a time at 444. See that? Just one share at a time, people. Well, I'm not buying one share at a time. I'm buying 60 shares at a time here. And so few shares that they have that they're selling here. I mean, they're selling so few shares here. At 443, they sold 12,000. At 444, they ran out. Oh, they got a tweener at 444.37, folks. The tweener going on. Whoa, she just jumped up 10 cents a share just then. She just jumped up 10 cents a share. I guess they ran out of the 444s, ladies and gentlemen. And now all they have is 450s. Now 453. Beautiful. Back over 450. Man, I bet you whoever just bought those shares down there at 443 with me and 444 are just so elated right now. They're probably popping their champagne now. They're probably popping that champagne now. Well, I can tell you one thing. My dollar cost average is $4.66 on this stock, ladies and gentlemen. 466. And as long as they want to give away 448s to me, that's good because I'm just going to keep lowering my DCA. I don't see any more 443s, 444s. Don't see those anymore. I'm looking over here. This is what I see them dumping, 446s. 446 is the dump.
Stack's so pretty. Are we done?
And I just picked up another 448.
Do you want to eat your pancake now? That Grandpa made you? You getting ready to eat it? Okay, let's go up and eat your pancake. Tell Grandpa you're going to go eat your pancake he made you.
Okay.
You go tell him.
I'm gonna eat the pancakes you made.
You're going to do what?
Go eat
I'm gonna eat my pancake you just made last night.
Oh, the pancakes I made last night you're going to have now? Well, here, I drank all the tea. Do you want your cup back?
Oh, go get your cup back.
Okay.
Thank you. That was delicious. I appreciate it.
Yeah, let's clean up.
Let's clean up. Okay, got to clean up.
Okay, let's clean
Let's
up.
put them in this pot.
Okay. I'll help you.
Last call for 448 on VRAX.
Oh, you got that one? All right.
Last call for 448 on VRAX. That's my call. Last shot.
Nice and cool down
448.
down here to cool off. Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for cleaning everything up. All right. When are they going to run out of these shares at 448? They've sold now 5,000 of them. Just 5,000 shares at 448, folks. Isn't that something? Just 5,000 shares there at 448. Yesterday, we were seeing 600, 700,000, 900,000, over a million. And now they've got 5,000 there. 5,000. Okay. I see how that works. And that's the end of the 448s and the 449s and the 450s. They are gone. And the 451s seem to have all disappeared now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the stock VRAX. VRAX. SCNX. All right, thank you, JP Panic. And let me have a look at that one. SCNX. And this is VRAX right now, folks. VRAX's chart, they just took it down to the low at 1013. 1013, ladies and gentlemen. No coincidence at all. At the time, 1013, they established the low. At 10:13 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, there's the low at exactly 10:13. What a coincidence, folks. What a coincidence, Savannah. Man, LUCY looks good right now. And I'm up $300 on this position since I opened it. LUCY. Today I'm up 187.20 on it. And I'm going to sell this here. Yep, I'm up 183 bucks on it today. There we go. LUCY. Selling it at 115 right now. And I just bought VRAX at 446 again. How long will they keep these shares here? Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't want to buy that many. Hold on. $446, folks. Wonder who's decided to settle in and buy the shares at 444 here. I just don't know. I do know at the low of the day, 443, they only had 1,000, folks, 1,000 shares. At the low of the day, 1,160 shares. They don't even have a candlestick color on it. The low of the day, 1,160 shares. That shows you how they're manipulating this stock with one share orders, folks. At the low of the day, they had 1,160 shares at 443 a share. That's all. 1,160 shares. Does that tell you something? It should. Ah, yes, the old 444. Beautiful. I'm filling here at 445 a share, folks, where I see again at the low of the day 443 they've had 1,160 shares. At 444 14,000 shares. We're going for the record low. There we are, 443. And now I'm hoping to buy some 438s here. I don't know. We might be there. 440. That's a good number, too, as well. Yep. If they could get 438, believe you me, they would right now. If they could get 438, they'd get it. And that's why I'm buying this number, because I don't see them getting 438. And that's the only reason, because, ladies and gentlemen, the 38 is one of my favorite numbers to buy. And if they don't get 38, I'll be surprised, actually. 37 and 38. Oh, they're going for the jugular now, 430. They just went for the jugular at 430. And ladies and gentlemen, at the low of the day, 429, they just sold 318 shares and 700 at 430 and 1,400 at 431 and none at 432. None at 432, folks. No shares sold at 432. No shares sold at 432 at all. See, the one thing I like to let people know is when they start running it down from 444 to here to 429, look at the amount of shares they did it on. 1,900 here, 2,300, so that's like 20. I mean, there's just no shares, 3,000 there. None at 439 and none at 438. None there at 439 and 438. None. Those are their numbers they like to get the most. 437 and 438, and they got no shares. 260 at 438. Just 260 shares at 438, folks. So now it's going to stay down there. How? How's it going to stay down here? When they only had how many to sell there? 943 shares at 438. Oh, baby. No way it stays down here. No freaking way. No way. No way, baby. You're going to hear the ding dong song, and I think it just rang at 429 a share. And now we're already back up to 440s and quickly rising, folks. And it doesn't surprise me because they haven't had any shares over here to sell in this 430 to 440 range. It's just a big gap now, a big gap, a huge gap right here, a huge gap. And the stock I'm on is VRAX. I just filled at 438 again. And again, I look over here, I see no volume at all. I just don't see anything at all here. I don't see any big numbers selling here, folks. I just don't. I don't. I see minuscule, teeny weeny shares being sold here. Oh, yeah. Look at the buyers coming in now. 440, 442, 443, 444. Right back up, folks. And no way to hold it here. No way to hold it captive. Because they don't have the shares here, folks. They just don't have the volume here. They don't have the volume here. They don't have it. This is absolutely not a panic sell-off. There's no question about it. There's no way it's a panic sell-off. This is a money grab, folks. In no way is it a panic sell-off. And I already showed you the many times when they ran it down, they were using one share at a time. One share. One share. And we're already back up to 443 now. And there should be no way to hold it down. There should be no way to hold this down. My dollar cost average is $4.58. I'm buying now 20 shares at a time. I'm down on this big time. I'm down 1,600 on it right now. But I don't believe it's going to stay here. And the reason why is because I just saw what little amounts of shares they were using to sell to run it down right there to 429. And I mean, they use virtually nothing. And this is the stock right now, VRAX. There it is. There was the bottom right there, VRAX. And look at all the buyers that came in there, VRAX. Salty Dog, VRAX. You're getting it at the bottom right there. There's the bottom. They just achieved the price. 429 a share. 429. Look at the 5-day chart on this. The price was at $13.19 yesterday morning in the pre-market. Look how they just drove it down here early to below the 200-day to right there. Why? Why that line? I just sold Lucy at 115. Nice. Why did they just take this down to that line right there? Why did they just take it down to that line right there? Why did they pick that line to take it down to? Well, look over here. You can see the relevance to it. I mean, it's smack dab right in the middle of all that. Look how they tried to hold it at that price for so freaking long. So when it ran up, they ran it back down to that same price, folks. Oh, yeah. Right there. And look at the 20-day chart. VRAX. Down 31% right now. They just triggered the 30% stop losses when they did that. They just triggered the 30% stop losses. Good for them. They triggered the 30% stop losses. And when they did, they had nobody selling. There was no one selling. At 429, there was only 318 shares. At 430, there was only 700. At 431, there was only 1,400. At 432, there were no shares sold at all. At 433, there were only 3,000, folks. 3,113 at 433, folks. 3,113 at 433. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. And now you see how few shares they're using to try to run this down, folks. I already showed you. They were only selling 11111 share at a time. 11111 at 429. Just one share at a time. And at 429, they sold 318 one share orders. Oh my. Just gave away the last shares, ladies and gentlemen, at 434. Say goodbye to 433.33. Say goodbye forever to 433.33. All right? All right. Now we're at 437. And you can say goodbye forever for 433.33, where they just sold 3,113 shares. What a coincidence. 3,113 at 433, folks. You can say goodbye to those shares now. Adios, amigos. And even here at 437 and 38, there's just no volume, no panic selling, no massive sell-off. All done by, in my opinion, manipulated by design just to try to fleece everyone out on the lowest volume they possibly could use to get it down here. At the lowest amount of shares they could possibly have to sell to get it down here. And notice they can't get it below 437, 438. They can't get it below there. They can't make it go any lower. Oh, man, it just jumped to 445, folks. Ding dong, the shorts went long. And now we're looking at 440s and 445s, folks. Say goodbye to the 436s and 437s and 438s, that's for sure. The lowest I can get right now is 440 a share. Oh, and look, they're selling one share at a time, folks, at 440. One share at 440. Uh-huh. One share at a time at 440. Look at that one share count, folks. One share, one share, one share. 500 at 440. 1038.08. That's the last 500, folks, at 440. And the buyers are coming in steadily now at 445 and now 447. Dumpers are still trying to dump out 440s, but the bid is 435. The ask is 445. The bid is 437. The ask is 445. The bid is 435. The ask is 445. The bid is 435. The ask is 445. The bid is 437. The ask is 445. The bid is 435. The ask is 435. 445. The bid is 438. And the ask is 445. The bid has now risen from 434 to 435 to 436 to 437, and the bid is now 438. And the ask is 445. The bid is 438. 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 The ask is 445. And they're selling at the ask now. They're paying the asking price, 445. That's good, folks. And I just bought it at 442. I guess they finally ran out of all the 438s. The bid is 439 now. The ask is 445. And the numbers both went up. The bid is 439. The ask is 445. And I'm filling at 442 right now. The bid is 439. The ask is 445. The stock is VRAX. The bid is 439. The ask is 446. And the bid just rose to 440. The ask is 446. The bid just rose to 440. The ask is 446. Yep. The bid is 439. The ask is 446. I'm holding off on buying here. I'm watching this very closely. The stock is down 30% right now, so they triggered the 30% stop losses. And I just filled at 443. And the bid is 439, and the ask is 436. 446. And the bid is dropping to 435, and the ask is 446. They just dropped the bid 4 cents, but the ask has remained the same. And now the bid has risen to 437. And the ask is still at 446 and is not moving. Oh, and now the bid is rose to 437. And now the bid is back down to 435. But the ask has not changed. The ask is still 446. So it does not matter what the chumps try with the bid, dropping it and up a little and down a little. The ask has remained constant, 446 a share. And the stock I'm on is VRAX. And ladies and gentlemen, the bid just went up to 440. From 435 to 440. The bid just rose to 440. And the ask is still 446. So nobody wants to part for less than 446. And the bid is now 440 and the ask is 446. And the stock is VRAX. And the bid is 440, the ask is 446. It's down 30.03%. Down 30%, folks, and the bid is 440, the ask is 446. And there are sells that are going through at the ask, 446. And the stock is VRAX. I'll show it to you on the chart right now, VRAX. All right. And there was the bottom right there. Look at that. There was the bottom. And now this candlestick has risen above this line of resistance right here. So there was the bottom they just achieved just then. And here's the 1-day chart. So there's the bottom they just achieved right there. And I wonder why they stopped the 5-day down right there at that number. Why did they stop it there? Let's go look at the 5-day chart. It never stopped there before. Over the last 5 days, it never stopped there. How about over the last 20 days? Oh, yeah, it stopped there before. That line right there, 435 a share. They're very familiar with that number. Hold on. 435 a share. Look over here where they stopped it from rising there. Look where they stopped it from rising. Stopped it from rising. Stopped it from rising. Stopped it from rising. Look at it at the bottom right there, 435. Look at it right there, the bottom, 435 right there. Stopped it from rising, stopped it from rising, stopped it from rising. And now they drop it to that number, 435. That's why they took it there, folks. Uh-oh, now she's at 447. Look at this, folks. And still dumpers trying to dump 440. Oh my gosh, and the bid has risen to 445. The ask is 447. The bid has risen to 445. The ask is 447. And no one is selling for less than the 447 right here. It doesn't look like 446 is it. Let's look at the chart. VRAX on the 1-day chart. Oh man. Whoa, look at that thing rise. VRAX. What a dump down, folks, from 513 down to 435. Nice. VRAX. Man, they're trying to keep it down here so hard. They're doing it with such few shares, though. At 441 a share, they've only had 3,900 shares at 441. At 442, they've had 17,000 shares. Look at them raising these. Look at them raising these ask prices now, and they've got 9 for sale at 445. 9. Now 447 is the ask. There are so few shares here, folks. Oh, 438's again. 438's again, folks, for the what? 7th time, 8th time, 438 buys. And now those are gone. We're going for 439s. And those are gone now. Now we're going for 440s. And the bid is 439. The ask is 445. Interesting. The bid was just 40.45 and the ask was 447. So they're still working this thing real hard, folks. Market makers are all over this thing. And this is the stock here, folks. VRAX. VRAX. And on this last candlestick, buyers bid is 440. The ask is 445. The stock is down 30.03%. So they've triggered the 30% stop losses, and it won't fall any further. And the bid is 440. The ask is 446 again now. I see the ask is at 447. Oh, the bid just dropped to 440 and the ask is 443. I wonder where the 438s are now. Where are the 438s they just had? Literally 2 minutes ago. Where did the 438s all go to? And now the bid is 441. The ask is 445. There they go again. Bid 436, ask 438. Nice. Well, I'm just buying, folks, here 20 shares at a time. And I keep trying to buy here, folks, because why not? They sure haven't dropped this thing any lower than 429, where they had a whole 318 shares at 429, folks. And they had 700 at 430. And they had 1,400 at 431. And they had no shares at 432. They had no shares at 432, folks. They had, look here at the low, 429 was the low right here. And they had only at 429, they only had 318 shares. At 430, they had 700. At 431, 1,400. And at 432, they had none. At 433, they had 3,000. At 434, they had 6,000. At 435, 17,000. But at 436, only 5,500. At 437, only 4,700. At 438, 12,290. Then at 439, 6,200. At 440, they had 11,517 and ran out. At 441, they had 7,100 and ran out. At 442, they had 22,000. That's the most of all down here. 22,000 at 442. 22,905, and they ran out. Then at 443, they had 10,222 and ran out finally. At 444, they had 16,000 and they ran out. And at 445, they had 75,000 before they ran out at 445. And they finally ran out at 75,000 at 445. So now I'm going to raise these buy orders up, up, and up we go. I guess they've finally ran out at 438 with just 12,290 shares. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And don't be wrong. I want you to know I'm down 1,600 on this position right now. But I've put a lot of money into this, folks. I got about I've got a lot of money in it. And now we're going to 446. And the bid just reached 450. The bid is 448 and the ask is 450. And quickly they are now approaching my dollar cost average. And I do not believe here they've had any shares. 28,000. Here 17,000. Here 21,000. And here 81,000 at 450, folks. 81,000 they had at 450 and ran out. Oh, yeah. Last call for 449, ladies and gentlemen. And right now I'm down 1,100 on this position. But watch how quickly that will go away. I just made $100. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just made another 120. This is the stock I'm on, folks. VRAX. VRAX. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the definition of a very hairy nut sack right there. Double nut, baby. Double nut. Dadgummit, man. I'm about to go green. Look at that, folks. I'm going green on this. 456 now, 458. Bid is 454, ask is 456. Guess where they're sitting, folks? They're sitting on my dollar cost average. They're sitting on my DCA right now. There they are on my dollar cost average, ladies and gentlemen. 456. What do you know? Now they are sitting and accumulating on my dollar cost average. And trying to buy it for 1 penny below me. The bid is 454, the ask is 457. What a coincidence that they would be sitting now on my dollar cost average. Well, I'm going to start selling here, folks. And my dollar cost average has just dropped to 450 per share. 450 per share. Now I'm going to start selling at 460, 463, 464. I'm going to sell all these numbers here, folks. But I'm not going to put in a bunch of sell orders here. I don't want to do that. I don't want you to do that either, please. And right now on GMM, I'm down 216. LUCY, I'm up 160. SUNE, wow, SUNE, I'm up $622 on, folks. SUNE. I'm sorry. SUNE. Look at that, folks. Up, very nice profit on SUNE. Up 519. And I already know to sell over $3, so I'm going to sell here. Oh, look, it's already at 298 now, and they're already attacking the crap out of it. But I'm going to try and sell 304, 307, 308. SUNE. These are numbers on my buy sell sheet, folks. Might as well get out here, up $459, folks. And you can see how hard they're trying to hold this thing and keep it under $3. They're just dedicated to hold this thing under $3. SUNE. And they've got a spoof sell of 1,600 shares, 2,000 shares at 307. So they think it's going to 307. SUNE up 16%, folks, today. Nice. Thank you for calling that out yesterday. SUNE. Emmanuel sells Houston. SUNE. There we go. We're getting out right here, folks. I hate it when I see my numbers reached and then they don't fill my number cells. I hate it when I see that. Just now, SUNE, they just ran it up over 302, and none of these sold. None of these sold. So I just take them out if they're going to play that game with me. So, say goodbye to all those sell orders. And when it gets up there, then I'll just sell it at market. Bastards. If they're not going to sell when it goes over my numbers like they just were at, then I'll just sell it at market. But look at all the effort to keep this thing under $3. Look at all the shares they've sold under $3. Even you got all these buyers up here that bought at 317, 318, 319. But look at all this effort to hold it under $3, all that selling. And now I'm going to sell at market at 306. There it goes. And see, I took those orders away, and now I'm going to sell at market. Of course, a market share order takes 15 seconds to friggin' fill. Ridiculous. So I want to take it off now. God, I can't sell with my limit orders, and I can't sell with market either. Look, they just filled it at 302. Peckerheads. God. And it was sitting at 306. Man, ridiculous, Charles Schwab. Sell my freaking orders when it gets there. Whatever. Yep, SUNE is making a move. Yep. Well, I'm trying to sell it, and they've hit my number 3 times and didn't sell it, so I decided to go market, and I put a market order in, and they waited 15 seconds to sell that off. God. Oh, geez. I'm just going to get rid of the sell order altogether. I've got 420 shares left. I'll just put it in at 60 right here. They think it's going to 309. See, they've got a spoof sell at 309, folks. They got a spoof at 310. They just raised it to 310. So here I'll try a 60 share order right now. And they've moved their spoof sell up to 315. So I just sold a market share order I put in when the price was at 306, just waited to sell until the price got to 301 and sold. God, dogs, I tell you, folks. Ridiculous. Well, I got 360 shares left. Let's try and sell 311 and 313. I just bought VRAX at 453. Just look at this countless number of shares that are available at 296, 97, 98, and 99. Just all those shares to keep selling it here under 290, under $3. SUNE. Just a major effort to hold it under $3. Major effort to hold it under $3. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to start buying at 288, 289, 290, 291, 292, 293, 294. And look at them run it right back up as soon as I start load those orders in below. 295, 296. And look at that thing take off right there. As soon as I start loading in my orders there and start running, look at them run it up away from me. I'm ready to buy at these manipulated numbers. Yeah, there we go. Now let's try and buy it at $2.99. And I'm going to remove these sell orders at 303, and they just filled it at 304. I'm going to remove these now, moving them all out. I'm not selling a single share till it hits 313 now from them playing those games with me. There we go. We're back to 307 now. Nice. And I just picked up 301 twice. Oh, I got them in a jam now. They don't know what to do. I got these buy orders down here, all the way up to 303, 302, 303. I just sold 311, just sold 313, and now I'm going to sell 317 and 315, 319 and 320. I'm going to sell those. Just sold 315, just sold 317. And I'm up 507 on this position today. Nice. Well done, guys. If you're trading this with me, SUNE. SUNE has gap at 241. Well, I'm selling here 311. 313, I'm out. Yep, just sold 313 again. Trying to sell 319 and 320 now. And will they try to take it back down below 3 again? You wait until lunchtime. Yes, they will. At lunchtime, they will. So I'm going to lower these from 305 down to 296, 295, 294, 293, 292, 291. Oh, they'll come here. 290. There you go. They'll be back down here. They'll be back down below $3. And the minimum is going to be 301. And I'm probably going to be able to buy back now again at 303. But We'll leave them down here under $3 because they'll come back under 3 again, most likely, folks. Most likely. Now I'm trying to sell 319 and 320. And I'm going to try to sell 317, 318, 319, and 320 right now. And I just bought VRAX at 452 again. And here we go. SUNE going to sell now 317, 318, 319, 320. Nice. Now going to sell 323 and 325. Don't get greedy, folks. These are numbers to sell on my buy sell sheet. You know that. 320 is always a sell. And you can usually buy back after you sell the 320. You can buy back at 288 so often, folks. All right, so often. There we go. Just sold 321. And now I'm going for 325. Going for 325 on SUNE. Up 514 on it today. Looking to sell 325 right now. But at lunchtime, don't be surprised to see them try to take it back below $3 again, or by the end of the day, be down at 292 or 288, folks. Don't be surprised at all by that. And the minimum you're going to buy off of a 320 is going to be 307, 308. So I'm going to try to put in an order now, 307 and 308. The least you'll get is 311 from the 320, folks. All right? So I'll try that too. So let's see if I'm right. We're coming down to 311 from the 320. Oh, it was at 325, so 13 cents would be 312. So they're going to come to 312, 13 cents down. Here they come right now. Here they come right now. And just go ahead and buy the 313. Just go ahead and snap that up. The stock I'm on is SUNE. If you can get 313, you might as well pick up at least 20 shares there. There they go. I just picked up at 305, 302, 2299, 298. There they go. All right. Look at them. Drop it now. 297, 298, 299. They didn't even wait until lunchtime, folks. They ran it down just then. Now we're going to sell 309, 311, 312, 313. That was fabulous right there. And I just sold 309. Yeah. And here comes the 311, 312, and 313 sells. Man, did they just do exactly what I called out or what? Oh, yeah, here comes the sales right now on SUNE. 511, 512, 513. I'm sorry, 311, 312, and 313 sells coming up. VRAX, back to it. Oh, they're sitting 1 penny over my dollar cost average. VRAX sitting 1 cent over my dollar cost average at $4.51 a share. I'll buy some more there. Well, let's just buy 452 if they won't give me 451. There, I got 451. I wonder how long and why they're trying to get 450. 124,000. I just sold SUNE at 317, and I just sold it at 319. Oh yeah, I'm gonna sell it at 320. There we go. Just sold it at 322. Just sold 325. Now 329 and 330. Sell 331. 333. Sell them, folks. I just sold 329 on SUNE. And I'm up right now on this stock, $555. SUNE. Just sold 329. And look, I just got through buying. I just sold in the 320s, bought down in the 297s, now selling at 329. Nice. And we're going to go on up here and put our buy orders at 308 now. They'll probably come down to 308 at lunchtime. I'm guessing 308, maybe even 30. Let's just raise right up in here to the low threes. And now I'm selling here 329, 330, 331, and 333. And the stock I'm selling is SUNE. SUNE. And at 333, your buyback minimum is going to be 320. 13-cent down. So I'm going to put in a 320, put in a 319. I just sold 331. Just sold 330. And here comes the 333 sell. And next you want to sell 337 and 338. And make sure you sell 337 and 338 on this stock, SUNE. And they can still drop it below $3, ladies and gentlemen, this stock, to try to close it out under $3. Because they're committed to doing that. They tried so hard. Look at all the shares they had there, like 1 million shares there below $3. So they're still going to try to sell there, folks. Your minimum buyback now is at 320 a share right now after selling 336, 320. And it'll really be 323. Your minimum buyback is 323 now, 13 cents down from the 336 where we just sold it. 323, folks, is where I got my order starting. I've also got buy orders at 320, 319, buy orders at 308, all the way down to $3. And below $3, I expect them to take it down to 292, 293. Folks, I'm telling you, you want to sell for sure 337 and 338 here. Now, they've got a spoof sell at 342, so they think it's going to 342 right now. But please, if I were you, I'd sell 337 and 338 right now. I just sold 337. And I just sold 338, I think. Yep, 338's gone. And now I have made 565 on this today, and I have no shares left. Now, your buy from the 338 should be 325, 13 cents down. 325, folks. So put in some orders. 325, 326, 327. The minimum after a 339 sell is going to be 329. 10 cents down. And the stock I'm trading is SUNE. And right now, let's take a look. And I see VRAX. VRAX. Back to 449 where they bought a bunch of shares at 450 today. And we'll start buying there, 20 shares at 450. And we got 448. So let's try that again. Try for some 446 here. Try for some 447s. There, we got some 444s again. Very nice. Well, we know how much they like to accumulate 443 and 444, folks. It's one of their favorite numbers. This is on the stock VRAX. They already had it way down here to 429, 433, 436, 37, 38 forever. Now they're trying to hold a 444 share price. 444, ladies and gentlemen. Another number on my buyback sheet right here. There's the number. Buyback. Look right there, folks, in the middle of the screen. 43, 44. Those are buybacks. And they love that number to buy back, so that's why I'm trying to buy 43 and 44. And at 444, folks, they've had a whopping 24,000 shares, but at 445, 140,000. 140,000. Oh, yeah. You're supposed to believe that, folks. That's right. I just bought SUNE at 325. I just bought SUNE at 323. See, I told you. And oh yeah, they've got all these shares now to give away. 1 in 5 shares at a time at 442, folks. 1 in 5 shares at 442. And this is on the stock VRAX. They're out there printing off shares at 442, folks, for as long as they can. The bid now is 441. The ask is 443. The bid is 441. The ask is 443. So they can fill to their heart's content at 442, ladies and gentlemen. VRAX. Let's go see how many shares they've traded today, just for the kicks and grins. VRAX. And how many shares have they traded today? 1,108,000. 1 million, folks. 108,000. VRAX. 1,108,000. 106,000. I'm sorry. 1,106,000. VRAX. And VRAX has shares outstanding, 796,000 shares outstanding. VRAX. 796,000 shares outstanding. The short percentage of the float is only 5.21%, so not a huge shorted stock. VRAX. Seemingly like a perpetual hold, 30% down. I don't understand. They triggered the 30% stop losses 2 hours ago, and the price hasn't gone down a penny since then? How's that? They triggered 30% stop losses. It wasn't that long ago. It was at 2 minutes ago. They triggered the 30% stop losses, and it's still only down 30%. It hasn't fallen anymore. That's interesting. Still down just 30%. 30% in holding, by the way. Down 30% in holding there. Interesting, huh? VRAX. I just pointed out to you because I find it rather interesting, folks. I find it very interesting, in fact, that it's down 30%, where someone is apparently very content with it down $1.93. They're very, very, very content to buy the shit out of it here. I don't know why, but they are. They're happy, happy, happy to buy here. You can clearly see that. And I hear a mouse in the house, and I think I hear more than one mouse here.
Somebody has something to ask you. She doesn't like the smell.
Uh-oh, someone doesn't sound too well.
So she's smelling the incense.
Oh.
It's already done. Go ask Grandpa.
Okay, we got questions coming. Here we go, folks. We got visitors. Hello. Say hello right here. Come over here a little bit more. Look in the camera. Right there. There you go. Hello there. Here she is.
You went away.
Yay.
You can wave, Maisie.
Look at that. Yep. Woo, 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 woo.
She has a question for you.
What's the question?
Where's this plush patty dust go?
Oh, the splash pad. It should be here somewhere.
She wants to know if you'll bring it up.
Oh.
I can find it.
You find it? Okay, we'll
I'm
find
very
it.
good at smelling.
Smelling?
Very good at smelling. Smell the splash pad. Hey, Nora. Look at Nora.
Don't get me in there.
Oh, Mamacito. Oh, look at precious Nora.
Say hi.
Whee.
We're gonna go with Sissy. I think you smell the splash pad? You smell it?
Oh, we got a floating heart from Jayhawk. Thank you, Jayhawk. I appreciate that very much. Well, VRAX, we're at the pre-lunchtime low, 441. I guess they're going to try to come up with a few more shares at $4.38 for us at the lunchtime low, perhaps. We'll see. And the bid right now is 440 and the ask is 442. Man, oh man, somebody sure wants to buy a bunch of shares here, don't they? Oh, there we go. 437s. I just got them. Oh, you found it.
She smelled it out.
She smelled it out? You can smell that? What do you mean?
She just found it. She didn't smell it.
Oh, you said you smelled it out.
Well, that's what she first said. Okay, Grandma's going to carry it out to fall. Okay?
Ah, the grandchildren. We're having so much fun with them. All right, let me try to buy this low of the day on this 439 now, VRAX. I got the last ones at 438. I got the last shares at 438, and now they all have left is 439s. And I'm looking at them dumping. Look at their dumps here. All right, I'm finally back, folks. Didn't mean to be muted for so long. I appreciate you guys letting me know just then. I just read right there. Thank God I flipped to the very bottom and said, let him know that he was. All right, thank you for letting me know I was muted. I did not see that. Sometimes when I move this camera around, I hit that by mistake. Well, there you go. Last trade. Last chance to get it here. Lunchtime pre-market low. Buying here 20 shares at a time at 438. And the reason I'm buying so many shares here at 438 a share, ladies and gentlemen, is because of my buy-sell sheet. Okay? Period. That's why I'm buying here at 437 and 438, folks, because of my buy-sell sheet. And I'm just going to keep buying here. I still got a lot of cash to buy with here, a lot. I haven't even used half of my cash yet this morning that I've got to buy with. So I'm going to stay at it here and buy these shares at 435 until they freaking run out, people. I'm just going to keep buying them at 435 until they freaking run out. And it shouldn't be long because they haven't had jack crap down here but besides just a few Peasley shares. And ladies and gentlemen, I see the way they've been manipulating here this stock this morning with onesie shares. Using sell farms and one share sells at a time, folks. And that is why I'm populating this stock here at 436. And man, I am just coming in and buying every freaking share. And it looks like they already ran out of the 435s. So now I'm having to buy 436 instead. And soon, and there's the KY flag at 436.98, ladies and gentlemen. 436.98. And the stock I'm on is VRAX. And the KY flag just came in at 436.98. And you bet your butt I'm going to be buying here at this price. And I'm not the only one buying. There's a lot of buyers here at 436. And my God, it just jumped to 450, ladies and gentlemen. Ding, ding. It just jumped to 450 a share. Just jumped to 450, and they probably halted the damn thing. I wouldn't doubt it at all if they just halted it at 450 right then. Wow. Well, there certainly aren't any more shares at 437 and 438. Jumped up from 437 to 445. And the bid is 437 and the ask is 448. The bid is 437 and the ask is 448. Oh my goodness. The ask is 448, folks. I have no idea how they expect to hold it down here with an ask at 448. Holy smokes. And look at him still trying to dump out 437, folks. Someone just dumped out 1,100 shares at 437 for some stupid reason. And look at all the orders filling now at 442 after we just bought all those at 437 and 438. And the ask just jumped down to from 448 to 442. And the stock is still down 30%. It's as if they are, oh my God, are they dedicated to keeping this stock down 30% today, folks? Just 30%. They're just holding it down 30%. I mean, holy smokes, look at this effort to keep this stock down 31% and hold it at 438 a share. I mean, they're committed to this, folks, to holding this thing down 31%. And they've tried time and time again to get this price down to 435. And look how many shares they've accumulated here at 435. 40,000 shares, folks, they've wanted to buy there at 435. And even down here at 433, folks, at 432, they've had no shares. No shares at 432 a share, folks. Absolutely no shares at all at 432. 431 had 2,500, 430 had 2,100, and 429, the low of the day, had 536 shares. 536 shares is all they've had at the low of the day, folks. 536 shares is all they've had at the low of the day. 536 shares. That's right. At 429, ladies and gentlemen, at 429 a share, they only had 536 shares. Wow. But the dedication of these sellers selling and the amount of shares that they still have to sell is pretty amazing, ladies and gentlemen. But again, I don't see how in the world they can continue. Well, they're not going to make any money if they just hold it here at this low of 436, 433, 434. They've never had anything down here, folks. They haven't had jack crap down here. They haven't been selling any shares down here, folks, of any quantity at all. Using their little onesie-twosie sell efforts. One share over and over and over. Well, I can guarantee you this. I'm going to buy this stock at the low of the day no matter what the friggin' price is. I got plenty of cash still left. And I find it very interesting that they've only had at 429 a share, they only had how many? 536 shares available at the low of the day. I'm not falling for their fakery, folks. No, I'm not. I'm not falling for their fakery. It's the fakery bakery. And boy, they sure are baking this stock. The bid is 438, the ask is 447. And there are no more 433s, no more 434s, 35s, 36, 37s, or 38s, or 439s. There are no more. There are no 441s available. And the bid is 438 and the ask is 447. And there are no 442s available. And no 443s. And there are no 444s. Yes, I just filled at 443. 443 again. And the stock I'm buying so much of is VRAX. VRAX. And yes, now I'm hoarding with the hoarders at 444 a share and 443. And look at here, 444 folks, 141,000 shares, but 443 only 24,000. I'm sorry, 445 has the 141,000. 444 has 24,000. 443, 36,000. And 442, they finally ran out at 65,000 shares. They finally ran out of shares at 442 at 65,547 shares at 442. And they finally ran out. And the bid is now 438 and the ask is 441 as they try with all their might to keep this stock under 30% down. And I have no idea why they're committed to holding it down 30%. I mean, they've already triggered the 30% stop losses and made the price fall to 429. So why are they so concerned now to hold it down 30%? Unless they're all just trying to collect it here and hoard it. I see all these one share orders going out now at 438 trying to hold it down. One share orders. Look at them over here. Look at them dumping 100 share orders at 438. And then it jumps up on a 40 share buy to 440. That should tell you something, folks. Bid is 432, ask is 441. Stock is down 32% today. And oh, what an effort there has been to hold this thing at this price. 437, 438. One of the biggest numbers on my buy sell sheet, on the buyback sheet. Right here, folks. One of the biggest numbers right here. 38. There it is, right there. 38. 37 and 38, folks. They freaking love to buy that number. 37 and 38. And that's why the bid is now 432 and the ask is 441. So they can fill at 437, folks, like I'm doing. Because that's one of their favorite numbers to accumulate shares. Here's the chart right here, folks. VRAX. And just look how many times they've hit this bottom right here. Look over here how many times they hit that bottom once. 429. They hit the bottom here again. Then they ring it up. Then they bring the bottom again. Then the bottom again. Last call for the bottom right there, folks. Last call for that price. And there it is right there. Last call for the lowest price of the day right there at 432. And now the low, 433. And look at the wick on the bottom of this candlestick rising. Oh, boy. I tell you, folks, I'm not falling for it. The bid now is 435. The ask is 441. And all that to maintain a buy of 438, folks. One of the biggest numbers on my buyback sheet. Now I'll keep buying here. And the reason why is because I think they're going to try to hold this under 450 a share. And I got a cost average of 447 on it now. 447 is my dollar cost average. And so at the end of the day, when they run it up to 450 and they try to hold it under 450 for the options players, I'll be in good shape. I'll be in very good shape. And if they let me keep buying these 434s long enough, I'll lower my dollar cost even more. Thank you for the 433s. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to notice below 433, where they've gotten 14,000, they've only gotten 894 at 432. And they've only gotten 2,000 at 431. And they've only got 2,100 at 430. And at 429's low, they only had 536 shares, folks. 536 shares at today's low. 536 shares at today's low. All right? 536 is all, folks. At today's low, 536 shares, ladies and gentlemen. At today's low of 429, only 536 shares were available. So, yeah, I'm going to keep buying here. Why wouldn't I? They've already been down to 429 earlier today. They've already established the low of 429, and they only had 536 shares to get it to that price. So, yeah, stupid old me. I may end up losing a lot of money on this today, but something tells me I won't. Something tells me when I see all these 2-share and 1-share orders going through here at 432 right now, 433, I'm buying 20 shares at a time, ladies and gentlemen, is all I'm buying here. And now I'm filling at 434. So the 433s just ran out. The 433s, they tapped it dry. The 432's gone. 433's gone. 434's. And ladies and gentlemen, at 432, they only had 2,049 shares. At 433, they only had 14,992. And at 434, they only had 24,000 shares. Ladies and gentlemen, at those numbers, that's all they've had. So you're absolutely not seeing some panic sell-off here right now at this time at 11:56. There's no panic sell-off for sure. What there is a bunch of hoarding of shares at 434 a share, where they've gotten now 24,840 shares at 434. Goody, goody, goody for them. And now we're having to fill at 435. And by the way, at 435, they've accumulated 47,794. That is right. That is the most accumulated number of the low number today, 47,000. And now the 435s are gone. And now I'm filling at 436s. And the bid is now 435 and the ask is 436. Oh, sure, ladies and gentlemen. The bid is 435 and the ask is 436. The bid is 435 and the ask is 436. The stock is down 31.45% today, VRAX. And it has been held down 31% all day long. Here is the chart, folks. And you can see they just tried to get everyone out of it there at 11. What time? What time was it? 11:53. They tried to get everyone out of it at 11:53. And I think they did. But me, I'm not out of it. And now I just filled market at 436. So I don't know what happened to all the 433s I just bought and the 434s and the 435s. But now all I can get is 436 a share. And there's a lot of buyers here at 436, folks. Look at them all. But notice the onesies. Look at all the ones. Look at all the one at 436. What is going on? What is going on, folks? One share orders over and over. Looks like some heavy duty cell phone farm operation to me. And now we're out of 436s. We're going to 437s now. Nice. And my dollar cost average is at 447, everyone. 447 is my dollar cost average. Uh-oh, there's a 439 showing and a 439.9. There we go. There's 3 orders at 437. And I'm looking over here on this stock, VRAX. And ladies and gentlemen, I literally see hardly any shares here left for sale. There's been a lot of dark there at 438. A lot of that has been sold to the bid. A lot here has been sold to the bid at 436. But down here, 435 is where the most was given out at 435. That's the most given out. And out of that candlestick of 47,000, it looks like about 40,000 of it was sold out on the bid at 435. One last time to get 433, folks. Bid is 431, and now it jumped up to 433. There we go. Last time's at 435. And look, folks, they've already got 47,994 at 435. 47,994. And that, by the way, is half as much as they got up here at 445, 46, 47. Half as much. The bid now is 433. The ask is 435. The bid at 433. The ask 435. The stock stuck at 31% down. And oh, the effort they have made to keep this down at this line. What an effort they have made to hold it here and hold it here and hold it here and hold it and hold it and hold it. What an effort they've made. And the bid just rose to 440, folks.
Okay, go get your teapot. Put it in your bag. Put it in there. Well, we'll find it. Put it in here first. You want any of your dishes? Want any of the dishes? Want your... There's the lid to the You want to take that?
Yeah.
Want the silverware? Careful, because that can fall out of the sides. Okay, let's go back up. We got it all, I think. Grammy needs to help. What you want, Nora?
Here it is.
Uh-huh. Come on, Nora, let's go back up. You want that?
And I am up today on SUNE, $663 on SUNE. I only have 100 shares left. I'm up $662. I'm going to go ahead and sell the rest of it. I've got 100 shares. SUNE up 63% today. Nice. And I just sold my last 100 shares of SUNE. I made $654 on that one. All right, SUNE. And now, ladies and gentlemen, look at this VRAX. Oh my gosh, look at this thing. It's just crawling along here, right here, just being held, maintained, consolidated, capitulated, converged. And I want you to know the 50-day average is up above, and so the 200 is way up here. The 200 average is at 464, folks. The 200-day average is at 464. That's why I'm buying here. Oh, shoot. VRAX. There we go. They're not going to be able to hold this down forever, folks. They don't make money doing that. They won't make a dime holding it here forever. It just won't happen, folks. They won't make a dime. And the bid now is 435 and the ask is 439. Stock is down 31%, and it has been for 2 hours now, down 31% and not moving. It's just stayed here at 433, 437, 438, 439. For a little bit, it went over my dollar cost average. It went up to 450, and I sold a bunch of shares. And now I'm buying a bunch more here in the 430s. And I got a lot of money tied up in this, but I still have a lot of money left to keep buying it at market here. And I'm filling at 437 a share. And ladies and gentlemen, at 437, they've had 44,000. At 438, they've had 50,000. At 439, only 21,000. So yeah, I keep buying it, folks. And the bid is 435, and the ask is 439. And now it's not down 31% anymore. It's only down 30.97. I wonder when they're going to decide to let it go. How long will it be till they decide to let it go? I wonder when they're going to decide, okay, that's enough. Let's let this thing fly now. It shouldn't be too much longer, folks. The bid is 431. The ask is 439. And the stock is held down now, and I don't even know why they care to try to keep it down 31%, because who gives a shit about that? They triggered the 30% stop losses, and it's only fallen to 31% after it triggered the 30% stop losses. So, big deal. So what? It's down 31% after they triggered 30% stop losses. It went down another 1.5% after they triggered the 30% stop losses. And now they're sitting here going, ha, 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 ha. We're just going to keep this right here and we're going to hoard this all up, 31% down. We don't care to make it fall 35% or 37% or 39 or 40. We just want it at 31% down so we can just keep hoarding it with Catfish while it's down 31%. And so here I am filling order after the order, 20 at a time at 437 a share. And this is what the chart looks like right now, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. And you can clearly see more buyers than sellers on this last candlestick for sure. 2-1 buyers over sellers on this last candlestick right here. Because they're smart, savvy investors, folks. They know to buy this. They finally printed a number at 436. They finally got something they're proud of, 110,000. Yay, they finally got a number to show up, 110,000. That's what they got to get a number to print. 110,000, and good for them. They finally got it, 110,000 at 436. What an achievement. What an achievement. They finally printed that number. It finally got it to print. And now they're going to try to get a printed number at 437 as well, it looks like. I don't think they can. And by the way, this is the lunchtime low right now. This is the lunchtime low, and the stock is down. Oh, it's only down 30.97% now. Huh. No more 31.5. Only 30.97% down. And this is it right here, folks. VRAX. Look at it. Look at the 5-day coming off of the 10. Already got him 110,000, folks, at 436. Finally got a number they can be proud of at 436, 110,000. When will they run out? And by the way, the bid is 435 and the ask is 436. So there's no gap at all now on this stock at all. The bid is 435 and the ask is 436. So that is the absolute proof of market manipulation 101. When there's no more gap between the bid and the ask, there's nowhere else for it to go, folks. There's nowhere else for it to move. There is no gap between the bid and the ask. The bid is 435 and the ask is 436. And the only reason that would happen is so that they could hold it, and hoard it at 435 and 436. And look at the half numbers being sold. One share at a time, folks. One share at a time at 435 and a half. One share at a time. So you see how they do it? You see how they do it? One share at a time, folks. That's all they're using here, one share at a time. Oh, I like to make sure you guys are aware of how they manipulate stocks, one share at a time. And now we're back up to 437s and 438s. And the bid is 435 and the ask is 439. So there's no more 435, 36s. The bid is 435. The ask is 439. The bid is 435. The ask is 437. Oh my gosh, the manipulation of this stock all day long to hold it down 31.13%. Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, take a look right here. Look at this. Look at the amount it's down, 31.13. 31.13. Now 31.45, but I just saw 31.13. 31.13, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Stock is at 434, 433 now. And boy, howdy, have we seen this number tried to be reached. Well, I already told you, I'm going to buy this stock at the very low of the day because that's my name, Catfish Tyler. And I'm going to buy it, whatever it is, at the very low. And it looks to me like the lunchtime low, ladies and gentlemen, is 433 again. And they just can't get it to go any lower. They don't seem to care to make it fall any lower than 433, do they? And at 433, they've now gotten 33,000 at 433. Oh, gosh. 33,000 and 33,000 at 434 as well. And look at all the one share orders, folks. One share at 433. You see how they're doing it? One share, folks. One share. Man, I have to make sure you guys see this so you see how they're doing it. They're using virtually nothing here, folks. Just one share sell orders in a circle over and over, one share at a time to hold it at 433 at the lunchtime low, 433. And interestingly enough, the bid is 432 and the ask is 434 so that they can get the 433 buys. Oh, they ran out of 433s then. Oh, my. And here we go, folks. And the ask is now 439. And here we go, folks. And the lowest I can get right now is 437. All right. The lowest I can get now is 437. And the bid is 434. The ask is 439. The bid is now 436. And the ask is 439. And that was the lunchtime low, ladies and gentlemen, 433. Congratulations if you just bought this stock, VRAX, at 433 with me. And I just filled at 437. Thank you very much for your due diligence and your major shorting effort. Shorty trying so hard here. 437s now. Filling 437s for the last time. And we're going to see this thing most likely rise. Let's go look at it on the chart right now. Here it is, the final rundown. And look at the buyers come in right there. Look at all the buyers coming in on this stock. There aren't any sellers on any of these pillars, folks. Every one of these candlesticks, 99% buyers, 99% buyers. Oh, yeah, they're not stupid. They know 433 is a favorite place to collect. The bid now is 435. The ask is 439. The bid is 435. The ask is 439. And all I can get is 437 here, folks. There are no more. And by the way, at 436, they had 113,000. At 436, they had just 113,000 shares at 436. And what a coincidence, they would run out at 113,000 at 436. And the bid now is 435 and the ask is 439. And this will be your last chance, ladies and gentlemen, to get this at 437 a share. Okay? There's a 436 I just picked up even. But how do you like the way they've been manipulating it with all these one share, one share, one share, one share, one share, one share. Yep. And there it is, making its move up now. Off of the lunchtime low. There it was, the last chance at that line right there. 433. Say goodbye to 433 forever, everyone. 433 is gone. And now say goodbye to 435 as well. And that was a low right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. 435. Say goodbye to it as well. $20 share, buy at market. And the bid is 434. The ask is 437. The bid is 434. The ask is 437. The bid is 434. The ask is 437. And the stock is down 31.66%. 31.66%. I hadn't noticed that before, but I notice it now. I just noticed it was down 31.66. Down 31.66, folks. And the stock is now down 31.21. Watch this, folks. It was just down 31.66, now down 31.21. And look at the bid, 437, ask 438. What happened to the bid of 431 and the ask of 434 that we just saw about 15 minutes ago? Now we're 437, 438. Man, what are you going to do now, Shorty? Oh, there's what you're doing. Look at that thing rising there. Whoa, what is happening here? What's going on? Look at the buyers coming in. Look at the buyers coming in on these two candlesticks back to back. Let me tell you something, folks. If it goes over this line right here, that will be awesome. And if it goes over that one, then it goes over this one, even more awesome. And then if it breaks this line, it's out of here, folks. It's going to be completely gone if it gets over that line right there. Just give me a second here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at it go. And listen, folks, I want you to see this. The 5-day average stopped on that line right there. And then the 5-day average stopped on that line right there. And now the 5-day average is at that line again. It's at that line. Oh my gosh. And the bid is now 440 and the ask is 447. Holy crap. The bid is 440. The ask is 445. Of course the ask is 445. That's my dollar cost average. Of course that's the ask right now, 445. That's my DCA, people. And the bid 440, the ask 445. And I just filled at 443. And the stock, ladies and gentlemen, this is it right here. VRAX. This is the one I'm trading. VRAX. Oh my gosh, look at that. The 10-day just crossed over the 50-day. The 45, the 5-day and 10-day have now just crossed over the 50-day average. And look at the buyers coming in here, folks. All buyers over sellers, every one of them in the last few candlesticks, more buyers than sellers. And the stock is now down, and I just picked up a 442. And look where they're sitting, folks, 1 penny below my dollar cost average. Oh, yeah. 1 penny under my DCA. And here at 442, they've had 125,000 shares. Ladies and gentlemen, that's almost the most they've had at any number here. Any number, that's the most. At 492, they had 523,000 shares to dump out. But right here, folks, this number, 126,000, is, I think, third place for the most collected. At my dollar cost average is the most, 149,106 on my dollar cost average. 149,106. And up here at 450 a share, 140,807. But right here on my dollar cost average, coincidentally, is where the most shares down here has been bought today. The most shares today have been bought on my dollar cost average, 149,106. Of this low end, of the low end, folks. That doesn't surprise me. The bid now 440, the ask 443. The ask 2 cents below my dollar cost average. The bid 440, the ask 443. And also they can keep it down 30%. 30.5%, folks. And I just filled at 442. And I'm looking over here, and there is no fear here. They're buying here, folks. 442.82, 441, 440. Look at them dump out. Look at someone dump out 4,000 shares at 440. 4,000 shares, folks, they dumped out at 440. And the next one share, 441. Look at that, folks. 4,000 shares to get 440, and then 1 share to get 441. Huh. And now I get a 439, 439. I look over here, and I see no shares at 439, the least amount of all, 21,800 of the low numbers. 439, just 21,000. So am I going to buy that number? Hell yeah, I am. I'm going to buy 438, 437, 436. Keep trying it, shorty. Lunchtime low, baby. 12:27 p.m. 437. And thank you for that buy at 438 just then. I thank you again. And the stock I'm buying here, ladies and gentlemen, is VRAX. Here is the chart on it right now. VRAX. And goodness gracious, look at that big, huge stop effort to try to stop it from breaking away over that line right there. It's a very critical line for them, and they just sold 8,500 shares right there to try to stop it from going over that line. That critical line that they stopped it at right there, okay? It's a critical line for them right there. That's critical for them to hold that line. So that's why when it started to go over right there, they had to smash it down, back down to the 50-day. Oh, I'm here to let you know how the market makers work, folks. The bid now 435, the ask 439. The stock down 30.98%. And again, ladies and gentlemen, you would think once the 30% stop loss kicked in that it would have dropped a lot further. But for some reason, no, it did not. It's just stayed down 30.97%. And it's been here for about 2 hours now, 30% down. And they actually had it down to 31.5% down. And now we're just 30.97. And it just seems to be an inescapable number, but that's what they want you to think. That's what they want you to think, folks, that it just can't ever get away. Oh, it just can't get away from this number. It just can't escape it. They've just got it locked in there, and they won't let it go. They won't let it go. Well, I got news for you. They're going to let it go, all right, because they're not going to make a effing dime until they do. They're not going to make one red cent until they let it fly. They're not going to make a friggin' penny, folks, until they let this thing go. So don't think that it isn't going to go anywhere just because it hasn't moved yet. They're going to move it because that's how they make their profit, folks. That's how they make their money. That's how they make their money. The bid now 436, the ask 439. All they got left is a few measly shares at 437. And they're giving them over to me, and I'm not going to let go of them. And ladies and gentlemen, JLHL, I've been telling everybody about that stock. Please don't buy that stock. And ladies and gentlemen, they just decided to stop showing numbers on VRAX. They decided to stop showing the amounts of shares that have been sold here. And I don't like that. So I'm going to get out of this. I'm going to log off. And I'm going to log back in to Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. Just give me a second here. Okay. All right, let's get logged back in here. Sorry about that. Just give me a minute here. No, I got to see those numbers, man. Those they make a lot of determinations as to when I buy and don't buy. So I want to see those damn numbers. There we are. 246,000 somehow they've got it 436, folks. 249,000 now there. And I don't know how they had got so many there or why they want to buy so many there. I don't know why. I can't tell you why. But the bid is 435 and the ask is 439. And I guess we're all done there. 249,781 was finally the number they had to achieve, I guess. That's the most shares bought of this stock at any price. Well, I take it back. At $4.92 a share, there was 523,000 shares bought there. 523,000. And here we're only at 249,000. And again, they take the numbers away. Why do they take the numbers away? Why are they taking the numbers away? Just 249,000 at 436. And up here, 523,000 at 492. Huh. And right now, the only thing I can get to fill is our 437s. That's nice. I guess they just flat ran out here when they got to 249,920 at 436. I guess that's the end of it right there. 249,920 shares at 436. And that's all. And the bid is 435 and the ask is 439. Isn't it nice how they've just planted this stock down 31%? Here's the chart. VRAX. And look at this 200 falling and falling and falling and falling and falling and falling. But while it falls, the price just stays at the same price, 436 the whole time. 433 we saw twice. But look at this. The 200 just keeps falling and falling and falling and falling, and the 50 is falling and falling, but the 50 is now flat. There's the 50-day right there now, right there. And look at that big final sell right there, right then. As they just sold off 10,000 shares, and now the buyers are buying more than sellers here. They just came in right there. Oh my gosh, they're coming in, folks. The buyers are coming in right here. And the ask just jumped up to 444. The bid is 436. And I'm going to try to buy 437, 438, 439. And of course, the ask is 1 penny below my dollar cost average. There you go. I got a 438 twice. And the ask is now 440. As they try to hold this thing down 30%. And my, have they been trying it all day to hold it down 30%. The effort has been very, very, very stern. To hold this price here has been very, 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 very stern. The bid is 436. The ask is 439. Who keeps trying to suppress it? I just saw the ask at 444. And who throws in an ask at 439 when they see an ask at 444? Only market makers would do that, folks. Only market makers would do that. when the ask is 444. Only a market maker would put in 439 and still try to hold this thing under 30% down. VRAX, look at that thing bounce right there. 90-degree angle on the 5-day. Boom. A 90-degree change on the 5-day. Look at the buys come in there. Man, oh man, what the heck is that? Look at the buyers come in. The bid is 436. The ask is 439. And I can't even get a 438 to fill anymore. Doesn't surprise me. They've only had 57,000 at 438. Come on, throw me out another 438. Let me keep buying them. And the lunchtime low, baby, 1238 right now, 438. And I already saw them get it down to 433. I wonder if they'll come down to 433 again. Let's try to buy 432, 431. But right now, let's just buy at market and see what we get. 438. And the bid now is 436. The ask is 439. And we're trading 1 penny below the ask price. The bid is 436. The ask is 439. The bid is 436. The ask is 439. And the stock I'm trading is VRAX. The bid just rose to 438 and the ask is 439, folks. And the stock is down 31.05% at 438.5. And it's been held here all day. It's trying to be held here all day long. The problem they've got, though, is the 200-day moving average is up here. The 200-day moving average is at 457 a share. And that's where it's going to go to, folks, 457. The 50-day average has now is completely flat. And so is the 5 and the 10-day. This is the definition of consolidating. This is the definition of convergence, folks. And consolidation, capitulation, and convergence favors longs. It favors longs. This is going to be the last lunchtime rundown effort. The last chance to buy, 437. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lunchtime low, and this is going to be your last chance to buy this at $4.37. That's my call. And at 436, they've had 259,021 shares, and they can't touch the number again. Look at the onesies they're selling here, folks. One share orders. Look at the one share orders to get 436. Look at all the one share orders to get 436. I show you how it is, folks. I show you the reality of things. I show you how they try to fake it out. One share orders at 436. Just one shares, folks. Look at them. One share, 436.5. That's how true manipulation works, folks. One share, onesie-twosies. Oh, yeah, I'm going to keep buying here. And let me tell you what, they're trying to get a number to print down here. They've got 259,000. They're trying to get that number to print. And the bid now is $435. The ask is $439. And you saw all those one share orders at 436.5, and now we're at 437. And I wonder how many one share orders they'll flow out there. How many one share orders will they throw out at 437? Oh, we're at 438 now. I guess we're all out of the 437s. But the bid is still 430, now raised to 436. They just raised the bid to 436. The ask is 439. The stock is still down 31.44%. Masterful how they've held it down here and accumulated this sucker. And now they're all out of 436s. They're all out of 437s. I'm filling at 438s. That's right. I'm filling at 438s. I've got a buy order at 437 that will not fill. 436, 435, 434, 433, 432, 431. None of those orders have filled for the last 3 hours. All they're doing is sitting here accumulating at 437 and 438, folks. I guess for as long as they possibly can. They sure have held it here a long time. VRAX, everybody. They've held it here forever. And the bid now is 436, and the ask is 439. The bid is 436, the ask is 439. And unfortunately, I cannot pick up any more 437s. So now we're going to 438s. And I wonder, how long will it be before they run out of the 436, 37s, and 38s? I wonder how long it'll be. Still filling at 438 right now. And the bid is 436, and the ask is 439, folks. The bid 436, the ask 439. And all I can get now are 438s. And now the bid is 436, the ask is 439. And the stock we're talking about is down 30.98%. The stock is down 30.98%. Here is the chart on it. There it is. Once again, look at that thing, folks. Look at the buyers coming in on it right here now. Nice. And the bid is 436. The ask is 439. It can't stay here forever. The bid is 436. The ask is 439. The stock seems to be stuck down 30.98%. Down $1.97 a share, VRAX. There's the chart right there on it right now, folks, VRAX. I'm just waiting. I already see the low over here, and I see the low right there, and I see the low right there, and now I see the low here, and now I see the low even higher. I see a whole boatload of buyers coming in here, buying in on this. But oh my, how long they've tried to barcode this stock underneath this 50-day average and underneath this 200, which is up here. The 200 average, which is at 456 a share, the 200 day. Bid is 435, ask is 439. And at 437, folks, they've had 90,000 shares. At 436, they've had 260,000. At 435, they only had 103,000. And yet, here they are, 437s filling. Lunchtime low is about to end, folks. It's 12:48. The time now is 12:48. Look at the little onesie orders coming out here. Look at the ones. One share at 436, one share at 435 something. Just one share they're using, folks. They've run out of their mojo, baby. They've run out, man. Lots of buyers at 437, very content to buy 100 at a time, each one of them. I'm just buying 20 shares at a time here with the bid 435 and the ask 439. There's the chart right there, folks. VRAX. There's the chart right there. And just look at what they've been doing with this thing now here for the last few hours. They already reached a double nut sack low this morning. Then they took it up to there. Then they came down and tried it again. Nut sacked it, nut sacked it, nut sacked it, nut sacked it again, and now nut sacking it higher. It's nut sacking higher, folks. All they're doing is nut sacking it higher. And there's the chart on it right there, VRAX. And you know what? They wish I'd quit showing you this. They don't want you to see this. VRAX, which in the pre-market was up here at 503 and actually hit 523 in the pre-market, and he was even higher in the pre-market with a price of $5.40, 540 a share, folks, in the pre-market. And then look at him run it down to this line, 435 a share at 10:30 in the morning, and they've been holding it here until just now, the same price, 435 a share low. So for friggin' 2.5 hours now, they've tried to keep this line for 2.5 hours. And let me tell you something, folks. It won't do them any good to just hold it here forever at the same price. They won't make any money that way. That's not why they ran it down to 435 from the 540 price. That's not why they ran it down $1. They ran it down $1 so that they could steal everybody's shares away with it $1 lower than where they had it this morning in the pre-market. And they're finding any gullible dumbass that'll sell them the shares right here for $1 lower than the price was in the pre-market. And they've been sitting here doing it for 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours sitting here at these prices, folks. 2.5 hours with the stock down 31%. I wonder why. And the bid now 434, the ask 439. Seemingly as if there just is no interest at all to buy here, when in fact there's tons of buying going on. And I'm still buying. I've got 12,000 left to buy with. And the price is at 437, folks. I've already seen 433 3 times today. And now look at him resting it at 437, 436. And every order I place now is filling at 437. Yep. Last call for 437. And look at the KY flag at 437.61, folks. There it is right there. 437.61. And the bid is still 434 and the ask is still 439. Oh, how mysterious that it would still be the same for 20 minutes now, of a bid of 434 and an ask of 439. Sure seems like it's being manipulated, folks. It sure seems like it's being manipulated. The savvy traveler says it's a stock that's getting ready to tank. Oh, I bet it is. I can tell it's getting ready to tank. With the lowest price of the day, 429, where they had a whole 536 shares. At 429 a share, they had a whole 536 shares. At 430 a share, they had 2,100 shares. At 431 a share, they had 2,500 shares. At 432, they had 6,900. At 433, they had 33,892. At 434, they had 109,000 shares. And at 435, 103,000, even less. So, yeah, it's getting ready to tank. Yep, sure looks like you're right. Looks like it's getting ready to tank right now with a bid of 434 and an ask of 435. And let me tell you something, folks. When the bid is 434 and the ask is 435, there's nowhere else for it to go, folks. When the ask is 434 and the bid is 435 and 434, there's no more room. There's no more gappage. There's no gap at all. It's done, folks. It's completely done. And the bid is 434 and the ask is 435. There we go. I got one more order at 435. By the way, at the price 436, they've gotten the most shares of any other number, 260,000 shares at 436. 260,000 shares at 436 today. I wonder why they wanted to buy so many at $4.36. And I'm buying 435 right now. I'm trying to buy 434 and 433 again. They did do that twice already today, 433. They were there twice or 3 times. So let's see if they can get down there again to 433. If they do, I'll buy 40 shares there. But now I'm just going to buy at market with the bid 434 and the ask 435. The bid is 434 and the ask is 435. And folks, you can't get it any tighter than that. And hey, I just bought at the low of the day, 429, where they had 100 or 200 shares before. Now they got 1,500 there, so I just bought there. And I'm buying a bunch of shares here at 429 right now. Lunchtime low, trying to recreate the same low they had earlier where they didn't have any shares, folks. And I'm just going to pile in here and buy them here all I can. 430 now, I'm getting 430. They've already run again out of 429. And at 429, they've had 1,700 shares is all. 1,700 shares at 429. And I'm just going to keep piling in here, folks, at this number because I know they've never had jack shit down here for sale before. They just had like 200 or 300 shares here before at this price. And there they are. They're already gone from 430s. They're done. Now we're 31s and 432s. So that's the end of the 430 rampage, the last of the lunch rundown, 12:58 p.m., 429. They tried the same low as they had earlier. They just got it again, 429. And I am just filling the crap load out of it here at 431 and 430 a share. And I want to thank all the market makers that have just let me buy it at these prices over and over and over. And now we're filling at 430 a share, 430 a share, 431 now, 431. And this is the drop before the pop, folks, 427, 427, now 415. This is the drop before the pop, baby, 428. And I just filled at 421, 421, 426, 414. Here we go, folks, 421. 421, 421, and I do not fall for drop before pops right at the end of lunch, folks. That's not what my game is. And I'm trying to buy as low as I can here, 422, 423s, 422, 423s, 422s, 423s. Thank you very much. Now we're at 425s, now 426s. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the drop before the pop. 425, 425, 425, 425. And man, oh man, I'm buying all I can here. 425. Now we're at 427s. Now we're at 425s again. 425, 425. Who is wanting to sell? And they've got no shares here, folks. Look here. No shares at 419. No shares at 398 at 420. 1,200 at 421. 700 at 422. 365 at 423. 875 at 424. Folks, they got to be doing this with one share orders. They've got no volume here. Now 426, 426. They've got no volume here, folks, that they're using. 427, 426. And there's no volume here. 426 has only had, oh my God, there's just nothing to even see down here. You can't even see these candlesticks. They're invisible. 425, and they're still invisible candlesticks. 425 has just got 8,530 shares. 425, folks. 425. Oh, what an execution by whoever they are. The market makers working this stock here today. 423, 426 now, 426, 426. What happened to all the 425s? 426 again. Where's the 425s, for gosh sakes? 426, and the bid is 423. The ask is 428. And the stock is down 33% now. The bid is 423. The ask is 428. 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 The bid is 423. The ask is 426. The bid is 423. The ask is 426. Why did they decide this number, I wonder? Why did they decide this number? 423, 426. And now we're at 433. Now we're at 433, folks. The bid is now 423 and the ask is 431. The ask is 431 now. And the stock is down 33%. The bid is 423, the ask is 431. The ask is 423. The ask is 431. The bid is 423. The ask is 431. And I'm just filling order after order at 427 a share. I still got $7,000 to buy with. The bid is 423. The ask is 431. The bid is 423. The ask is 431. And there's no surprise why it's down 33%, folks. 33.02% as they try to manipulate and hold. 33% down. 33% down, trying to hold it 33.02% down. And the bid is 423. The ask is 431. 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 Folks, you know it's being manipulated when you see this. When you see it just sitting there, 423, 431, over and over, it's still the same price. The bid 423. And look at it down 33.33, folks. Look at this. They love this shit. Down 33.33 here. Down 33.33. All right, and that's why I'm buying here. That's why I'm buying here. Down 33.33%, folks. I love it. And I'm going to keep buying it here. 33.33% down. And they got that number. You know they got that number. You know they got that number. 33.33% down. God bless them. God bless them. 33.33% down. God bless the market manipulators. 33.33. And I wonder why it isn't dropping anymore. Why isn't it dropping anymore, folks? 33.33% down. What do you know, ladies and gentlemen? 33.33% down. Who would have ever guessed they would drop it 33.33%? You don't think market makers are playing that game? They're playing that game. They're playing that game. Oh, yeah, they're playing that game. 33.33% down. What a masterful manipulative number. 3333 down. 3333 down, folks. 33% down. And down $2.13 they're trying for. They've got it down 212.17. They're trying for 213 down. Yes. 33.33%. What a coincidence. 33.36% down. 33.33% down. 34.12% down. VRAX, ladies and gentlemen, 34.1, now 33% down. And I just bought it at the low, 415. And now it's at 421. I just got it at the low. And now the bid is 421. The ask is 429. Oh my gosh. Filling now at 425 after I just got those orders at 421. 425 now. The bid is 421. The ask is 429. 33.79% down. 33.79% down. 33.96% down. 33.96% down. 33.96% down. And the bid is 420, and the ask is 426. Of course, they want a 420 buy after having it at 528 this morning in the pre-market. A 420 buy, folks, and I'm getting 422s. I'm buying 422s here. I'm getting 422s over and over. The bid is 420. The ask is 424. The bid is 420. The ask is 424. The bid just came down to 418. The ask is 424. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this at all because they're trying to get some 420s, folks. It's a joke. They're trying to buy 420s and they're laughing about it. All right. It's just like, what's his name? It's just like Musk, Elon Musk wanting to buy 420, $4.2 billion to buy Twitter. 420, folks, is where I'm filling now. I've got $4,000 left to invest. The bid is 418. The ask is 424. The bid is 418. The ask is 421. And the reason it is because they're trying to fill at 420 a share, folks. They're trying to fill at 420 where the price is now, where I'm filling 420. And I just got 60 shares at 420. And again, now another 20 at 420. 420, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to keep buying it at 420. And now the bid is 421 and the ask is 423. And so they're out of the 420s, folks. They did all they could to get 420. And they got the 420, folks, and now the bid is 421. All just a game, folks. The game they're playing. 421 is the bid, and 423 is the ask. Now the bid is 421, and the ask is 423. The bid is 419, and the ask is 421, so they can get some 420s, folks. Oh, my gosh. And I'm just buying here, and I could make a mistake doing it. I'm just going to keep buying it, 420, because I think that's a game they're playing, and I could be wrong. And I already bought the low of 415, so whatever. I've already bought the low at 415, and I'm going to try and buy it again, 415. And 416, how many shares did they have? 150. And they had 100 at 417. And they had 104 at 418. And they had none at 419, folks. And 420, they've had 2,600 shares is all. 420, 2,600 shares. Oh, man, I'd love to show you guys how they market manipulate. 420 now, they've had how many? 2,610. 2,610 at 420. 2,610 at 420. And they finally ran out of 420s. Now we're going 421. Wow. VRAX, 421 I just filled. Thank you. Let's try it again. The bid now is 418 and the ask is 424. Just got a 421. I guess there's no more 420s available. Just 421. There we go. Another 421. Thank you. It's taking a long time to fill these 421s now. Man, I sure would like to buy the low of the day. I wish they'd run it right on down and keep dropping it. But now she's gone up to 423. And the bid is now 415 and the ask is 424. Got a few 417s right then. That was nice. Yeah, a lot of 417s there. And I don't know why I had my orders all the way down here to 412 and I did not get them. They just dropped it down there to 413 for a second and I didn't get those to fill. I don't know why they didn't. It says they ran down to 411, but I had my orders there and none of those filled. I did just get a 415. And the bid is 412 and the ask is 417. The stock is down 35% now. And you know what? I want to look at this chart on the 5-day chart. Hold on. There we are. I'm wondering why they want this line right here. Let's look at the 10-day chart or the 20-day. Why do they want this line? They're trying to just kiss the 200-day average? Is that what they're trying to do? Just kiss the 200-day? 415, thank you. 414, I want to thank you. Thank you, 414. Thank you very much. Lunchtime low, baby, is all over here at 1:14 p.m. 414 at 1:14, folks. 414 at 1:14. The stock now down 34.75%. Why now? Why take it now down to 35% down? Why now? 35.16% down. 413s. Well, we already saw them pile in at 420. Now we're piling in at 413. And I'm about to run out of money here. I've only got about 3,000 something left. No, I've only got 1,000 left to buy with here at 413. And the stock is down now, not 35%, now only down 34.91. So they got it down 35%. I guess that's what they wanted. I guess they wanted some buys at 413. And you got to hand it to them, guys. They've really worked this stock very hard today. And they're feeling, I don't understand why. Why are they always at 414, Savannah? Why aren't they at 413? Why are they only at 414 and buying all these shares there? Why? Why isn't it 413? And look at all the one share orders, folks. One share at 414. There, I got the 413, finally. And look, they're using one share orders at 413 too. Look at that. One share orders at 413. Onesie, 413. Nice. Again, 413. That's better. That's better, Shorty. That's showing some respect right there to get a low of 413 today. That really is. Got it down 35.22%. Now 35.06%. Now only 34% down, 34. So I guess they were trying for that 413, which they got, and now we're at 414, and now we're at 415. So I guess that's all gone now. Ding dong, the shorts went long, folks, at 414. And now we're at 415.83. Now we're at 416, ladies and gentlemen, 416. 416 is all I can get, 416. And the stock is now only down 34.91%. And all I'm able to get right now are 416 share buys. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to stop right now buying. I've bought all I can here pretty much. I've only got 450 bucks. And I want to make sure I have money to buy the very low of the day if they go down below 411. I've got my buys at 408, 409, 410, 411, 412, and 413. And so I'm going to keep buying here. And now she's at 418. Oh my gosh, now she's at 420. And so I'm not going to stop buying. 418s. There's some 415s. Look at this, folks. Someone just dumped out at 415, 1,200 shares. And immediately after that, 417. There she goes. Now she's out of here. And I'm just going to keep putting my buy orders in here right underneath this as it rises now the rest of the afternoon. And I'm just going to keep putting in my buy orders 1 penny below this as it keeps rising the rest of the afternoon. So I just bought 418 right there. I'm going to come again, 418. The bid now is 416. The ask is 420. The bid now is 416. The ask is 420. Why are you buying this? Because I like manipulated stocks. I like to buy manipulated stocks. It's one of my favorite things to do. And now I see it's down again 33.33%. And, well, I wonder why. It's actually down 33.96% now. And I've been able to drop my dollar cost average down to $4.40 a share now. And I'm telling you something, folks, as fast as they just drop this price from there to there, it'll easily go right back up just as fast. And this is the stock VRAX right here. Right there. Look at that bottom right there. Boom. There's the bottom. The drop before the pop, baby. The drop and then the pop. The drop and then the pop. See, they already saw that they were having trouble. This thing was going to, they had already run it down and nutsacked it right here. And then it almost went over this line at 442. Then they nutsacked it again and it went over the line again at 442. And they're like, shit. And they knew it was going to go over that. So they said, let's drop it at lunchtime and then we'll pop this thing and it'll go over 442. So there it was. There's the final fleece out right there. And I just bought all those shares at 411, 412, 413, 414, 415. And I just kept buying it, folks. And now I've got 1,200 to buy with. And I'm going to buy right here at market. And I'm buying right now. And I just got a 419. And the bid is 417. And the ask is 420. The bid is 417 and the ask is 419. And also, I see over here at these low numbers at 411 that they just achieved, there was only 524 shares, folks, at 411. Alexa, what is 4.11 times 524?
4.11 times 524 is 2,153.64.
Alexa, stop. So at the low of the day, $2,153 was what they got. $2,153. I could do that myself at the low of the day. And now the next number up, 1,300 shares. Alexa, what is 1,300 times 4.12?
1,300 times 4.12 is 5,356.
And that's at 412.
I'm not quite sure how to
Alexa,
help.
what is 4.13 times 13,586?
4.13 times 13,586 is 56,110.18.
All right.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Now 4.14. Alexa, what is 4.14 times 11,827?
4.14 times 11,827 is 48,963.78.
All right. And the next number was 415. Alexa, what is 415 times 12,173?
415 times 12,173 is 5,051,795.
I said that wrong, folks. Alexa, what is 4.15 times 1,000? I'm sorry. Alexa, stop. Alexa, what is 4.15 times 12,173?
4.15 times 12,173 is 50,517.95.
And then we're going to go to 416. Alexa, what is 4.16 times 5,161? Alexa, what is 4.16 times 5,161?
4.16 times 5,161 is 21,469.76.
All right, and now we're at 417. Alexa, what is 4.17 times 1,800?
4.17 times 1,800 is 7,506.
That's interesting. Now 418. Alexa, what is 4.18 times 1,366?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what is 4.18 times 1,466?
4.18 times 1,000 is 4,180.
No. Alexa,
I'm not.
what is 4.18 times 1,466?
4.18 times 1,466 is 6,127.88.
All right, so why am I doing this? You're probably wondering. Well, let me show you right here.
I'm
Ladies
not
and
quite sure how to help you with
Alexa,
that.
stop. So at $4.11, the low of the day, there was $2,153 worth of it bought. At 412, there was 5,356. At 413, 56,000, the most bought at 413 because they manipulated it down to 413 so they could buy the most shares, 56,000. At 414, they bought 48,000. At 415, 50,000. At 416, even less, 21,000. 417, even less, 7,005. And 418, even fewer, 6,127. That's why I look it up, folks. That's why I check it out. I want to see how they did it. I want to see them running out of shares to sell at these numbers, which they have been. Each number here, all the way down from here to here, folks, it's going to go right back up quickly past all this. And it's going to go to 433 a share, folks. It's going to go back up to 433 a share. So I'm going to buy 419 until they're gone. And at 419, they've had 3,922. Alexa, what is 4.19 times 3,922?
4.19 times 3,922 is 16,433.18.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, at that number of 4.19, they've gotten $10,000 more than they get at 4.18. At 4.18, they only had 6,000. At 4.19, $16,433. Last call for 419, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 419. Last call for 419. I'm calling it now, and the last call for 420. There it goes, folks. 420s. 420s. Say goodbye to the 419s. Say goodbye for the four lowers, 14s. All right? Say goodbye to the 14s. And the bid now is 419 and the ask is 424. So I'm going to try to buy 421 and 422 now. And I just got 422. Now, how many shares did they have at 420? Let's go see. At 420, they had 9,328. Alexa, what is 4.20 times 9,328?
4.2 times 9,328 is 39,177.6.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware, at 413, they had $56,000 worth. At 414, 48,000. At 415, $50,000 worth. And now at 420, $39,000 worth. That's all at 420, folks. And now we're out of 421s and 422s. The bid is 420. The ask is 424. And how much did they have at 421? 5,092. Alexa, what is 4.21 times 5,092?
4.21 times 5,092 is 21,437.32.
So what do you know? At 420, they had 39,177, folks. At 420, they had 39,177, and at 421, they only had 21,000 worth. I'm just showing you, and now you know why I'm buying 422. Because at 422, how much did they have? 4,450. Alexa, what is 4.22 times 4?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat your calculation?
What is 4.22 times 4,450?
4.22 times 4,450 is 18,779.
So, ladies and gentlemen, at 421, they could buy up 21,000 worth, but at 422, there was only $18,000 worth. I'm just showing you how it works. You can decide. I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. And I guess they flat ran out of all the short shares that they had here on this stock. I guess they flat ran out at 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, 417, 418, 419, 420. I guess they ran out of all of them. They must have run out of all. And the bid is 417. The ask is 424. And look how much they're trying to hold it down again, folks. They're there at the same number again. 33.33. 33.33, folks. I showed this to you earlier. That it's a number that they're just in love with. 33.33. And that's where they're accumulating this stock. 33.33. And they're accumulating it at a price of $4.21 a share because it's down 33.33%. You know they really should be margaritas at lunchtime. I done forgot what we trading. Well, now you know why I'm buying this one specifically. VRAX. And I just look at it down 33.33%. And baby, that tells me all I need to know. Market manipulation. 33.33% down. 421 a share. 33.33% down. I showed you this earlier, ladies and gentlemen, why they were holding it here. 33.33% down. And the bid now is 417. The ask is 424. And the reason that those are the numbers of the bid and ask is so they can hold it 33.33%. That's exactly why the bid in the gap, there's a 7 cents gap between the bid and the ask, because they have an intent to hold the stock at 33% down, 33.33%. And the next number they go for is 33.88% down. Hilarious. 33.88% down. 33.88% down. Oh, Savannah, do you see that? 33.88% down. My. 33.88% down. 33% down. Well, it was down over 35%, so much for that. And who cares how long they hold it here? 421. By the way, I'm only filling 20 shares at a time here, folks, at 421. And interestingly enough, the stock is still mysteriously down 33.88%. And it's no longer down $2.13. It's actually down $2.15. But I'm buying here because I think this is a great place to buy, and I could be wrong. But 33.88% is a lot better than 35% where I just bought it. And now, looking at the chart, there it is. There it is right there, folks. This is the stock. What an effort right there to get everyone out. At what time? 1313. 1313, folks. Right there, 1313 is the time. 1312 and 1313 was the time that they just tried to do that shit. Look at that manipulation, folks, and look at it now. Look at it, folks. $4.21. When will they run out? The bid is 417. The ask is 424. The bid is 417. The ask is 424. The bid is still 417 and the ask is 424. The bid is 417. The ask is 424. The reason that is because they're trying to buy this dang thing at 420 a share, folks. There we go. 421 I just filled. For some reason, I can't get one single order to fill at 420. But heck yeah, I got 421. The bid is 47. Oh, the bid just jumped to 420. The bid just jumped from 417 to 420. And the ask is 424. And now I'm filling now at, instead of 420, 422. And the bid is 420. The ask is 424. So the bid just came up from 417 and the ask 424 to a bid of 420, ask 424. And I will fill again here. Oh my, look here, folks. We got buys coming in 423.83 now. The bid is 420, the ask is 424. And when you've got an ask of 424 and people are coming in at 423.83, oh boy, that is good. And the bid is now 420 and the ask is 422. Boy, howdy, man. They really want to hold this at 421 for some reason. The bid 420, the ask 422 now. And if I fill at market right now, I'm going to fill at 421. And here's the chart on this, folks. Oh, man, look at that thing curving up right there. Oh, yeah. Looking good. And I want to point something out for you guys just for the heck of it. Look right here at this line right here. Look at that line, and you'll see how they tried to resist this run up right there and wash everyone out. And now they're there on this line again, the same line. This same line is right there. That is where they're sitting right now, on the same line. This point right here that they ran it down from all the way to there is where they are again now. After they rose it to here, they took it to this line again right there. And I'm just showing it to you how significant the line is right there. That's the significance of this line. And to be honest, this line was actually down to right there before. Hold on, I'll get it there. Right there. Right here. Right there was where they ran it down to, and then it started to make a move, and then they dropped it down below. Then it came above it. Now they drop it down below, slightly below it again. Don't know what that means to them so much. But I'll keep trying to buy. The bid now is 419 and the ask is 422. Man, I guess somebody just wants to buy the crap out of this at 420. Look at all those buyers buying 420 right there. I wonder why. I wonder why so many want to buy 420, folks. Oh, man, I had to sit there for freaking 10 minutes to get a 420, and I finally just got it. Let's try it again, 420 again. And down here, look at all these orders that were just getting bought at 421, 421, 422, 423.99. Oh, I'm going to keep buying here. There we go, 419. Thank you very much, whoever gave me that. And 418, thank you. And the stock I'm on is VRAX. There it is right there, VRAX. And if you think that they're going to re-achieve this same low line, that would be very, very naive of you to think that, I believe. If you think they're going to re-achieve this low line that they got at what time? 1300 hours. That's when they got the low. And then the next low they got was right here. Right there was the next low they got. And then the next low they got from that one was right there, this number here. Oh, yeah. And that number was at 1414. And then the next low they achieved was right here, right there. And that number was at 1415. And then the next low they got was right there. And that number was at 1416. And then the next low they got was right here. And that number was at 1417. Oh my goodness. 1413, 1415, 1416, 1417. You see that? Every low now getting higher and higher and higher and higher. Every one of them higher. I'm just showing it to you. I provide, you decide, folks. This low, and I'll show it to you again, that was achieved coincidentally at the hour of 1313 was 411 a share. 411 a share at 1313. Then the next low was here, 412 a share at 1316. 412 a share, they got that at 116. Then the next low they got was 414 that they got at 117. And the next low they got was 415, which they got at 119 p.m. And the next low they got was here at 416 a share, and they did that at 125 this afternoon. And just now, it looks like they just re-achieved, and they just got a 417. So that's the next low, 417 now at 145, 417. So now we've seen a low of 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, and now 417. We just saw 417, and that was at 240 or 145. 417 at 145. And the next low is now this number here, which I will put in a line. And I love to do this. The next low was just right there and that number is 418. The next low, 418. So now a low of 411 at 313, a low of 412 at 314, a low of 413 or 414 at 117. Here a low of 416, and now 417, 418, and we're going to go over this line here, folks. We're going to break over this line, and if we do, there's a gap from there up to here. Okay, there's a gap from here to there. There is a gap from this number up to this number, okay, with a little bit of resistance right there. And that number is 426. 426. We got to get over this number right here, too, ladies and gentlemen. That number is right here. That number is 422. Oh, my gosh. And that's the ask right now, 422, folks. I'm telling you, if this goes over 422, folks, it's likely going to go all the way up to right here. After it gets over 422, it's going to go up to 426. It breaks 426, and it goes all the way up, back up here to 436. 436. All right, I'm calling it, folks. You can look at it and figure it out. And I'm going to try to buy now at 418, 419, 420. And I just filled at 420. The bid is 418. The ask is 422. And ladies and gentlemen, they're trying to hold the stock down 33.66%. They were at 33.33. Now they're trying to hold at 33.66. And look at the price down, $2.14. And when they have it down 33.33, the price is probably $2.13. And I look over here at the numbers of shares being sold here to obtain these bottoms today, and there's virtually none. I look up here where all the stock was bought, 434, 435, 436, 37, 38, 39, 440. A lot up here bought all the way up to 466. And then I look at the minuscule number of shares sold here to reach the bottom. And notice, when they started running it down, when they got down to the very bottom, they tried to use more and more and more and more and more shares to get that bottom, 413. And then they stopped at 413. They just didn't really care about anything other than 413 right there. That's what they wanted, 413. They did get a few shares, 1,300 shares at 412, and they got 524 at 411. But their goal and their objective was to get this number, 413. 413 on a Friday, folks, and they did it at 113. And this is the stock VRAX. Here it is on the chart, VRAX. And all the effort to hold it here, folks. VRAX. There it is on the chart. All the effort to try to hold it here. And it has been heavy-duty effort. And look at them trying to drop the 200-day down below this top level of resistance right there. This is a critical point right here, folks. The 200-day has just reached this top level of resistance right now. The 200-day just hit that top level of resistance. Well, I'm not going to kid you, folks. I'm not certain what they're going to do, but I do believe that they're going to run this up thing. They're going to run this up in the last 2 hours. They've done this rundown with so few shares, folks, with so little volume, such little volume. I mean, it's so little, in fact, that you can't even see these candlesticks across here hardly. That's how little volume they're using here. It's so little. It's so little, folks. Even when they came at it right here to knock it from here down to there, they just hit it with the first heavy volume, then little, tiny stuff. Then they hit it again heavy, and the buyers came in heavy when they got it to right there, 411. They bought big time there. They said, that's the bottom, 411, we'll take it. Boom, they bought it, 411, good for them. Ding dong, the shorts went long at 411. And the time that they did that was at 1313. 1313 was the time. Now I look at him sit here on this big old nut sack and then herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and probably jerking again right now. Oh, yeah. Look at the big red candlestick there. That's only 1,400 shares right there. 1,400. And I just got a 419. 418, I'm sorry, 418. Got that twice. I wonder what happened. Folks, I wonder what happened to all the 411s, 412s, 430. Oh, well, there weren't a lot of them. At 411, there was only 524 shares. And at 412, there was only 1,300 shares. And at 413, there was only 13,000 shares. And at 414, there was only 11,000. And at 415, there was only 12. 416, they only had 5,000 shares. And 417, they only had 2,900. That's why they're not going to stay there, folks. They don't have any real shares here. It's all so fake and artificial, folks. And the bid now 418, the ask 419. The bid 418, the ask 419. And the stock down 34.13%. 34.13%. The stock down 34.13%. And it has been held here all day until they run out. I wonder when they got to start covering all these open short positions, these naked shorted positions today. And let's go see how many shares there are right now available of this stock, VRAX. Let's go see how many they've traded right now, VRAX. And today, to manipulate it down, they've now traded 1,415,000 shares. And look at this, manipulation down, get the nut sack at lunchtime, hold it here as long as you can, and then how high will they run it up before 4 o'clock? And look where the price is, 420, ladies and gentlemen. Uh-oh, there she goes. There she goes. And there's no more 418s for Catfish or 419s or 420s. And now I'm coming in at 422, and I can't fill that, so I'll just do 423. I'll just buy market here. as the market manipulators try to hold this stock down. Look here, folks, at the amount 33.66%. They're trying to hold 33.66%. They're trying to hold 33.66% down. And notice the amount, $2.14. 214. You don't think they want that to be $2.13? 214 down. Bid is at 420, ask 424. Oh, and the ask just dropped to 421. I guess they got tired of selling 424s. So they dropped the ask to 421 now. The bid 417, the ask 421. And notice the stock still 33.66%. 33.65, but that's as close as they can get. 33.66 is what they want. The stock I'm talking about is VRAX. Down 33 point, and they were down 33.88. But now 34.43 again. Now 33.83. When will they finally run out, folks? When will they decide to start making money on it? Because nobody's making any money holding it here forever. No one's going to make a dime doing that. No one will make a dime. Look at all the buyers coming in on it now, folks. Look at these candlesticks. All the buyers here. Look at all the buyers there. Buyers here versus sellers. Oh, this is VRAX, folks. Yes, it is. VRAX, and there's way more buyers than sellers on these candlesticks right now. VRAX. Oh my, look at the buyers coming in. Oh yeah. And I just bought 420 again. Man, look at all the buyers coming in on this candlesticks right here. And VRAX has got, look at all the buyers coming in. What in the world is happening here? Why are they buying like this? And more are buying now. Right here, 2,130 buying big time right here. Last chance for 420 or 421. And look, they think the price is going to 433. They've got a spoof order of 1,800 shares at 433, folks. They've got a spoof order of 1,800 shares at 433 a share right there. That's where they think it's going to, folks. They think it's going to rise right now to 433. They just moved it up to 437. They just moved the spoof up to 437 from 433. They moved that 1,800 up to 437. They just had it at 433. Now they moved it up to 437, folks. And I'm telling you, I'm going to buy here. And look at the percentage down now. Look at the percentage down now here, folks. 33.33 again. 33.33. Oh, market manipulators. Bid now is 424. Ask is 428. And the bid is 424. The ask is 428. And I just filled at 426. The bid is 424. The ask is 428. Here's the chart, ladies and gentlemen. And look at all the buyers coming in here. Look at that. Wow. Oh my gosh, honey. Thank you. My sweetie Petey just bought me a sandwich, folks. A nice, beautiful tuna melt. Oh, a tuna melt. Holy cow. Look at this thing rising, folks. The bid 424, the ask 428. And look at all the buyers coming in here. There's just no sellers at all here. No sellers at all. Now, guys, I have to play a little bit of my music here. And I'll be back. I'm going to play you some of my songs. And the song I'm going to be playing for you now that I hope you'll enjoy is one of the many, many songs on my playlist. And I want to thank you very much for being around to give me listens here. And the song I'm going to play for you now is one of my top hits that's most listened to of all. And the song is called I'm the World's Greatest Lover. And I hope you enjoyed it. Enjoy my song called World's Greatest Lover, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to play for you right now while I eat my sandwich, okay? And I will be back in just a few minutes. Let me eat my sandwich, and I'll be back. Here's my song, World's Greatest Lover. I hope you enjoyed it. Enjoy my song called... I hear a car pulling in. Again, it's late at night. But I know where my baby's been. 'Cause me and her, we're tied. We love each other way too much to tell each other lies. And that's why she lets me know it when she's seeing another guy. Let me, you bet I'm lucky to have met someone so honest. I'm the only guy she'll ever really love. That's what she promised. She got me a coffee mug that reads world's greatest lover. And I'm starting to believe it's true, 'cause she's tried so many others. Yeah, I'm the world's greatest lover. It gets known all over town. I'm the world's greatest lover. At least the best my baby's found. You heard about Menage a Trois? Who wants some more? That would be wild. Don't mean to brag, but say la vie. I know it's a drag, but you can't beat me. No, no, no. There'll be no doubt about it when my babe comes through the door. I'd ask if she got lucky. She'll tell me if she's gone. She'll hold me close and whisper that I'm still the very best. And boy, will I be happy knowing I still pass the test. I'm the world's greatest lover. It gets known all over town. I'm the world's greatest lover. Go, baby, go! All right. Look at this thing go, folks. How do you like that? How do you like that? Man, look at it rising. Oh my gosh, it's rising, folks. And now I got to go up to 426 to fill. 427. All right. Yes, let's go, Ron. Bid 425, ask 428. And look, it's only down 32% now, 32.94. Folks, I'm sorry, I have to finish this sandwich and I'm on my last bite. All right. I'm ready to see this thing take off. I'm ready to see this thing explode, folks. There it is on the chart. Look at it rising, rising, rising. Oh my gosh, who would have ever guessed it would do that? Who would have ever guessed it would come up and cross this resistance line? Oh my, look at the buyers coming in. Oh my gosh. Last call for 426, ladies and gentlemen. And listen, they ran out of the 420s a long time ago. Last call for 426 now. And the bid is 424. The ask is 428. The stock is no longer down 33.33%. It's only down 32.71, and it's no longer down 2.13. It's only down 208. And folks, this thing starts climbing. Watch out, because I'm going to go green very fast on it. And I'm going to make a serious amount of money on this as it runs. And the bid now is 424. The ask is 428. And I can't even get a 427 to fill. There's two 426s for me right there. Good. Last call for 426, folks. Last call for 426. And look at them dumping 424s. And they were just dumping 417s and 418s and 419s and 420s. Now they're dumping 427s, folks. They're dumping 427s here. No more 420s, no more 419s, no more 418s. Dumping 427s. Just got 426 again twice. And the cool thing is, folks, my dollar cost average is only at 439 a share. 439. 439. And we still got 2 hours left, folks. And look at this chart. Man, oh man, look at that. That thing is a short-eating porpoise, baby. Look at the buyers that just came in right there at 2:09 p.m. Look at the buyers that came in at 2:09 p.m., folks, right there. Look at that massive candlestick, folks. Uh-oh, here we go. And the bid is 427. The ask is 433. Oh, watch out, folks. Oh my gosh, the bid is 427, the ask is 433. I can't even get a 431 buy-in. I'm going to buy at market. The bid is 427, the ask is 431. I just picked up 3 orders at 429 and now we're at 430. Oh my gosh, look at this, folks. We know no more 420s, no more 418s, no more 419s. Man, 429. Can I get another 429 here, please? Goodness gracious. One last call, 429 right there. Last chance for 429s. And let's look at the chart again on this. Oh my gosh, look at that thing surging upwards, folks. And look at the buyers here. 3-1 buyers versus sellers right there. Oh my gosh, she's going right on up, folks. Right on up. Right on up. The bid is 427. The ask is 430. There's one last buy at 429. Look over here, folks. Look at all the buyers at 427, 428, 429, 430, 432, folks. 432 right there. They sold 1,000 shares at 432, folks. And the bid now is 427, and the ask has been risen to 433. The ask is rising now 433. And the percentage down is now down only 32%. Last call now for 430, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 430. And listen, they don't have any more dang shares. I told you this thing was going to run from 416 all the way back up to 431.23. I told you it would. I told you it would. I told you there was no way they had enough shares to hold it here. I told you that. I told you that. I told you. I called it out and I said to every one of you, it's going to run from here all the way back up to right here because they have no shares that they've run it down with. I showed you that. There's virtually no shares here that they use to run it down. And I'm right. VRAX, just to inform, this company is now trading at nearly 50% below its cash position. Volume today is only 1.4 million at current levels. Good luck, shorts. That's right. That's right. Good luck, shorts. Thank you, Ridiggity. And it's selling now at 433 a share. 433, folks. Yes. Yeah. And the bid is now 427. The ask is 432. What do you know? It sells at 433 and someone throws out a ask of 432. After it's selling at 433, they're throwing out ask at $4.32. Now 431. Man, I tell you what, the manipulators have been trying so hard all day long with this stock. They've really done their best job they have. They've done a great job with running people out of it. They have. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we've already seen a very significant rise from 4 o'clock, from 2 o'clock until now, and I don't see any reason for it to stop, folks. The chart tells me up we go. Look at that thing go, folks. And now every line of resistance has been broken. That one's been broken. That one's been broken. That one's been broken. And now we're going to this line 432, 433. And then we go up to 435. And then we're up to 438, which is my dollar cost average. And ladies and gentlemen, this stock is VRAX. VRAX. The bid is 427. The ask is 431. The trouble for them is when it gets up here to 433, 434, 35, 36, they've already sold so many shares there. They've just sold the shit out of them and sold the shit out of them. But here, man, that was all buyers buying on the ask right there. Everybody bought on the ask at that price, 436. Man, when it gets back up here, that's going to fly over these numbers because there's a lot of buyers that already bought this at 436 on the ask. They already bought it at 436 on the ask. A lot of them did. A lot of them bought 435 on the ask and 434 on the ask. A lot of them bought there. All right? And I just filled at 429. And I'm here to tell you, folks, my feeling is that this thing's about to soar over all that bullshit. Look at that thing going up right now. Look at it rising, folks. Look at every candlestick. Higher, 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 higher. Here we go, folks. Last call for 429, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 428, 429. Last call, ladies and gentlemen. And the bid now is 427 and the ask is 430. The bid is 427 and the ask is 430. And my gosh, how long they've held this stock down today. It's about time it finally started making its run. And I'm not seeing any suppression effort with any red candlesticks down here. I don't see it. The stock is VRAX. And I just don't see any red candlesticks down here at all. I see a lot of green coming in and a lot of big buys here, but I don't see any red adversity here. None. None at all. No red adversity. Well, I guess they just flat oversold the damn thing today. Completely oversold it. Want to see this 5-day now bounce right up off this 10-day right here. Bounce right off of it. The bid now 428. The ask 430. There she goes. There she goes. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Go on and break over this line and come up to this one. And I just filled at 430. And again at 430. Ladies and gentlemen, this is last call for the 420s. All right, this is going to be the last you're going to see of 429. This is going to be the end of it, folks. And the bid is 429 and the ask is 430. So this is done, folks. This thing is done. The bid is 429, the ask is 430. The bid is 429, the ask is 430. The bid is 429, the ask is 430. The bid is now 427, the ask is 430. The bid is 429, the ask is 430, folks. Here we go. And now they're selling 430s. and I can't get a 429 to sell, so I'm going to come in. I'm coming in at 430, and I don't need to buy that many shares now. I'm going to buy 10 at a time, and I'm going to come in at 430, and I'm going to buy every 430 share until they're gone, folks. And Chumps just let me get a 428, so thank you very much for that. 428 buy. And the bid is 427. The ask is 429. The bid is 427. The ask is 429. And unfortunately for the shorts, it's not down 33.33 anymore. It's only down 32.55 here as they try to acquire the last shares they can at 428. And the bid is 428 and the ask is 431. The bid is 428 and the ask is 431. The bid is 428. The ask is 431. The bid is filling. The ask is filling now at 430. And look over here, folks. We're selling a lot of 431s now. The 428s have ended. And look at them selling one share at a time at 430, 430. One share at a time, folks. One share at 428.34. One share, one share, one share. They're trying one share orders, folks. And all I can buy is 430. Uh-oh, there she goes. 432. 432, folks. Last call for 430, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 430. Last call for 430. Look, they're trying to sell 9 shares at 430, folks. Last call for 430 a share. And look at the buy, 432 there. 432. 432. Several orders coming in at 432 there. Right there, 432, 432, 431.91, 430, 30, 430, 30, 30, 30. Look at the dumps, 428 at these at the same seconds. And I just bought 429. Last call for 429. Let's look at the chart. Here it is, right here, folks. This is the chart. Oh, man, they don't want to let it get over this line right here. So bad trying to hold it under that line. Boy, I tell you what, though, if it goes over that line, it's out of here, folks. It's out of here. If it can cross this line at $4.30, it is going to be gone, folks. And look at it already right now. The stock is looking good. Look at that, folks. VRAX. Look at that chart. VRAX. Look at that manipulative lunchtime low. At 1:13 p.m., they reached the low at 1:13 p.m., and the price was $4.11. And look at it now. Look at it rising, rising, rising. Dinky little red cells here trying to hold it down. Little minuscule, non-visible red candlesticks versus the buys coming in here, pushing this thing right on up. And look at the tiny little cell right there. That candlestick right there was 1,689 shares, folks. 1,600 shares trying to push it back down. 1,600. But look at that 45 and 50 just rising up over this line of resistance here at 426. The 50-day is going to cross that line, 426. Man, I tell you what, If it comes back over that line, look how quickly it went down from here to there. Look at that. Folks, that was from 1 o'clock till 1:30. 1 o'clock in 30 minutes, this thing ran down that far in 30 minutes. Folks, it can run back up that far in 30 minutes or less, and it can easily do that. So I'm going to buy here. And I'm buying 10 shares at a time at market, and I just picked up 428. And the bid now is 427. The ask is 428. And I'm filling every order on the ask 428 here. I can't get a single order at 427. Not one order will fill at 427. Not one. But there's a lot of them filling at 428, folks. A lot of 428s coming across here. That's right. Lots of 428s. Here's the chart again, folks. VRAX. The 50-day about to cross this line of resistance right here at $4.26. The 50-day is going to cross that. And when it does cross that, this thing's going to rocket upwards. That's my call, because from this number right there, 427, look how fast it went down, folks. This happened at 12:55 until in 5 minutes, folks. In 5 minutes, this thing fell that fast. In 10 minutes, it fell. In 10 minutes, it fell from 435 all the way down to 426. In 10 minutes, it did that. In 10 minutes. And then one candlestick tries to dump the last chance. Trade right here, coming on in. Buy the market right here. Last chance to buy. 421. Beautiful. Oh, yeah, I'm all over this. And I just bought at 422. I just bought at 422 again. I'm going to buy it again. Look at the dumps from 427 down to 422. Buying again now here at 422. Buying again at 422. Buying again at 421. 422, 421, 422. Oh, it's just toggling between 422 and 21. And it won't be here long, folks. This is the last call, 230. 230, they're trying to flush you out of it. 422, now 425, now 427, now 427. Hasta luego, 422s, baby. That is all over. Now we're at 428. And yes, indeed, what an effort just then to dump down to 422 and let me get those shares. And now we're filling at 427 again. Fabulous. Thank you for that little effort right there that you just made right then. Look at that rundown attempt. Look at it bounce off this now. Look at it bounce. Look at it bounce right off the 50-day average. Absolutely beautiful. Great place to buy right there. Congratulations if you just bought at 422 on that stock. Congratulations, everyone. And that is the pop before the drop. And you know that there are no shares, virtually no shares over here that just sold there. And they did it that with very little volume. Very little volume there to get those numbers, 422, they just pushed down to. I mean, they used practically nothing. And now we're back to 426s again. And we're going to try to buy here. And the bid now is 425. The ask is 428. And what a drop down there. And now the bid is 425. The ask is 428. And I'm going to buy 427 if I can, I guess. Won't fill. Yep, I did get 427 again. Again, I'm going to do it. 427. The bid now is 425. The ask is 427. The bid is 425. The ask is 427. And I'm here to tell you, folks, nobody's going to make any money on this stock holding it here at this price forever. They're not going to make any money holding it here forever. Look at it. Look at that little fake dip right there. Look at that dip right there. And they had the price down to 420 almost again. And look at it bounce right back up, and boom, off she goes now. Congratulations if you just bought that little dip right then. And I'm going to keep building in here, folks, at 427. I'm still going to build my position at 427. Still filling orders here, 427. The bid is 426. The ask is 428. The bid is 426. The ask is 428. And I can't get an order to fill at 426. I can't get one dang order, even though they had all these 423s and 424s down here and 421s. And now I can't get a single order at 426. I've got to go 427. And folks, now we're at 428s. And the bid is 426. The ask 428. And I can't get, yep, I just got a 427 finally to fill. Took a long time for that to fill. That time I got it fairly quickly, 427 again. And looking at the chart right now, this is it, VRAX. Man, oh man, what an effort to suppress and hold this down to this line. 426. I wonder what it means to them so badly for. Why so much? Why are they trying to hold that number? Bid 426, ask 428. Bid 426, ask 428. Bid is 426, ask is 428. And now, selling on the ask, 428s. I'm still feeling 427s, though. Can't get a single order to fill at 426, but I got lots at 427. And the bid is 426, and the ask is 428. And the stock was just down 33%. Now it's down only 32.86. The bid is 426, and the ask is 428. This is the chart on it right here, folks. And it's consolidating nicely here on this, and it's looking good. And there's a lot more buyers than sellers in the last 5 candlesticks. Look at them. Oh, yeah, buyers, 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 buyers. Many more buyers here. Many more buyers. More buyers. More buyers. More sellers finally just once right there. Last call for 423, ladies and gentlemen. I just got a 423, 423, 423 again. Last call for 423s. Just picked up a 423 again. I cannot get a 422 to fill, or 421 or 420. I'm sure all the shorts would love to get a 420 close. But instead, all I'm doing is filling here at 423. And I'm going to have to move something else right now to keep buying this at this price. And what am I up on today? I'm up on SUNE. I'm up 593 shares. I'm going to sell the rest of that. Trade SUNE. And I got 140 shares left. I'm going to sell it right there at 349. That's beautiful. And now I got another 20 I'm going to sell here. Nice. And now I'm going to go back over here to monitor. And what else am I up on? I'm up 686 on BATL. I'm up 1,400 since I bought into BATL. So I'm going to sell all that. I got 8,000 shares. Trade BATL. BATL. Made a nice profit on this. Nice. Yes. Up very nice on this today. Up 727 and up 1,400 since I opened the position on it. BATL, and it's at the high of the day, so I'm going to sell it here, folks. I'm going to sell 60 at market. 157. I'm going to sell 60 at 158, 59, 160, 61, 62, 63. I'm going to sell 200 at 64, 265, 66. I'm going to keep selling them here, ladies and gentlemen, at 158, 157. And I'm selling them at the high of the day right now. 200 at a time. Very nice. And I'm up 1,355 on this position today. Up 722 on it today. But up 1,280 right now. And this is BATL, folks. BATL. And should and could easily keep running right on up. My dollar cost average is $1.40 on this stock. Right there's my dollar cost average, folks. $1.40 a share. CHSN, I'm up $100 on. I want to thank you. Up 100 on CHSN. I'm going to sell the rest of that. CHSN. And, oh, yes, look at that. It's up at the high there. And my dollar cost average on this stock, I'm up $100.70 on it. And I'm going to sell the 60 I've got right now. Sell at market. There we go. I'm out. And I made $100 profit on CHSN. Thank you for calling that out this morning. Port Bear. Port Bear. Thank you very much, Port Bear. I appreciate that. $100 profit on that one there, Port Bear. Now VRAX. Ah, yeah, 427. Oh, they ran out of all the 422s, 23s. The bid now 425. The ask 428. Very nice. I'll come in 425, 426, 427. And I'll try to buy 10 here. 427. Still got 1,500 cash to buy with. Try and buy 427 again. And I've lowered my dollar cost average now. There we go. I got a 420. I got a 420 buy right there. Oh, man. Last call, last dip. Last chance, folks, to buy 420. And it jumped right back up to 427 after that dump. Look at that. Right back up to 427 after they dumped the 420, folks. Nice. Are they going to try it again? I just picked up a 425. Oh, man. Wow, what they're manipulating with here, folks, it's incredible. The bid now, 421, ask 426. And the least I can get it now is 424. I just filled twice at 424. Chump's trying to dump out 422s here. Look at the dumps right there at 420 just then. Look at that. All at the same time at 2:42 and 10 seconds. All at the same time to get to 420 just then. One last time. That's what they did. They sold them all at the same moment. It's a cell phone farm, folks. It's a cell phone farm working there. And they're back down to 33.66% down again on this thing. 33% down. I don't even know why they would even try to go again here for 420. I have no idea why they would even attempt it. But there they are again, folks, down 33.66%. 33.66%. Down 33.66%. Right there, trying to hold it down. 213 price, folks. 213, 33.66. 33.66. That's the number, folks. It's been all day. They've tried it all day long, over and over and over. They've tried this number. They've tried to hold this all frickin' day long, 33.66. I showed it to you now for the fourth or fifth time, 33.66. And I'm just going to sit here and keep buying here at 33.66% down. Even though it's 33.65, it's close enough, folks. 33.66. 33.66. And now it's only down 33.62, so they gave up on the 33.66. Only down 33.62% now. Bid 422, ask 424. Trying to hold it down 33.66% all damn day. All day, folks. Just look at it. Look how many times they've been at this line. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, and here's the 8th time they've tried for this number. The 8th time they've tried for 422 a share. The 8th time today they've tried to get it down to that number. And I'm going to show it to you here again, ladies and gentlemen, so you can all see it. This number that they drove it down to once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times, 11 times, 11 times. Just look how many times they've tried to hit this line right here. And that price was 418. 418. They got it once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times at 418. And at this number here, they've only been here at this number once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and 6 times. There's your last effort for it right there. The 6th time. Sixth time, folks. Sixth time at that line. And this line, how many times were they there? On this line right here? Once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, 11 times on that line, 12 times, 13 times, lucky 13 on that line, 420 a share, 13 times, 420 a share, 13 times, 420 a share, folks. 13 times they tried to hit 420 a share. And now we're at 422. And look at all the one share orders they dumped at 420, folks. Look at that. Look at all the one share orders at 422 even. And I just bought 422 again. And I look over here to see how many shares they've had at 422. And down here at $4.13, Savannah, they had 347,000 shares at $4.13. And now at 422, they've only had 22,000 shares there. But when they got it to 413, you don't think they wanted to buy 347,000 shares at 413? Hell yeah, they did. They wanted to buy the crap out of it there. Then, matter of fact, the most shares they bought today was at that number. The most shares bought today was at that number, except for the number $4.93, 92 cents, where 523,000 shares were acquired right there at $4.92. Did they buy all those shares at $4.92 to take a short position and then just be selling the whole 523 shares to get it all the way down here? Because just 2 cents below me, 278,000 shares were bought 2 cents below me. And down here, 347,000 shares at 413. Holy smokes, folks. And now at 422, they've only had how many? 24,000 shares at 422 is all they've had. That's it, folks. That's right. They've had 523,000 at 492 a share. Then 279,000 at 436. And then 347,000 at 413. That's a lot of buying there, folks. Still filling at 422, so they're being very persistent for some reason. Oh, no, look at that thing, folks. Look at it bounce off there. Oh, my. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6, 7, 8 times, and bounces right off of it on the 8th time. Look at it bounce off that. I like what I see, folks. I'm going to buy it here. Still buying at 422. A miracle how they can hold this down 33.96%. 33.96%. And the length of time that it has sat here has been amazing. Amazing. 33% down virtually all day long. Almost the entire day after they ran it down from all the way up here at a price of $4.64. And earlier it was opened at $4 and $5. It opened at $5 a share. This stock VRAX opened at $5 a share, folks, and it just got sold and sold and sold and sold and sold all the way down from $5 to $4.12, $4.11, 411, 90 cents down. And then look at the buyers start coming in right here, starting at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, the buyers started coming in, 2 o'clock. And they bought all the way up here. Look at the market makers try to shove it back down. Goodness gracious. Still filling at 422. God dogs, folks. I've been here at 422 now for a freaking hour. I wonder how long they can hold it there, folks. They got an hour and 7 minutes to hold 422. And why do they care about 422, for gosh sakes? That means nothing to them, folks. The number they want is either 4 or 450. Believe me, they don't care about 422. It seems like they're intent to hold it here, but the only reason why is probably because they're trying to buffer for a run-up and keep it under 450 a share at the close. They're trying to hold it under 450 a share. So why not run it down one last time to 422? There's the chart, trying to press it down one more time to 422, and then let it fly and try to hold it under 450. And the dollar cost average of the 200-day right now is at 435 a share. The 200 days at 435 a share right now. How many more shares are they going to have here? And I just filled again at 422. And the bid is 420. The ask is 423. The bid is 420. The ask is 423. And I just keep filling order after order after order at $4.22 right now. Pretty amazing that they can hold it here. Pretty amazing they can hold it here for so long. The thing of it is, no one's making any money holding it here. That's right. It doesn't do them any good at all just to keep it here at this price forever. It isn't going to stay here forever, folks. I don't believe so. I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. And there's the chart right there. You can already see this line of resistance was stopped right there. And that price that they stopped it was 422 when they stopped it from rising. Then it went over 422 here. Then they took it to 422 again here. And then they took it to 420 right here. And now trying to hold 422. Trying to hold 422, folks. With all their might, they're trying to hold 422 as long as they can. And I'm still filling at 422. How amazing. 422. Now, I see they're showing a bunch of freaking 420s over here, but I can't get a freaking one of those. I can't get 421 to fill either. I can't get 421 or 420 to fill. Just 422s repeatedly. And my dollar cost average is now driven down to one of my favorite numbers, 438. And notice my DCA at 438 and 2 cents below that, 279,000 shares were bought. Right here, folks. There's my dollar cost average at 438 and 2 cents below me, 278,000 shares were acquired, 2 cents under my dollar cost average. Nothing like that's been down here. Here they had 347 at 413. And I'm still filling at 422 is all I can get. I cannot pick up an order at 421, nor can I get one at 420. And the bid is 420, and the ask is 423. And again, I got a 422 order. Here they are, VRAX. VRAX, folks. Look how long they've tried to hold this thing here. Look how long they've tried to hold it. They haven't tried to. They have held it there. They have held it there. They can't reacquire that low that they got, but they're trying. They're sure trying. And there's another at 422. And look at over here. Look at all the dumps at 422, folks. And 423s. And then you look at a little measly 2-share order, and it goes to 422.83. And then they try to dump 474 at 422.74. Then one share, 422, the onesies come out again. The onesies again, after they sold all these numbers at 426. Now they're onesie 422s. Onesie 422s. Well, I can't help it. I'm going to buy tensies, not onesies at 422. And we are now at 3 o'clock almost, ladies and gentlemen. We got a 1 hour power hour coming ahead of us. And let's see if they can hold it under $4.50. I am filling at 422 a share. And there we go. Now we're at 423s. Onesies at 422, folks. One share at 422. 78 buys 423. One share at a time, 422 coming out now. Trying to control this stock with one share at 422. But 4 shares and it jumps to 422.79. And 182 shares and it's at 423. And now you got some serious buyers coming in at 423, 1,000 shares at 423. Mike Schultz, yes, I'm down a lot on this stock today. Yep. Well, I'm down right now. Not for now. Not for long though. We got an hour, folks, and I'm going to be green on this stock. I'm going to be green on this stock. Still buying at 422 like there's just an endless supply of shares at 422, but there is not. There is not, folks. That's what they want you to think. That's just what they want you to think up until 3 o'clock, I guess. I guess they think if they just can hold it at 420. Uh-oh, now we're at 423. We just ran out of 422s, and now we're at 423. Now we're at 424, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Last call for 422, ladies and gentlemen. Now, look at the buys coming in at 423. And you better take a look at how they're doing with all the ones. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Onesie, onesie, onesies, onesie, threes, ones and threes. 423, ones and threes. Will they be able to hold it? Hold it. Oh, another 423 buy for me. And they won't give me a 422 anymore. They're done with that. No more 422s available. The bid is 422. The ask is 424. The bid is 422. The ask is 424, ladies and gentlemen. The bid is 422. The ask is 424. And look at all the 423s getting filled here now. And 424s now filling. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's go, baby. Push this thing up. There we go. Now the buyers are pouring in. Now 425. Here we go, folks. 425 now. And the bid is 423. The ask is 429. 426s. Whoa, look out, folks. Watch out. 426 dumps here. 426 dumps. And the bid is 24. The ask is 429. And I just filled at 427. I wonder what happened to all the 422s. Now we're at 427, folks. Uh-oh, 429s. Whoa, look out. Look at the chart right now. Oh, there she goes. There she rises. Oh, yeah, there she rises off that line that they tried so hard to keep it at. Look at it rise now, folks. Punching its way upwards. VRAX, the one-day chart, says it all. VRAX. Look at that 5-day rising up over the 10 right now. You better watch it, Shorty. I'm telling you, you better watch it. You better watch it, Shorty, because that 5-day is about to bust over that 10 right now. Bid is 424. Ask is 429. Oh, man, and they're filling at the 429 now. 429s are filling, folks. People are buying it at 429. And the bid is 424. The ask is 429. The bid is 424. The ask is 429. Gem was one of the stocks that I traded, day traded. I don't hold on to those stocks. I day trade those stocks, just like this one. I don't hold them long. I day trade them. I'm in and I'm out. I'm in and I'm out. The only stocks I hold long are the ones on my long sheet and the ones on my dividend sheet. Well, my goodness. What happened to all those 422 shares of just 20 minutes ago? The 422 shares I bought. Why am I having to now to buy at 426 instead? Where did all the 422 shares go of a half an hour ago? And look, folks, they've never had any real shares here from here up to there. They've had virtually nothing for sale here. This could easily spike right back up through this very quickly, folks. I'm telling you, man, don't be surprised to see it happen. And the bid now is 425 and the ask is 429. Oh, yeah, here we go, folks. And all I can get now is 427s. And look right there, folks. There are no more 422 shares available. Those are gone, long gone. Oh, man, now 429s are filling. And the bid is 425. The ask is 429. The bid is 425. The ask is 429. The bid is 425. The ask is 429. And no longer is the stock down 33.33. It's down 33.17. Now it's only down 32.86. Now only down 32.86. Watch it, folks. Watch that number. Watch that number. 32.86. Bid is 425. Ask is 429. And 30 minutes ago, man, I must have filled 100 shares, maybe 200 shares at 422 a share. And now I'm just filling over and over at 427. What do you know? 5 cents higher than I just filled over and over at 422. Now I'm filling at 427 over and over there. I'm just waiting, folks, waiting for it to go. Oh, yeah, look at that chart right now, folks. Look at that thing go. VRAX, folks. And look at the buyers coming in versus sellers here. There are no sellers. They're all buying. More buyers, more buyers, more sellers right there trying to pump it one more time, pump it on the head. Buy now at 425. And the bid is 424. The ask is 426. The bid is 424. The ask is 426. And in case you're not paying attention, this stock was already down over 35% earlier today. Then it was down 34%. And then they held it down 33.33% and 33.66. And now all they can achieve is a 33.18 for the low. 33.18 is all they can achieve here. So that's got to be depressing because I know they really liked that 33.33 and 33.66 when they had it down there. Are we going to get any more 422s? I just asked about 5 minutes ago, where'd all the 422s go? And then they tried one more time to take it down there. And the bid is 422. The ask is 428. There's a 425 for me. And now people are paying the whole price. Look at all those dumps at 424. 424, all the dumps, and now we're back up to 428, just like that. And all I can buy is a 425 right now. Uh-oh, and now we're up to 426s. The bid is 423. The ask is 428. And there's another 426 where today they've now accomplished how many? You know, I don't like, oh, there we go. They're showing me the number there now. 34,000 at 426. 340,000 at 413, but at 426, only 34,000 at 426. So I'll keep buying there, 426. And I'm trying to buy 425 as well, which they can't obtain. So we're just going to keep getting 426s until they run out. And now we're seeing 427, 428s. And the bid is 423. The ask is 428. The percentage down is 33.18% down. We now have 47 minutes before the market closes this Friday. And I'm going to keep buying here at 426. And I'm going to buy until they run out of them. Interestingly enough, they have no interest in all to sell me any shares at 425. None. They have no interest to sell me any shares at 425, 424, 423, or 422 anymore. It's just 426, folks. I don't know why. Why don't they want to sell me any more 425s, 24s, 23s, and 22s? Did they just run out of them? Have they run out of them? Why are we stuck on 426 now, Shorty? What's up with that? I happened to notice at 424 you were able to scrounge around 64,800. But above that, 424, you were only able to get 39,000. And at 426, 34,000. So are you running out of these? Looks like you dang sure did run out of them. And the bid is 423. The ask is 429. The bid 423. The ask 429. And now they're not down. This is no longer down 33.19. It's only down 32.55. And I can't get any more 1026s. So now we're going to try 1027. 426s. Now we're going to be buying 427. And I got 2 to fill at 427. And interestingly enough, look at the sells now selling at 429 and 430. All right. Oh, there it is on the chart, ladies and gentlemen. There it goes. Oh, my. Look at it fly, folks. And look at the buyers coming in right here. Oh, my gosh. Last call for 426, people. Look at this flat top green candlestick right here. Holy smokes, look at it, flat top green right there. And look at all the buyers coming in here now. Man, oh man, folks. The stock I'm on is VRAX. The bid is 425. The ask is 428. It's down 32% today. About an hour ago, the price was 411 a share. Now it's at 425. And I'm trying to buy 426 now. And the bid is now 425. The ask is 428. VRAX. Just so you're aware of it, this morning, if I show you this, you probably won't believe it. But this morning or yesterday, this price was at $13 a share. $13 a share. This price was 13 in the pre-market. And look at them beat it down all day long and hold it down, hold it down, hold it down, hold it down all day long here. Right on this line right here. Trying to hold it and maintain it at $4.35. And they have held it here at this 422, 423, 424 all day. My dollar cost average is $4.38. And they've held it down here now for about 4 hours. 4 hours they've kept it here. And the bid on it is 423. The ask is 426. And we still got 40 minutes, 43 minutes left in this day. And just moments ago, we were buying it at 420, 421, 422, 420, 422. Literally a half an hour ago, we were buying shares at 420, 422. And an hour ago, we were buying 413, 414, 415. I think all they're holding it here for is they're looking to try to hold it under 450 for the close. They're trying to hold it under 450 for the close. I think that's the ploy. I don't know why the shit they would care less about 423, 424. I have no idea why they'd care about that. Unless they got a lot of options at 425, perhaps. But I just bought it at 424. And there's another buy at 424. The bid now is 4. Oh, and they're back to the 33.66 amount down. Boy, I tell you what, folks, you got to hand it to them. They've been dedicated to hold this thing down 36%. 33.66%. 213 a share. They've tried over and over and over. Down 213, folks. 33.66 is what they've tried all day long to hold it down. Hold it at 33.66. We've seen it all day long, folks. 33.66. And here they are on this number again. 422. Same one is there. Same one is there. Same one is there. Same one is there. Same one is over here, but lower. They had it down to 411 this morning at 1313. That would have been at 113 today. They hit 411. 411 at 113 today. And now they're just trying to bump this line one more time. And that price now, 422. I'm going to buy it there if I can get it there. You bet your ass I am. And I just got it at 420, 424. And 424 again. And I'm going to buy it again at 424. Thank you very much. And now I look over here and look at this. Look at them dump out those shares they just did at 422, the last of what they had. The last of what they had. And look at here now, 2 shares at 420. 420. Look at the tiny little shares they're selling here. The bid now is 420. The ask is 425. And again, look at the number that they're holding it down. 33.65%. And folks, you've seen that all day. All day long, you've seen that. You've seen it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Why do they want to hold it at 33.65%? Why? I can't even get a 423, though. I can get 422s, 423s, but no 422s can be bought. I don't know why they had all those 422s right there that they just supposedly threw out, and I didn't get one of those freaking shares. I got a 40-share order sitting there waiting for them. And all I can get is a freaking 423. VRAX. Now down 33.81. Well, Why not 33.88 again? Why not 33.88 again, Shorty? 423 is all I can get. Why? Why are you so in love with this number? At 424, folks, they've got 72,125. You know what? I don't believe those numbers anymore. I'm going to close this out. I think they're not being honest. I want to look at this. VRAX. Look at the now down 33.33, folks. 33.33. You don't think the market makers love that? Price today opened up at 492 a share. 492 a share it opened up. Today's high was 496 a share. And you don't think they're proud to have this thing down $2.13, down 33.33%? 33.66 is what they've been going for, 33.65, 66. 213 down, $2.13, 33.33, 33.66. All effing day, staying at the same price. $36 minutes left, folks, for them to hold it here. 1,415,000 shares traded today. Average volume is 2,192,000. So I'm telling you, there's not a lot of volume pushing this down. Certainly it's not a panic sell-off. And by the way, on the 5-day chart, this stock is still up 33% today on the 5-day chart. So people that bought this earlier, they're up 33% right now. And look how long they've been trying to hold this thing down today. Look how long they've tried to hold it right here. They ran it down from a price of $12.74 a share yesterday at noon. 10 a.m. yesterday. $12.74 at 10 a.m. yesterday. $12.74 at 10 a.m. yesterday. $12.74 at 10 a.m. And then all day long today, after it opened right at $5, $4.99, look at them hold it down here for as long as they could. And I'm wondering why this number. If you look back over here, you don't see that number anywhere. You don't see that damn number anywhere. Why did they decide to run it down to this number? You don't see that number anywhere over here. It never stopped there before. Why have they decided to run it down today just to this number and hold it here all day long? It's never stayed at this number before. Never. Never stayed there. All right, let me get my Thinkorswim loaded back up here, folks. Sorry. Hold on, let me get loaded back up here on Thinkorswim. All right. Hold on. All right, here we go. All right. Ah, 420. Boy, I bet the market makers are having a good time smoking a big fatty right now while they light this up and buy it at $4.20 a share. And I'm going to sit here and just fill mine right here at $4.20. Oh, yeah. Man, I'm going to buy $4.20. Oh, baby, am I going to buy $4.20? And you know what? I don't know why in the world they even give a shit about this number, $4.20. Why? But they sure are holding it here. $4.20, Elon. $4.19. And at this number, folks, the least number of shares today at 416 has been bought. That's the least number of shares, 7,000 at 416. The least number of shares today bought was at 416. There was only 7,000 there. And I'm trying to buy 416 now because there were 7,000 and that was all they had here earlier, 7,000 at 416. And all I can get is 417, surprisingly. I don't know why they won't come back down to 416, but again, this is where they had the least number of shares today at 416. So it doesn't surprise me that they can't get it down there again because they never had any shares there to begin with at 416. But they sure got several at 417, don't they? Oh, yeah, they got a boatload at 417, but they got nada at 416. They've only had 7,000 today at 416 earlier. And now the bid is 417, the ask is 418. Oh, goodness gracious. What a manipulation. What a manipulation today. 418, folks. I don't know why they're not going to 417 anymore, but they can't get any more 417s. And they're not going to get shit at 416 because they never had any there in the first place. So all we're dealing with now is 418. And ladies and gentlemen, the market makers and options players on a stock, they don't care about the number 417 or 18. The number they care about is 425 and the number 450, folks, okay? They don't care about this number. There's no reason other than to try to hold it under 450 that they would even be here right now at this time at 330. Okay, because they're going to try to hold this. They're looking for a push to come in on it, and they're going to try to hold it under 450 a share, my friends. And that's the only reason that just now they made their little dive, because they're trying to keep this under 450 a share by the close, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, that's right. I hear you, man. Oh, yeah, well, it could happen. I mean, look at this number that they've tried to achieve, 417. They got it once there, once there, once there, once there, once there, and they tried it again just now here. They even just got a 415 it bounced right off of. And so I will buy here now. Sadly, we cannot get another 416 order because they never had diddly squat for 416s. So I'm just going to keep buying now at 418 because they've apparently run out of the fake shares at 416, 417. But they've been trying to dump them, folks. Look at that. Look at all the one share orders, folks. Look at the one share orders they're using to manipulate this stock with. One share orders, folks. Look at all the one share sell orders coming in cell phone farms. I mean, it really is ridiculous that they even let them do this. One share orders. Look at that. Hey, Gary Inwards, are you here, Gary? You know, I wonder why they're letting me buy all these shares from them at 417. I wonder who's throwing out these shares. I see them doing it one share at a time, but I wonder who's getting paid to do it. I wonder who's getting paid to throw out all these one share orders. All these one share orders at 417.5. Who's getting paid to do that? Who's getting paid to do that? I mean, I got to ask. I'm just curious who in the world is getting paid to sit there and dump out one share orders over and over and over and over? One share orders. The bid now 417, the ask is 418. The bid 417, the ask 418. The bid 417, the ask 418. And all I can get is a 418 over and over and over. Nobody seems to have a real share at 417 at all. I see the number there, but I can't get it to fill. So I'm just going to keep buying 418s. I keep seeing all these onesie share orders here at 417.5. I wonder why. Why don't they just do 417? What the hell are they going 417.5 for? Huh? What are all the one share orders at 417.5? Why don't they just go 417? Why are they putting in a KY flag order at 417.98? 417.98. Looks like a sign of desperation to me, folks. Oh, and look, they sold one share at 416 there. One share. One share at 416. One share, 416. Six shares, six shares. One share, folks. That's why my friggin' 10 share order won't fill at 416 because they're just using ones to get to that number. See that? Look up there. 416, one share. Just one. That's why my 10 share orders won't fill there. Look at all the 1 share orders again at 416, folks. Wow, 416, and they've got 1 share orders all loaded in there at 416. 416, folks. And the bid is 415 and the ask is 417. Look at the 1 share orders, folks. 1 share, onesie, 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 ones. God, it just makes me wish I could hold on to this until after hours and watch this thing go to frickin' $5 or higher in the AH and sell it, man. I wish I could do this with paper money. I really do, folks, because of the way they've tried to hold this thing down. And at 416 a share, they've only had 7,400 shares today, folks, at 416 a share. 7,564 at 416. Time now, 3:39, ladies and gentlemen, as they take the last dive. Yep. Oh, yeah. I'm in here, folks. I'm in big time. They're back to the same number where they already got 348,000 shares today. And we're at the same thing, folks, that they did at lunch. 414, but they can't get 413. They're just all over 414 here, but they can't get a 413 again. It's the same thing, folks. It's the same damn thing. And now 413 and a half, they just got the same amount as they did at 413. 348 and now 340.52 at 413 and a half. And I'm buying the crap out of this, folks. 414. And I'm not going to stop buying it at 414 because I already saw them do this earlier today. And they were only there for about 2 minutes. And then it shot right back up. It was right back up to 418 in no time. So I'm just going to sit here and load this at 413 all I can. 412s, I'm buying. 411s, buying. 410s. I'm going to buy this stock at the low of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to buy it at the low of the day. There's 410. And I am loading in all I can at 411 and 410 right now. And I've never seen any shares for sale here at all at this price at all today. And as a matter of fact, at the low of the day, they've only had now 1,679 shares. 1,679 shares. And there it goes. It's off 410 now, 411. Now we're at 411. And I'm at 411 again. And I'm at 411 again. And the bid is now 410 and the ask is 411. The bid is 410. The ask is 411. The bid is 410. The ask is 411. And the stock is down the same amount it was earlier today, 410, 411. And look, Savannah, they're going for 408, Savannah. And I just got a bunch at 409. Savannah, they're trying for 408, and they got 409, 409, 409. Now 410. They cannot get 408. Now we're going to 409 again, and I am buying the shit out of it. 409, 409, 409, 409, 408, 408, 408. Oh, yeah, Savannah, look, their favorite accumulation number, 408. 408, folks. 408. Oh my gosh, just buying the crap out of this, and I got the money to do it with, so I'm buying it. 408, order after order after order. And folks, I have seen market manipulators do this before, and I'm not surprised at all to seeing them try this at 408. 408.48 now, 408.01, 408.01. Look at that, folks. 409 now. Goodbye, 408s. Now 412. Goodbye, 408s. Now 412. 409. 409. 409 and a half. Oh, yeah. 410 now. 410. We're at 410. 410. 410. And you bet your ass I was going to buy all the 408s I could just then. Now we're at 410. 410. And I'm loading the boat. Now 411. Here we go, folks. 411, now 412. And I don't see any 408s that came across the board. Now 411 again. 411, 411, 411. That's right, 410, now 410. The bid is now 410. The ask is 411. The bid is 410. The ask is 411. The bid is 410. The ask is 411. The bid is 410. The ask is 411. The time now is 3:44 p.m. The bid is 410. The ask is 411. The bid is 410. The ask is 411. And what a coincidence that the bid would be 410. The ask 411. Why? Why? Why not $3.99 and $4? Why 410 and 411, folks? Now 410 and 412. The bid is now 410, the ask 412. The bid is 410, the ask 412. Why? Why isn't it $3.99 right now and $4? Why 410 and 411? Who gives a shit about that number? Who cares? Who cares, folks? Quarter till, the bid is 410, the ask is 412. The ask has now gone to 412. The bid is 410, the ask is 412. The bid is 410, the ask is 412. And you can hear me just ringing this bell right off the hook, man. 410, 412. I am in like Flynn, baby. Bid is 410, ask is 412. And I have no idea why they would even give a shit about this number. Are they really that intent on closing it out at $4.13? Is that the gig? Is that going to mean something if they can close this out at $4.13? And the bid just came up to 411, and the bid is 411. The ask is 412. The bid is now 410 again, and the ask is 412. And why? That's what I want to know. Why this number? Why isn't it at $3.99 and $4? Why would they care about this number? 410 and 411, 410 and 412. Why? That's no number to care about. That doesn't mean jack crap to them, I can promise you. It doesn't mean shit to them, folks. The bid now is 410. The ask is 411. The bid is 410. The ask is 411. The bid is 410 and the ask is 411. Yes, the bid is 410, the ask is 411. And I don't know why they don't drive it on down to $4. I have no idea. I guess they can't. And looking at the low of 409, they had 4,000 shares there. And at 410, only 4,600. 411, 6,500. Yeah. I don't know why they've only got so few shares here. All right, 410 is the bid, 411 is the ask. I guess they got a happy joy out of this 408. I saw them trying to get some 408 buys. They never got that. The low they showed is 409. But they did get it to 409, Savannah, so you got to hand it to them for getting 409 out today. You got to hand it to them for getting that 409 order. And I've just bought a bunch of shares, folks, here at 410 and 411 right now. And I'm just going to keep buying them. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I got the money I can buy them with. And I wonder how high it's going to go after this market maker last drop price. 410, 411. They got no shares left here to sell, ladies and gentlemen. None at all. None at all left here. And my dollar cost average is $4.35 a share. And I'm going to start dropping it even more because I'm going to come in and buy bigger orders here now. I don't know why they won't drop it anymore. I don't know why they won't go down below $4. I guess they just flat out can't. I guess they just can't. I guess this is just as low as they can get it. 409, 408, and all the buyers are coming in going, all right, that's me, 408, I'll take it. And now we're at 411. And the bid is 410 and the ask is 411. The bid is 410 and the ask is 411. And I'm buying this because, ladies and gentlemen, it's the low of the day, and that's what I do every day. I buy the low. And there is now 11 minutes left, and the bid is 410 and the ask is 411. And it has remained constantly here at 410, 411 for the last 15 minutes. And makes you wonder, why? Who is dumping all the shares at 411 right now? When they had virtually no shares there today, only 8,900 at 411. 8,900 shares at 411, folks. That's all. Yep, $32,000 worth. 411, folks. $32,000 worth. And lots of dumping here at 410 and a half for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why, folks. I don't know who would be selling here or why they would be selling here, except for the fact that, like I said, the stock is still up over the last 5 days, 38%. So maybe there's some profit takers that are getting out 38% up. But not me. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm going to keep buying it, and I'm buying here over and over at 410 and 411. And now the bid is 408, and the ask is 410 as Savannah tries to come in and close this stock out at 408 today. That's right. Trying to close it out. Savannah's trying to close it up. Now the bid is 410, the ask is 411. Oh, my gosh, the bid is 410, the ask is 411. And we are coming into the last 9 minutes of the day. And the bid is 411 and the ask is 412. The bid is 411, the ask is 412. And now the bid is 408 and the ask is 411, ladies and gentlemen. What a freaking prank. Pranksters calling out 408 buys. And I don't know why in the world. I don't know why they would even try it, folks. I don't know why they would try it at 408. I don't give a damn about that number right there. I am wondering why. Why isn't it down below $4? And the bid is 409 and the ask is 411. No, honey, I'm not. I will be at 4:30, maybe 4:15. I'm going to wait to see what this stock does after the market closes. I think it's going to skyrocket. I think it's being manipulated. Lucky me, I get to go to the beach today here. Well, the lake beach here. We live on a lake. And we do not live directly on the lake. We live the street. We're across the street from the lake, so we can just walk across and go right into the lake there. Well, they sure did a number on this stock today, and they're getting it to close near the low of the day. So congratulations, Shorty. You did a damn good job on this stock today all day long. And I got to hand it to you. I got to hand it to you. You did what I thought you couldn't do. You brought it down at the end of the day, and I didn't think you had any shares left, but I guess you're printing shares. And I don't understand why you're not driving it down below $4 and really scare everyone out. Why are you here sitting buying at 409, 410? And even more so, why isn't it 408? I see you did get a buy at 408 with me at 408, but why don't you have any more for sale at 408 and 409? Huh? There's my order sitting at 408, and it's as quiet as can be. Won't fill. 408 and 409, and can't fill there. 408, folks, they only had 300 shares. They only had 300 shares at 408. 300, folks, at 408. The favorite number for them to collect, and they only had 300 shares there. 300, folks. And now 1,200 there. Well, as I said to you guys, I don't know why they're not taking it down below $4 to really scare everyone out. I don't know why. I guess it's just going to be Savannah's number, 408, where they try to close this out today, 408. But by the way, I'm going to try to buy. I've got 404, 403, 402, 401, $4. Why not? You think they would try to take it down below there? But I guess it's just going to be a Savannah closing at 408. $407.5s. Look at that, folks. Look at all the shares. 4075. Onesie. 1111111. One share sell orders, folks. Somebody's agenda is to get this below $4. They're trying to get it below $4. And I'm buying like crazy here. 402. Here they come, folks, coming for the $4 buy. And I already told you, I don't know why they haven't got it down below $4, these options players. But there they go. They're trying for it now. 403. Are they going to get $4? Will they get $3.99? Will they get $3.98? Will they get $3.97? Will they really scare everyone out, or will they not? That is the question to be asked, as I feel now at 403, 403, 403, 403. Why can they not get it down below $4? 403 again, 403, 404 now, 403. Well, Shorty, what are you doing? Why not below 4 even? Let's go. Take it on down below 4. I'm waiting. I got my orders at 401, $4, 39, 30.98, 3.97. Come on, Shorty. Show some balls here. 403, folks. 4 minutes left. Now 3 minutes left for them to get it to close below $4. So the options players will not be in the money over $4. And here I am just buying share after share after share after share after share after share. That's right, folks. I'm going to keep buying them at 403. That's right, Shorty. And I'm not going to stop at 402 either. And 403, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to buy this stock on the lowest price of the day, folks. I don't give a shit what it is. I'm going to be there buying it. There we go. 403s and 402s is all they can muster now, folks. They cannot get it down below 4. Now 401, now 402 again. And they're trying to get it down below $4. The market makers really are, the options players, trying to get it under 4 so they don't have to be in the money at $4. And I'm just sitting here buying order after order right now at 402, 402, 402. And all they want to do is close it under 4, ladies and gentlemen. They don't care after hours if it goes to $6. Their option is at $4. And they're going to try, if this stock trades options, they're going to try to get it under $4, ladies and gentlemen, before the close. I promise you. And it'll probably close at $3.99 a share. But then after that, who knows how high it could go? Nobody knows how high it could go as it sits now at 401. 401, folks, and I'm just ordering and ordering and ordering. And I am coming in here big time, folks, at $4.02 a share. And I'm down huge on this stock today. There's no doubt about it. I'm down huge on it. 402, 402, 403. Good job, Shorty. You really did good. You really have massacred this stock today. And good job for you guys. I know, though, you're still down 30% on the week, so that's pretty sucky for you. But I see what you're trying here. I don't blame you for trying to get it to close under $4. And you got friggin' 50 seconds to make that happen. 50 seconds to make it close under $4, Shorty. You got 40 seconds now to make it close under $4, Shorty. And you better do that. You better do it because you're going to be in the money and you're going to have to run it up and you're going to have to cover these shorted shares. And there you are at 401, ladies and gentlemen, trying to get it below $4. They got 25 seconds left to get it below $4. 25 seconds left to get it below $4. 25 seconds left to get it below $4. And they cannot do it. 401 is it, folks. 401 was the low. Sorry, Shorty, you missed out, and I'm going to hold these shares, and the game is over. 408, it closed at 408, Savannah. And the bid is now 404, and the ask is 412. The bid is 407. Now the bid is 409. The ask is 412. And watch this thing rocket now, folks. 401 is the bid. 407 is the ask. The bid is 409. The ask is 410. All right, let's go. The bid is 409. The ask is 410. Let's go, baby. Let's watch this thing skyrocket now in after hours. Let's look at the chart. Oh, look at that. Look at that, folks. Splash the close. Look at that splash of the close. And look at it rise right out of the gate afterwards. Boom. Look at the buyers coming in. Oh, my God. Look at the buyers coming in here, folks. Look at all the buyers coming in here during this last few minutes while they tried to get everyone out of it. Look at the freaking buyers right there. How much was that candlestick right there on this candlestick? 11,000 shares. 11,000 shares. And look at it, folks. My God, what a market move they tried right there. Bid now is 408, ask is 410. Oh my gosh. And look at the Savannah, look at the number they closed it at. 408, Savannah. 408. Why? Why 408? Why did they try to take it down to $4 and then close it at 408? Anybody want to answer me that question? Why did they try to take it down to $4 and then close it at 408? Was that why they took it down to 4 so they could get it to close at 408? Is that stupid? It is stupid, isn't it? Oh, man, just look at that, folks. Look at all the buying that came in when they tried to run it down to 408 right there. Smart buyers coming in at 408. Well, VRAX, folks. Here it is right here. VRAX. And man, oh man, look at that. 408 close, Savannah. I know you say that number doesn't mean anything to you, but it definitely does. VRAX. 408 close after they had it down to 401 and 402. Just look at that rundown trying to splash that close. Look at them try to splash the close. And now it rises, folks, right here. Ask is 412. I see right now the ask is 409. The bid is 405. The ask is 409. I just wonder how freaking high is this thing going to go now in after hours. After all that effort to sell it down. And you know what? Looking here at the last, even though they were trying to sell it down, look at all the green. More buyers than sellers, 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 more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers. As they tried to drop the price, everyone was just freaking buying the shit like me. Everyone was buying it, folks. They were trying to sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it, and I guess they must have borrowed a bunch of shares right here at starting at 313. They must have borrowed a bunch of shares at 313, folks. Right there, they must have borrowed a bunch of shares at the time 3:13 p.m. and then just sold those borrowed shares all the way to the close. And then look at the buyers come in and just shove it right back up there. Bid now 405, ask 410. Bid 405, ask 410. VRAX. Bid 405, ask 410 in the after hours. Well, everybody, my wife is we're here with the grandchildren today. And I want to thank you all for being here with me. I appreciate it very much. And being that this is our last day with the grandchildren, I think their mother's coming to pick them up here tonight. So I'm going to have to go down to the beach and get their little floaties all blown up and all that stuff. And we'll get ready to go here, folks. I think this stock is going to make a nice move in the after hours and tomorrow, well, Monday. I want to thank you all for being here with me today. And we'll have to see what happens here the rest of the evening. I see the bid is 404. The ask is now 410. And I see it continuing to rise right there. That looks good. That looks good, folks. Let's see it keep going up. Let's see this thing rise right up through all this resistance and just take off here this evening. Wouldn't that be sweet to see that happen? And the bid now is 404. The ask is 410. Bid is 404. Ask is 410. And the stock is VRAX. Yep, the Savvy Travelers. Good. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. And I hope you guys have a great weekend. I thank you for being here with me today. I appreciate it. I do want to go out and have some fun with my folks. And we'll see what this thing does. And maybe I'll get to come back on this evening later, especially if this thing starts to make the move I think it's going to make. And we'll see what happens because it sure seemed like it was very heavily manipulated the last few minutes there. And good for them. Good for them for their manipulated effort. Nice. I'm sorry they couldn't get it below $4. That sucks for them that they couldn't get it below $4. Jayhawk, thank you. Jayhawk. And for all of you shorters out there, like I said, I'm very sorry. Ultra Surfer Joe Gamago says, thank you. You're welcome. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being here with me. I see the bid now on this stock is 408 and the ask is 410. So the bid just came up from 405 to 408 and the ask is 410. So there she goes. There she goes, folks. The bid is 409. Uh-oh, shorty. The bid is 409 and the ask is 410. What are you going to do now, shorts? What are you going to do now? The bid is 409. The ask is 410. What are you going to do now, shorty, about this? How are you going to stop it in the after hours without your big whales manipulating this thing? And the bid now is 408 and the ask is 410. And to be honest with you, folks, I wish I could stick around for another about 30 minutes because I'd really like to see what happens here right now with the bid 408, ask 410. And that looks good to me, folks. That looks good to me. This looks very good to me right here with this little herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk. Bid 408, ask 410. Stock VRAX. Bid 408, ask 410. And hello, Snoik, what up? George Owen, gold coin, thank you. George Owen, thank you, George. And the bid now is 408, ask is 410. Oh, yeah. And the stock we're on is VRAX. Bid is 410, ask is 412. Here we go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Let's watch this thing take off. Let's see this thing freaking take off. The bid is 410, ask is 412. The bid is 410, ask is 412. And look at it go, folks. It's starting to look better and better and better here. Look at that 5-day average turn and go more to the north right there. Change its pitch angle and start heading more north. The bid is 411, the ask is 415. The bid is 411, the ask is 415. Oh, yeah. And we're selling right here now. 415. Oh, the bid is 423. The ask is 425. Whoa. Oh, snuck is a type of fish. Okay, gotcha. Look at this thing, folks. 423. The bid is 415. The ask is 423. Wow. Man, my dollar cost average is 427, folks. Holy smokes. Look at that thing go, folks. What in the world is happening here? What is happening? Wow. Whoa, look at that thing, folks. The bid is 415. The ask is 419 now. Why? Was it manipulated down and now they got to cover because they couldn't get under $4 and now they got to buy their way out of their shorted positions? What is happening? Bid 415, ask 419. Wow. What is going on? Mecha Trader says, don't sell until you're over my DCA. LOL. It's 533. Okay, I won't. Look at that, folks. Well, I already asked you guys, man, I wonder how high this thing's going to go in the after hours after all that manipulation down. And look how fast it fell to there, folks. It can go right back up equally as fast. Ask is 415 now. I guess nobody wants to sell it for less than $4.15. Oh, they must have called back in the guys and said, man, you got to get back in there and start selling one share at a time again. We got to get you back in there, guys. Go back and turn around. You can't leave yet. The price is taking off, and it just hit $4.25 in the after hours. And they said, shit, boss. And he said, you get in there. We'll give you some beanie weenie. We'll send you in some Vienna sausages and beanie weenie if you go back in and start selling one share at a time again. And so now the bid is 408. The ask is 415. The beanie weenie sellers are there. The Vienna sausage sellers are there working hard overtime. The bid 408, the ask 415. Oh man, I wish I could stick around with you guys, but my wife wants me to get out there with the grandchildren, so I gotta go, guys. I'm sorry. All right. Virex Biolabs Group Limited announces closing of exercise of preferred investment options for 3.3 million proceeds. Yep, from X. Yep, that was done earlier today. That's why it ran down so much. And then it must have been why it ran down. It says the price is 406 in after hours in Webull. No, the price is right now. The bid is 409 and the ask is 415. So don't believe him. Don't think so. Jayhawk, thank you very much. Guys, I hear my wife. She's coming again, and she's not gonna ask me again. So I got to get out of here, folks. Thank you very much for the hot pepper, Jayhawk. I appreciate that very much. Oh, the floating heart. The floating heart. Thank you, Jayhawk. The bid is 405. The ask is 415, ladies and gentlemen. The ask will not come down. The ask is 415, and you either pay that or you don't freaking get it, shorty. All right? It's as simple as that. The bid is 405, and the ask is 415. All right. Have a great weekend. Aloha, Kat. You got it, George Owen. Thank you. You have a great weekend, Kat. You too, my friend. Guys, I got to get out of here. She's coming down the stairs, and I don't want to hear you get a lashing, all right? All right, George, thank you. You guys, I hope you have a great weekend. I hope you have good success in all your financial endeavors. I hope that you have the best of health that you can absolutely have. And last but not least, as always, I hope you're all surrounded with love because each and every one of you deserves it. And if I see this thing flying in after hours, I'm going to come back on at 7:48 p.m. with a late night thing if I can. My wife wouldn't let me do it last night, but if the grandchildren leave tonight, I might be able to come on at 7:48 p.m. for a final synopsis at 7:48 p.m. tonight, okay? So watch for me to come back on 7:48 p.m. tonight if my wife will let me, if the grandchildren are gone, okay? God bless each and every one of you. We will talk to you later. Have a great night. Adios, Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo. And we will talk to you all soon, hopefully even tonight at 7:48 p.m. Look for me to schedule a stream, if I can, to start at 7:48 p.m. tonight, because the grandchildren may be gone by then, all right? I got to go, everyone. Catfish Tyler, over and